The clock that followed me. There is a road in Andalusia that ends before the mountain does. No sign marks it. No fence warns travelers away. The asphalt of El Jardinito simply gives up beside a dry shoulder where truck drivers stop to piss into the weeds. From there, a strip of pale earth climbs between thorn bushes and broken limestone until it reaches a hill overlooking the valley. I know the trail well. I know every bend, every loose stone, every place where the sand gives way beneath the heel. I have dreamed of this road for 37 years. Today, I came here to die, or to kill death. At this point, I am no longer certain there is a difference. The Andalusian wind rolls over the hill, hot and dry, smelling of dust, grapes and sun-baked grass. Below me stretch the muscat orchards of my childhood. At least, I think they are my childhood orchards. There is the white chapel. There is the narrow road. There is the house where I was born. White walls. Red roof. A fig tree behind the kitchen. I know these things. I know them the way one knows facts from a book. But when I try to remember my mother's face, I see nothing. When I try to hear my father's voice, I hear wind. When I search for my own childhood laughter. The clock that followed me. There is a road in Andalusia that ends before the mountain does. No sign marks it. No fence warns travelers away. The asphalt of El Jardinito simply gives up beside a dry shoulder where truck drivers stop to piss into the weeds. From there, a strip of pale earth climbs between thorn bushes and broken limestone until it reaches a hill overlooking the valley. I know the trail well. I know every bend, every loose stone, every place where the sand gives way beneath the heel. I have dreamed of this road for 37 years. Today, I came here to die, or to kill death. At this point, I am no longer certain there is a difference. The Andalusian wind rolls over the hill, hot and dry, smelling of dust, grapes and sun-baked grass. Below me stretch the muscat orchards of my childhood. At least, I think they are my childhood orchards. There is the white chapel. There is the narrow road. There is the house where I was born. White walls. Red roof. A fig tree behind the kitchen. I know these things. I know them the way one knows facts from a book. But when I try to remember my mother's face, I see nothing. When I try to hear my father's voice, I hear wind. When I search for my own childhood laughter, someone else's laughter answers. That is what he has done to me. The old man. The one climbing the trail below. He is coming. Of course he is. He always comes. At first he is only a crooked black mark against the pale road. Then I can make out the cane. The bent shoulders. The stiff left leg he drags slightly behind the right. He stops every 30 or 40 steps to breathe. Once, he was faster. Once, I could barely escape him. London. Paris. Prague. Tangier. Buenos Aires. Every city eventually gave him back to me. Across a train platform. Behind the rain-smeared window of a cafe. Standing beneath a hotel awning at 3 in the morning. Watching from the opposite pavement. Always older. Always closer. I have spent most of my life running from a dying man. Today, I will not run. I crouch behind a limestone outcrop and open my Swiss knife. The blade flashes. The knife has been with me as long as I can remember. Strange phrase. As long as I can remember. These days, that may mean nothing at all. I test the blade against my thumb. Sharp. Good. The old man keeps climbing. I look at my wristwatch. 11:47. The second hand moves. Tick. 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 Then skips forward 3 seconds. I stare at it. The old man's footsteps scrape closer. Tick. Tick. 5 seconds vanish. My mouth goes dry. No, I whisper. I slap the watch. The hands tremble. For 37 years that watch has behaved like this whenever he is near. Time becomes frightened. That was what Borges told me. Not clocks. Time itself. The old man appears around the final bend. His head lifts. He looks directly toward the rock concealing me. And smiles. I close the knife in my fist. Come on, old man. Come and finish what you started. I first met Jorge Luis Borges in Córdoba in 1961. That, at least, is how I remember it. I was 21 years old and useless. A mediocre student at the Universidad Laboral de Córdoba. I drank too much anisado. Read too much literature. Attended too few lectures. My professors described me using charitable phrases such as unfocused and underperforming, when what they meant was lazy. I did not disagree. Literature was the exception. Borges, Neruda, Cortázar, writers who made reality seem like something temporarily agreed upon. When the notice appeared announcing that Jorge Luis Borges himself would speak at the university, I arrived 4 hours early. I remember being first in line. I remember sitting in the front row. I remember the auditorium filling behind me. There is only one problem. Years later, I found a photograph of that audience. The front row was clearly visible. And I was not in it. I did not understand the significance then. I do now. Or I think I do. Memory is an unreliable witness. Sometimes it lies. Sometimes someone teaches it to lie. Borges came onto the stage carrying his cane. The hall rose as one. He spoke for hours. Cervantes. Labyrinths. Mirrors. The arrogance of believing a story begins at its first sentence. I remember almost none of the lecture. I remember what happened afterward. 5 questions. Hundreds of hands. Borges raised his own hand and pointed. Not exactly at me. Slightly past me. His blind eyes fixed on somewhere over my right shoulder. You, he said. I turned. No one was standing behind me. His assistant approached. The gentleman is addressing you. I stood. My name is Fernandez Agustin Navarro. Borges repeated it. Slowly. Fernandez Agustin Navarro. Something changed in his face. Not recognition. Alarm. He leaned toward his assistant and whispered something. Then turned his blind eyes back toward me. Mr. Navarro, he said, we have not yet met. The audience laughed. I did not understand the joke. Borges did not laugh. But we will. A pause. And when we do, you must remember something. What, senor? His fingers tightened around the cane. Never trust a memory merely because it uses the word I. Silence. Then he smiled. The audience laughed again. I laughed too. 9 years passed before I understood that Borges had not been joking. By 1970, I lived in London. I had become a journalist. Not a good journalist, but an employed one. I worked for a tabloid that printed celebrity affairs, political scandals and lies that occasionally became true several days after publication. I rented a studio near Manchester Square. I owned 2 suits, a respectable record player, a coffee machine that leaked. I was, by my own modest standards, succeeding. Then one October morning I saw the man in the square. He was sitting on a bench beneath a sycamore tree. I noticed him because everyone else seemed not to. London was full of drifters in those years. Beards, sandals, military coats, long hair, young prophets smelling of hashish and rain. He should have disappeared among them. He did not. Something about him seemed incorrectly placed, like a word from another language printed in the middle of an English sentence. His clothes were ordinary. Striped jacket, dark trousers, heavy boots, a cap pulled low. Yet the moment I looked at him, every muscle in my body tightened. My breakfast turned cold in my stomach. He raised his head. Our eyes met. The clock above the pharmacy across the street stopped. I heard it. A tiny mechanical click. Impossible from that distance. Yet I heard it clearly. The man's expression changed. Not anger. Not recognition. Something worse. Relief. He stood. I walked faster. So did he. I turned onto George Street. Footsteps behind me. Slow. Steady. I told myself not to run. Running would make me ridiculous. Running would admit there was something to fear. Then I passed a shop window and saw our reflections. Mine in front. His 20 yards behind. Except in the glass. He was standing directly beside me. I ran. No dignity. No hesitation. I ran like an animal fleeing fire. Across George Street. Around Thayer. Through traffic. A taxi missed me by inches. People shouted. I kept going until my lungs burned and my stomach convulsed. At the next corner I looked back. Empty pavement. No man. No footsteps. No stopped clocks. I laughed. Not because anything was funny. Because laughter was preferable to screaming. For the next hour, I convinced myself it had been a panic attack. By 10 o'clock, I almost believed it. Then my editor dropped an assignment on my desk. Borges. New book. London presentation. Interview if possible. I stared at the page. A strange thought entered my mind. Not I will see Borges again. Something colder. He kept his promise. Borges remembered me. That is the detail that destroyed the possibility of coincidence. The conference hall was crowded with reporters. I stood near the front. Borges answered questions beneath an assault of flashbulbs. Then, halfway through an answer, he stopped. His head turned. Those sightless eyes settled on me. Navarro. The room quieted. My skin tightened. Yes, Senor Borges? 9 years. He smiled slightly. You are late. Several reporters laughed. I did not. Afterward, his assistant gave me an address. 6 o'clock. A hotel near Bloomsbury. Come alone, the assistant said. Then, after a hesitation, and do not bring a watch. I laughed. He did not. Borges's hotel room contained perhaps 200 books. And not a single visible clock. That was the first thing I noticed. Watches. Alarm clocks. The mantel clock. Even the small clock built into the bedside radio. All had been wrapped in black cloth. Borges sat beside the window drinking Colombian coffee. Mr. Navarro. He gestured toward the chair opposite him. Sit. I did. He tilted his head. You brought a watch. My hand instinctively covered my wrist. How did you know? I can hear it. I removed it. He frowned. No. What? That is not yours. I looked at my watch. Brown leather strap. Silver case. Scratched crystal. I've owned it for years. Where did you buy it? I opened my mouth. No answer came. Borges leaned back. Precisely. He asked me about the man in Manchester Square. I had not told him. I felt suddenly cold. You saw him today, Borges said. How could you possibly know that? Because yesterday he was here. My chair creaked as I shifted backward. Borges raised one hand. Please, if he meant to kill me yesterday, I would not be drinking Colombian coffee today. Who is he? Borges sighed. I once called him quietus est. The Latin sounded unpleasant in his mouth. Although that is not his name. What is his name? He has none. He reached toward a drawer. From it he removed a thin folder tied with red string. I spent many years studying creatures invented by human beings. Dragons, sphinxes, doppelgangers, creatures born from fear, religion, boredom and bad digestion. His smile faded. Quietus est was the only creature I removed because I became convinced humanity had not invented him. Borges untied the folder. Inside were copies of old manuscripts, photographs of carvings, translations. One showed a human figure standing beside a sundial. Another depicted a man at the foot of a deathbed. Another, a row of people fleeing while the same solitary figure walked behind them. He appears in places separated by centuries. Borges said, Sumer, Alexandria, Cordoba, Prague. No mythology agrees on what he is, only on what he does. And what does he do? Borges turned his face toward me. He comes near death. I swallowed. As a messenger? Perhaps. To kill? Perhaps. To warn people? Perhaps. I became irritated. Then what do you know? Borges smiled sadly. That people who see him begin to misunderstand time. He tapped one of the manuscripts. They notice clocks behaving strangely, missing minutes, Repeated hours. Shadows moving too quickly. My wrist tingled where the watch had rested. They also lose memories. I stopped breathing. Why? No one knows. Borges poured more coffee. Some texts claim he takes memories because memory is how human beings measure a life. Remove enough memories and 70 years can feel like 7 minutes. He paused. Others suggest something more interesting. What? That he does not steal memories. Borges leaned toward me. He catches them. I stared at him. What does that mean? Imagine walking behind someone through deep snow. Their footprints fill your path. After many miles, you might forget which tracks belong to them and which belong to you. A chill moved across my shoulders. Borges continued. The ancient texts call certain people the luminous, people able to perceive the wanderer. Why me? That is the wrong question. Then what is the right one? Borges's face became very still. Why can he perceive you? Before I could answer, something clicked beneath the black cloth covering the bedside clock. Once. Then again. Borges went pale. He whispered. He is downstairs. I stood. What? Borges raised a finger to his lips. From somewhere beyond the hotel room door came the soft tap of a walking stick. Tap. Pause. Tap. Pause. Tap. Borges gripped my arm. If you see him, do not let him touch your wrist. Why? The tapping stopped outside the door. Borges whispered. Because when two clocks touch, one must become the other. The handle began to turn. Borges suddenly shouted. Bathroom. I ran. Locked myself inside. Pressed both hands over my mouth. The hotel room door opened. Silence. Then footsteps. One person entered. A second followed. I know what I heard. One person walking normally. The other limping. They stood outside the bathroom. Someone breathed against the door. Then Borges spoke. But not to me. Still wandering? No answer. You should have listened in Cordoba. A low sound. Almost a groan. Borges continued. You cannot keep his life forever. The bathroom mirror fogged. Words appeared across the glass. Not written by a finger. Forming from beneath the silver. Fernandez Agustin Navarro. I stumbled backward. The handle moved. Once. Twice. Then stopped. Several minutes later Borges knocked. He is gone. I opened the door. The hotel room was empty except for Borges. What happened? He had removed the black cloth from one clock. Its hands were spinning backward. Borges said, "You need to leave London." I did not leave. That was my first mistake. My second was believing doors could protect me. 2 nights later, I rented room B6 in a cheap hotel. Basement level. One window at pavement height. Yellow streetlight leaking through dirty glass. I remember searching for the key. I remember feeling him nearby. I remember unlocking the door anyway. The room smelled of dust. Damp carpet. Old tobacco. Then something moved near the bed. A man sat on the mattress. A white sheet covered his head and shoulders. A rope hung from one hand. For one insane second, I thought he was dead. Then the sheet turned toward me. I backed away. The figure stood. The rope dropped. A hand emerged from beneath the sheet. Wait. I froze. The voice sounded young. Frightened. Not monstrous. Please. The sheet slipped. I saw part of a face. Dark hair. Tears. Then every clock in the hotel began ringing. Not only alarm clocks. Telephones. Elevator bells. The reception buzzer. Even fire alarms. A deafening metallic storm. The man lunged toward me. I tried to open the door. My hand slipped. He grabbed my wrist. The instant his skin touched mine, I saw a house in Andalusia. A woman washing a red carpet in the street. A boy stealing grapes. A father shaving beside a cracked mirror. A white chapel. A Sunday sermon. A girl named Lucia laughing beneath a fig tree. None of these memories were mine. Yet I knew them. I knew the smell of that house. The texture of the stone floor. The name of the priest. I screamed. The man screamed too. We tore apart. I ran. Behind me he shouted, "Don't go." Then something stranger. "My name is Fernandez." I ran until dawn. By morning, the memories remained. That was when my real life ended. I became a fugitive. At first, I continued calling myself Fernandez Agustin Navarro. I used the same passport. Same bank accounts. Same signature. But little fractures began appearing. My landlord asked why my Spanish identification listed brown eyes when mine were gray. I told him the document was wrong. At a passport office in Paris, a clerk stared at my birth date. "You look very young for 38. Good genes," I joked. 10 years later, another clerk said the same. Then another. In 1981, I found a photograph from my London newsroom. My colleagues had aged. One was dead. One had gone bald. I looked exactly the same. I burned the photograph. The old man aged for both of us. Whenever he appeared, he was older, more exhausted, more desperate, and always, when he came close, memories arrived. His memories. Though I did not understand that yet. In Vienna, he touched my shoulder on a tram. I remembered breaking my left arm at age 11. My left arm had never been broken. In Warsaw, I saw him across a frozen station. I suddenly remembered my mother's funeral. I had never known my mother was dead. In Istanbul, he cornered me in a bathhouse. For 3 seconds our eyes met. I remembered making love to a woman named Elena in a room overlooking Cordoba. I could describe a scar beneath her breast. I did not know who Elena was. The memories accumulated. Mine disappeared. I forgot my first editor's face. Forgot where I had studied. Forgot the layout of my London apartment. Eventually I forgot what my own voice sounded like when I was young. But I remembered Andalusia perfectly. Or rather, I remembered fragments of someone's Andalusia. White chapel. Muscat grapes. Fig tree. Hot wind. Never faces. Never conversations. Only impressions. Like photographs left too long in sunlight. I blamed the old man. Who else could have done it? He was stealing me. One memory at a time. I tried to contact Borges. Letters returned unanswered. Telephone calls reached hotels after he had left. Assistants refused to speak to me. He traveled constantly. Geneva, Madrid, Buenos Aires, Rome. Perhaps he was running too. That thought became an obsession. I bought every book he published. I searched them for instructions. Mirrors, labyrinths, immortality, doubles, men who dreamed other men, men who discovered they were characters inside someone else's imagination. I became convinced Borges was speaking directly to me. Then, in 1983, I found Shakespeare's Memory. I bought it in Budapest. Rain hammered the windows of my rented room. I read the title story once. Then again. Then a third time. A man receives Shakespeare's memories. At first, they are a gift. Then they begin replacing his own. He remembers the dead poet's world more clearly than his own life. Language changes. Identity dissolves. Another man's past invades the present. Halfway through my fourth reading, I noticed something. A sentence I was certain had not been there before. It read, "A memory does not care who remembers it." I closed the book, opened it. The sentence remained. I read further. Another line. The thief may eventually believe himself robbed. My heart began pounding. I turned the page. A final sentence appeared alone near the bottom. Return what you have carried. The electricity went out. Darkness filled the room. Across the street, a match flared. For a fraction of a second, I saw the old man's face illuminated behind a window. Older now. Gray hair. Hollowed cheeks. Watching. I fled Budapest that night. But Borges had planted something in my mind. A question. What if the memories were not being taken from me? What if they were being added? Years passed. Then decades. I stopped counting countries. I traveled wherever roads permitted. Sometimes I worked. Sometimes stole. Sometimes slept outside. I avoided doctors because they asked why I never aged. I avoided lovers because photographs became dangerous. I stopped introducing myself with a surname. Later, with any name. The old man kept coming. Slower each year. His cane appeared sometime in the 1990s. The limp worsened. His hair whitened. His face collapsed inward. And still, he followed. There was something obscene about his persistence. I began dreaming about him. In the dreams, he stood beside a gigantic clock with no numbers. Only names. Thousands of names arranged around the face. The hand moved from one to another. Whenever it stopped, someone screamed. Sometimes the old man stood beside the clock. Sometimes Borges. Sometimes me. And sometimes there was no difference between us. I would wake with the Swiss knife in my hand, and the watch ticking beside my ear. Tick, tick, tick. I tried throwing the watch away. Rome, into the Tiber. The next morning it was on my wrist. I buried it in Morocco. Found it beneath my pillow in Lisbon. I smashed it with a brick outside Marseille. 3 days later, it was repaired. Not replaced. Repaired. The same scratch across the crystal. Eventually, I surrendered. If the watch wanted me, it could have me. Then the old man made his mistake. He went home. Andalusia. I recognized the valley from my memories. My memories. I told myself that repeatedly. My valley. My chapel. My road. My house. He had spent years stripping them from me. Now he had returned to the place where it began. Why? Because he was tired. Because he wanted the chase to end. So did I. I bought a plane ticket to Malaga. Then a bus. Then another. For the first time in decades, I stopped fleeing and let him see where I was going. The road drew both of us home. Now he stands 20 feet away. Bent almost double. His breathing rattles. I step from behind the rock. The old man stops. His eyes move to the knife. Then my face. His expression is almost affectionate. You came back, he says. His voice shocks me. I know it. I have heard it in dreams. Don't, I say. Don't what? Pretend. He smiles. I haven't the energy. You've been following me for almost 40 years. Longer. You stole my life. His smile disappears. No. My memories. No. You took them. The old man looks toward the valley. I wondered when Borges's trick would finally wear thin. I move closer. Say his name again. Borges? The knife touches beneath his jaw. Tell me what you did. He does not flinch. I followed you. I know. No. He looks into my eyes. You don't. My wristwatch skips forward. 11:55. 6 minutes gone. I press the blade harder. A bead of blood appears. Talk. The old man laughs. Quietly. Painfully. You still think this story belongs to you. I almost cut him. He says. My name is Fernandez Agustin Navarro. Everything inside me goes still. Liar. I was born in the house below us. That's my house. My father's name was Esteban. The name strikes something inside me. A door. My mother was Rosalia. Another door. My sister Clara drowned when she was 7. An image flashes. A blue ribbon floating in irrigation water. I stagger. The old man continues. I stole grapes from Don Mateo's vineyard. Father beat me with his belt. I broke my left arm jumping from the chapel wall when I was 11. I kissed Lucia Benavides behind the fig tree when I was 15. She slapped me because my breath smelled of anisado. I know all of it. I remember all of it. But as he speaks, something terrible becomes obvious. He remembers the moments around the memories. I do not. I remember Lucia's laughter. He remembers what she said afterward. I remember the broken arm. He remembers the doctor who said it. I remember his mother's funeral. He remembers which relatives attended. My memories are photographs. His are rooms. I shake my head. No. He reaches slowly inside his coat. I raise the knife. Careful. He removes a plastic sleeve. Inside is an old photograph. Black and white. A university auditorium. Cordoba. 1961. Borges on the stage. Students in the first rows. The old man taps one face. A young man. 21. Dark hair. Thin. Nervous. Me. No. Not me. Him. Fernandez. I stare. That could be anyone. Look behind me. I do. At first, nothing. Then I notice a figure standing at the rear of the auditorium. Tall. Slightly blurred. Everyone else is seated. The figure faces the stage. Borges's blind head is turned directly toward it. Toward me. I stop breathing. The old man says, "That was the first time Borges sensed you." No. He didn't point at me. No. He pointed behind me. No. He said, "We have not yet met." I swing the knife. He catches my wrist. The instant our skin touches, the hill disappears. Dash dash dash. Cordoba. 1961. I am standing at the back of the auditorium. I do not know my name. I have no name. There is a watch in my hand. One name is etched beneath the glass. Fernandez Agustin Navarro. I watch the young student in the front row. Something shines around him. Not light. Time. His life burns around him like heat above asphalt. I begin walking toward him. Then Borges stops speaking. His blind face turns toward me. For the first time in centuries, someone looks back. Not at my victim. At me. I stop. Borges whispers into the microphone. "We have not yet met." The memory breaks. Dash dash dash. London. 1970. Manchester Square. The man on the bench is Fernandez. Not me. He is crying. A medical letter is clenched in his hand. Severe depressive illness. Suicidal ideation. He has spent the morning deciding whether to step beneath a bus. Then he sees me across the square. Quietus est. Death walking in human skin. His despair recognizes me instantly. He stands. I run. Not him. Me. Because Borges taught me fear. The memory breaks. Dash dash dash. Room B6. Fernandez sits on the bed. Rope in his hand. Sheet over his head. He has prepared the ceiling pipe. He intends to die. Then the door opens. I enter. He sees death. He reaches for me. I flee. He grabs my wrist. Our memories collide. The memory breaks. Dash dash dash. Borges's hotel. The bathroom door. I am inside. Borges is outside with Fernandez. No. With me. Which one? The memory shudders. Borges speaks to someone. You cannot keep his life forever. Then, a labyrinth does not imprison a man by walls. It imprisons him by convincing him every turn was his decision. Borges knew. He knew what happened when I touched Fernandez. Quietus collects the memories of those approaching death. Usually only fragments. final impressions. Childhood, regret, love, fear. But Fernandez survived. So the transfer never ended. Year after year, each encounter added another piece of him to me, until I no longer remembered what I was. Borges understood before either of us. And then Borges did something monstrous. Beautiful. Ingenious. He gave the monster a story. A human identity. A maze constructed from first-person memories. He taught death to believe it was being hunted. The memory breaks. Dash dash dash. The hill returns. I rip my wrist from the old man's grasp. My knife falls into the sand. No. Fernandez collapses to one knee. That is why I chased you. You were trying to kill me. I was trying to catch death. His laughter turns into coughing. I spent my youth trying to die. Then I spent my old age trying to reach the only thing that kept running away. You feared me. At first. He looks toward the valley. Then I understood. What? You cannot take someone who wants you. I stare at him. The ancient texts were wrong about that. He says, Borges discovered it. Quietus comes for those nearing death. But desire confuses the mechanism. A man running from death gives death direction. He looks back at me. A man chasing it makes death run. My watch ticks louder. 11:58. Borges saved you, I whisper. No. Fernandez smiles. He saved himself first. I think of Borges's long life. His travels. His stories about doubles and mirrors and men dreaming men. How? He made you curious. Fernandez nods toward my head. Curiosity is just another road. He kept giving you labyrinths to walk through. He used me. He used stories against the thing that feeds on human endings. And you? I was collateral. Bitterness crosses his face. For years I hated him. Then it vanishes. But I lived. The watch skips. 11:59. Fernandez looks at it. His expression changes. Fear. At last. Real fear. He whispers. Ah. What? He laughs softly. Now I understand why you came back. I came to kill you. No. He looks at the watch. You came because my time is actually ending. The second hand reaches 12. Stops. The entire valley becomes silent. No insects. No wind. No distant engines. Nothing. Fernandez closes his eyes. I have 1 minute. How do you know? Because now I can hear your clock. He opens his eyes. For the first time in decades, I see the young man beneath the old face. Do it. I step backward. No. His expression hardens. You spent 37 years wanting this. I was wrong. So? I don't know what happens. I do. He points to himself. I die. Then to me. And you remember what you are. I don't want to. That is not my problem. I look toward the house below. The white chapel. The vineyards. None of it belongs to me. Nothing belongs to me. I have no parents. No childhood. No university. No profession. No country. No birthday. I am made of endings. A creature stitched together from the last things human beings refuse to surrender. Fernandez rises with difficulty. He walks toward me. I retreat. He keeps coming. Stop. He does not. Fernandez, stop. His eyes fill with tears. Please. I realize he is not begging me. He is begging for me. The old man reaches for my wrist. I move away. He smiles. There you are. What? The Wanderer. My watch begins ticking backward. 58. 59. 60. Fernandez lunges. I catch him by the throat. We fall. The knife lies several feet away. He does not fight. That terrifies me. I tighten my hands. He closes his eyes. No. I release him. He grabs my wrists and forces my hands back against his throat. Finish it. No. His face reddens. Finish. I pull away again. Fernandez screams. Not from pain. From fury. You coward. He hits me. The old man strikes death. I stare at him. He hits me again. 40 years. Again. I followed you across half the world. Again. I lost everyone. Again. I buried everyone. His fist weakens. And you. He begins to cry. You still look exactly the same. My watch ticks. 17. 18. 19. Fernandez looks at the valley one final time. The wind returns. Hot Andalusian air touches his face. He smiles. I remembered enough for both of us. 10. 9. He closes his eyes. 8. 7. I place my hands around his throat. 6. 5. He whispers. Thank you. 4. I squeeze. 3. His pulse jumps beneath my thumbs. 2. His body relaxes. 1. The watch stops. Fernandez Agustin Navarro dies beneath me. And his entire life enters my mind. Not fragments. Everything. His mother's face. His father's voice. Clara drowning. Lucia's slap. University. London. Doctors. Pills. Rope. Fear. Loneliness. The absurd hope that someday he might catch death and convince it to finish what illness had begun. 40 years of pursuit. 40 years of growing old while the thing ahead of him remained young. I scream. The valley screams with me. Then. Nothing. Dash dash dash. For a long time, I sit on Fernandez's chest. The wind passes over us. Eventually I stand. My hands ache. The muscat orchards below no longer feel like home. They are beautiful. That is all. I look at the white chapel. No emotion. The house. Nothing. The fig tree. Nothing. Fernandez's memories remain perfectly accessible. But they have changed. They are files in a cabinet. Not mine. At last, the labyrinth has a map. I look at my wrist. The watch face is blank. No hands. No numbers. Only glass. Then something appears beneath the surface. Letters. A name. I read it. A woman. Someone I have never met. Below the name appears a place. Seville. Then a time. Tomorrow. 4:17 a.m. I begin laughing. Not because anything is funny. Because now I remember the sound. I have laughed like this for thousands of years. I pick up the Swiss knife. It was never Fernandez's. It was mine. I remember where it came from. Switzerland. 1889. A watchmaker who saw me standing outside his bedroom window. He had begged for 12 more minutes. I gave him 6. I close the blade. The sun is beginning to descend. I look once more at Fernandez. For 37 years I called him the Wanderer. I was wrong. He had a destination. He always did. I am the one without one. I begin walking downhill. Past the limestone. Past the thorn bushes. Toward El Jardinito Road. At the bottom, a bus will come. If it does not, another will. Roads are patient things. So am I. Somewhere in Seville, a woman is awake at night. Perhaps she is ill. Perhaps frightened. Perhaps standing beside a balcony. Perhaps she has already begun wondering how much time she has left. Soon she will notice clocks behaving strangely. Soon she will see someone across the street who seems slightly misplaced. She will look away, then look back, and I will be closer. The road disappears behind me as darkness settles over the valley. For the first time in decades, no one follows. That should feel like freedom. Instead, it feels like hunger. I hear the watch begin ticking again. And I wander. The day the masks came back. On summer day, even the gallows were supposed to rest. That was what everyone in Milham's Ford believed. 4 times a year, the exarch allowed his subjects to pretend they were free. No public whippings for swearing. No arrests for dancing without permission. No fingers broken for gambling. No tongues pierced for singing bawdy songs after dusk. For one bright day, the 500 laws loosened their grip around the town's throat. The gallows were decorated with ribbons. Children played beneath them, and the masked inquisitors stayed away. Usually, Briella watched the festival from a crack in the attic wall of a dead alchemist's house. From 3 streets away came fiddles, drums, shouting, laughter. The smells reached her too. Roasted onions, hot bread, fat dripping from meat, spiced wine. Her stomach clenched so violently she had to press both hands against it. She had eaten half a crust since yesterday. 5 days had passed since Briella had been called Rose. 5 days since her masters had tried to sell a kitchen boy to pay a gambling debt. 5 days since something inside her had finally broken. She remembered blood on the dining room tiles. Her mistress screaming at her husband. Her master lifting the carving knife. Briella remembered whispering into their minds. Not commands. Suggestions. Little pushes. She despises you. He means to kill you. Strike first. She had learned that night how little effort it took to turn hatred into murder. They had killed each other before either realized someone else had placed the thoughts inside their skulls. Then Erisa had found Briella kneeling between the bodies. Erisa had looked at the blood. Looked at the girl. and said, "Rose is a slave's name." That was the night Briella became Briella. It was also the night she became a blood witch. A sound came from beneath her. Tap. Tap tap. Pause. Tap tap. 5 knocks. Briella froze. Arisa. The 5-beat signal was hers. She crawled toward the attic hatch and lifted it only 2 inches. "Bread?" she whispered. A pale eye stared up through the gap. Then a cheerful voice answered. "Better." Briella nearly dropped the hatch. Skeppy climbed through a moment later. He was young for a warlock. Perhaps 30, perhaps less. Thin shoulders, white blonde hair. He seemed to have cut himself with a kitchen knife. A smile much too relaxed for a man whose kind were burned alive when discovered. At his belt hung a narrow silver dagger studded with aquamarines. The fish's dagger. Briella had heard Arisa mention it. She had also heard Arisa say never to touch it. Skeppy took one look at Briella and frowned. "You look like a corpse that has reconsidered." "I feel worse." "Good. Hunger means you are alive." He tossed her an apple. She caught it with both hands and bit so deeply that juice ran down her chin. Skeppy watched. Excellent manners. Briella glared at him while chewing. "What are you doing here?" "Taking you to Summerday." She stopped chewing. Outside, the crowd roared with laughter. Briella slowly lowered the apple. "You've mistaken me for someone who isn't wanted by slave traders. The Red Anvil wants you. The Inquisitors will want me once they learn what happened. Then we should make sure they don't." Skeppy crouched beside her. "Arisa can teach you how to survive alone. Apricus can teach you how to hurt people. I can teach you something more useful." "What?" He smiled. "How not to exist. Dash dash dash." The first lesson began downstairs. The abandoned alchemist's house smelled of mold, dead rats, and old chemicals. Glass vessels still crowded shelves beneath blankets of dust. Strange brown stains climbed the laboratory walls. Someone had once painted astrological circles across the ceiling, but damp had eaten half the symbols away. Skeppy unsheathed his dagger. Briella stepped back. "Give me your hand." "No." An excellent instinct, unfortunately, useless. He held up his own palm. A scar crossed it in the shape of a closed eye. "A half moon," he said. "Cut it here. Feed the wound 1 drop more blood than it wants. For an hour, eyes will slide away from you." "Invisibility?" "Not exactly." "What's the difference?" "Invisibility means they cannot see you." He placed the knife point against his scar. "This means they see you and decide you are nothing." Briella did not like that answer. Skeppy seemed delighted by her discomfort. He demonstrated the cut on himself. Blood welled along the crescent. For an instant nothing happened. Then Briella blinked. She knew Skeppy stood in front of her. She could hear his breathing. Could smell leather and wine. But whenever she tried to focus on his face, her attention wandered. To the window. To a dead spider on the floor. To the apple core in her hand. Her mind simply refused to hold him. Briella swallowed. "That is horrible." Skeppy reappeared as soon as he closed the cut with a whisper and a touch. "That," he said, "is useful." He offered her the dagger. Briella hesitated, then cut. Pain flashed through her hand. The alchemist's laboratory sharpened unnaturally. Every crack in the walls, every floating speck of dust, every dark corner. But when she looked into a tarnished mirror, nothing looked back. Not empty air. Something stranger. Her reflection was there, but her eyes kept moving away from it. She could not force herself to remember her own face. Briella stitched the wound shut in panic. Her reflection returned. Skeppy was grinning. "First mistake." "What?" "You closed it because you frightened yourself." "I disappeared." "No, you discovered how easy it is to be forgotten." He sheathed the dagger. "Come, before you become philosophical." Milham's Ford had transformed. Banners crossed the streets. Market stalls crowded every open space. For once, noblemen walked shoulder to shoulder with laborers without ordering anyone whipped for touching their sleeves. Children chased wooden hoops between vendors. Musicians played badly and loudly. A drunk butcher had climbed onto a barrel and was reciting a love poem to a pig. Briella almost laughed. Almost. Then she saw 3 iron cages mounted beside the gallows. Empty. Waiting. Skeppy noticed her looking. Summer day decorations. Those aren't decorations. Everything is decoration until someone dies in it. He bought them roasted turkey and watered wine. Briella ate so fast she burned her tongue. For perhaps 20 minutes she forgot about murder. Forgot about slave traders. Forgot blood magic. She became a hungry girl at a festival. Then a puppeteer shouted from across the square. "Children, scoundrels, future criminals, Lad and Laurel are about to have terrible dreams." Skeppy stopped walking. Briella groaned. "No. You know them?" "Every child knows them." 2 painted marionettes appeared above a small wooden stage. Lad and Laurel Lawbreaker. Identical twins in striped clothes. Designed by some government-minded craftsman to teach children that disobedience led inevitably to pain. The crowd of children cheered. The puppeteer made Lad dance. Laurel scolded him. Their strings tangled. Both puppets collapsed. The children screamed with laughter. Skeppy laughed too. Then the show turned to nightmares. "What frightens you while you sleep?" Lad asked. A boy shouted, "Wolves." A girl said, "A giant with teeth in his stomach." Someone yelled, "My grandmother." Even the adults laughed. Then a thin girl near the front raised her hand. Briella noticed her because she was not smiling. She might have been 9. Possibly 10. Her hair had been hacked short unevenly. Perhaps after lice. "What frightens you?" Laurel asked. The girl did not answer immediately. Then, "The people who stand beside my bed." The laughter died. The puppeteer hesitated. Lad leaned forward. "What people? They don't have faces." Someone in the audience chuckled nervously. The girl continued. "They come after mother falls asleep." Briella felt Skeppy become still beside her. "They have no eyes," the child said, "but they watch me." No one laughed now. No mouths, but they whisper. What do they whisper? Asked the puppeteer. My thoughts. Skeppy looked at Briella. The girl hugged herself. They tell me what I'm afraid of before I know I'm afraid of it. The puppeteer tried to recover the performance. Well, dreams are silly things. They put chains around my neck. The girl's voice broke. And every night, one of them asks where the witches are. Briella stopped breathing. Skeppy's hand closed around her wrist. The puppeteer immediately announced an intermission. He fled behind a cloth curtain. Skeppy pulled Briella with him. What are you doing? She hissed. Learning. You said we were eating. We ate. Before she could object, he carved the concealment sigil into her palm. Then his own. The world looked away from them. They slipped behind the stage unseen. Skeppy picked up Lad. He handed Laurel to Briella. No. Yes. I don't know how. Neither does the government. He raised Lad. The puppet popped above the stage. Good news, Skeppy cried in a ridiculous voice. We have returned from urinating. The children exploded with laughter. Briella stared at him. Skeppy nudged her. She raised Laurel. Lad, Briella improvised. You weren't supposed to tell them that. More laughter. The tension loosened. Only the thin girl remained silent. Skeppy made Lad turn toward her. What is your name? Mara. Mara, Lad said, would you like us to make the faceless people go away? Briella glanced sharply at Skeppy. The child nodded. Skeppy whispered without moving his lips. Cut yours open again. My hand? Another symbol. No. Briella. Something in his voice had changed. Not playful now. Afraid. That frightened her more than anything else. He drew the fish sign into his palm. Then hers. Two crossing curves. A tail. An eye made from one bright bead of blood. The festival vanished. Dash dash dash. Briella fell upward. There was no sky. No ground. No direction except terror. She landed on something soft. Bed sheets. Mara's bed stood alone in darkness. Around it stood hundreds of people. Gray cloaks. Gray masks. No openings for eyes. No holes for mouths. Yet all of them faced Briella. Horses breathed somewhere beyond the dark. Skeppy appeared beside her. His joking expression was gone. Do not run. What are they? You know. Inquisitors? The part of them that dreams. One masked head turned. Then another. Then hundreds. Briella heard a whisper inside her skull. Rose. Her knees nearly gave way. No one had called her that since Arisa renamed her. Skeppy grabbed her arm. Do not answer. Rose. Closer now. One of the faceless figures stepped forward. Unlike the others, it wore a silver chain around its throat. At the end hung a small iron sun. Skeppy whispered words Briella did not understand. Old words. Words that sounded like stones grinding beneath deep water. The shadows trembled. The Inquisitors recoiled. All except the one with the iron sun. It tilted its head. Skeppy's voice rose. Blood streamed from his fish sign. The dream shook. Cracks spread through the darkness. The faceless crowd peeled backward as if dragged into a storm. Horses screamed. Masks vanished. Cloaks vanished. The nightmare collapsed. But the Iron Sun Inquisitor remained. It stood at the foot of Mara's bed, watching. Skeppy's incantation faltered. The creature raised one gloved finger, pointed at Skeppy, then Briella, and although the mask had no mouth, she heard it clearly. "Found you." Skeppy slammed his bleeding palm against Briella's forehead. The world shattered. Dash dash dash. She awoke behind the puppet stage with blood pouring from her nose. Outside, the children were still waiting. Only seconds had passed. Skeppy looked pale. "Did you see?" "No." "You did." "No." "The one with." "No." His eyes warned her. "Not here." He raised Lad again. The puppet addressed Mara. "Do you remember what frightened you?" Mara frowned. "My brother snores." The children laughed. Briella stared. "Mara," she said through Laurel, "the faceless people." "What faceless people?" Skeppy squeezed Briella's wrist hard enough to hurt. They ended the performance immediately. Once they were several streets away. Briella rounded on him. "You erased her memory. I removed the door they were using. She deserved to remember what happened to her. Memory is not sacred. It belongs to her. So does a tumor." Briella recoiled. Skeppy exhaled. That was cruelly put. It was monstrous. Perhaps. For once, he did not smile. Listen carefully. Fear leaves tracks in dreams. The Inquisitors have learned to follow them. That thing saw us. I know. You said they couldn't. I was wrong. The admission terrified her. Skeppy looked toward the crowded square. For years I thought fear was the lantern they hunted by. Remove fear. Extinguish the lantern. And? Perhaps darkness is easier to notice than light. A bell rang somewhere. Not a festival bell. Iron. Heavy. 3 strikes. People began moving aside. Chains rattled. Skeppy cursed. The red anvil had arrived. Dash dash dash. Inga Torsten rode at the center of her slavers like a war queen. Her red braid circled her head. Iron manacles hung from her saddle. 20 men and women marched around her with clubs, hooks, ropes and dead ledgers. They had not come to celebrate. They had come shopping. Briella's mouth dried. Inga had visited her masters twice. The second time, she had examined Briella's teeth. What if she recognizes me? She will. What? Of course she will, which is why we will not let her look. Skeppy reopened the crescents in their palms. Attention slid away from them. They entered the crowd. For several seconds it worked. They passed within 10 feet of a red anvil man. 5, 3. Briella could hear the man chewing. Then Inga's horse stopped. The animal turned its head directly toward Briella. Its nostrils flared. Briella froze. Inga frowned. Easy. The horse backed away. Its eyes rolled white. Briella felt warm blood trickling down her palm. Skeppy dragged her onward. The horse screamed. Not neighed. Screamed. It reared so violently that Inga nearly fell. And for one impossible instant, Briella saw something reflected in the animal's enormous black eye. A gray mask. Behind her. She spun. Nothing. Move, Skeppy whispered. They ran. Behind them, Inga shouted. Search the square. Dash dash dash. The main festival performance had already begun. A jester announced 4 masters of nature. A fire eater. A maker of golems. A man with lightning trapped inside a glass sphere. And finally, Una, the water worker. Briella stopped. Una stood barefoot upon the rim of the town fountain. White hair moved around her shoulders despite the still air. Her eyes were almost colorless. She lifted one hand. The fountain rose. Not splashed. Rose. A pillar of water climbed 20 feet into the air. The crowd gasped. Una turned her wrist. The pillar became a serpent. Children shrieked delightedly as the transparent creature coiled above them. Another motion. A stag. Then a flock of birds. Then a woman carrying a child. The shapes dissolved and reformed without a drop touching the ground. Skeppy whispered. She's real. Briella smiled despite herself. Then Una formed a final shape. A mask. Gray water stretched over an invisible face. No eyes. No mouth. Skeppy went rigid. Una's expression changed. She had not intended to make it. The water had moved on its own. 3 iron bells sounded. Every dog in Milham's Ford began barking. The festival fell silent. A horse entered the square. People moved aside before its rider without being told. Gray cloak. Gray mask. At the throat. An iron sun. Briella's blood turned cold. The faceless thing from Mara's dream had followed them into daylight. The Inquisitor stopped before the fountain. Una stepped down slowly. The mask turned toward her. Water Witch. Una did not deny it. The Inquisitor looked at the performers. Fire Witch. The Fire Eater shook her head frantically. No, Holy One, I swear, it's a trick. Air Warlock. The man with the lightning globe dropped it. Glass exploded across the stage. No. Stone Conjurer. The fake golem removed his head. A sweating actor stood inside. Look at me. It's costume leather and plaster. The Inquisitor raised one hand. Summerday protects foolishness. A pause. Not imitation of evil. Nobody moved. The Inquisitor pointed at the gallows. Hang the Air Warlock. At the old quarry road. Stone the Maker. At the bonfire pit. Burn the Fire Witch. Finally, toward the river. Drown the Water Witch. A woman in the crowd protested. It's summer day. The Inquisitor turned its mask toward her. Then celebrate. Silence. Or join them. That was all it took. People obeyed. Not guards. Not soldiers. Ordinary people. Neighbors. Bakers. Farmers. Men who had been singing 5 minutes earlier. They seized the performers because everyone preferred helping with an execution to becoming part of one. The lightning performer was dragged beneath the ribbon-covered gallows. Someone removed the ribbons first. Briella hated them for that. The rope tightened. He screamed that he was not a warlock. The trap opened. His body dropped. The rope snapped taut. Children turned away. The Inquisitor did not. At the edge of the square, Hansa and the man inside the false golem were forced against a wall. The first stone struck Hansa's shoulder. The second broke his mouth. Soon the crowd was throwing so many that Briella could no longer see the bodies. Only stones bouncing, blood spreading beneath them. The fire eater tried to run. 3 men caught her. They tied her upright to a pole she herself had decorated that morning. Someone stacked kindling around her feet. She begged them to remember her performance. Remember how they had applauded. A child began crying. The fire reached her costume. For several terrible seconds she made no sound at all. Then she began screaming. Briella moved. Skeppy caught her. No. We can help. No. They're murdering them. If you expose yourself, they murder 5. I can get to the Inquisitor. You cannot. I can get inside its head. Skeppy stared at her. That is not a head. The Inquisitor suddenly turned. Its blank mask faced directly toward them. Briella stopped breathing. The crowd moved between them. Yet the mask did not turn away. Skeppy slowly drew his dagger. The Inquisitor tilted its head. Then Una screamed. Not in fear. In rage. Everyone looked toward the river. 6 villagers had strapped her to the old ducking chair. Una's white hair hung across her face. The river beneath her was brown with sewage. The Inquisitor approached. Confess. Una laughed. It was an ugly laugh. Exhausted. Hopeless. Confess what? Your corruption. I made water dance. You commanded creation. I entertained children. You mocked the law. Una looked at the townspeople. You enjoyed it. No one met her eyes. She looked at the Inquisitor. And you hated that. The mask remained expressionless. Una smiled. All right. She leaned back against the chair. I confess. A murmur moved through the crowd. I confess that your god must be very small if he is frightened by a fountain. The Inquisitor lowered one hand. The villagers plunged her into the river. The chair disappeared beneath brown water. Bubbles erupted. 5 seconds. 10. 15. They raised her. Una coughed violently. Again, said the Inquisitor. They lowered her. Briella gripped Skeppy's arm. He shook his head. Again. Una emerged weaker. Blood ran from her nose. Again. The third time, something changed. The river stopped moving. Every ripple vanished. Leaves froze upon its surface. The ropes holding Una began twisting. Not loosening. Twisting tighter. Una's eyes opened underwater. She looked directly at Briella. Impossible. Briella was concealed. Yet Una saw her. The witch smiled beneath the water. Then the river moved backward. The entire current reversed. People screamed. Fish burst from the surface by the hundreds. Silver bodies slapped onto the banks. Some had black growths over their eyes. Others opened their mouths and revealed small human-looking teeth. The ducking chair shattered. Una rose halfway from the water. Her hair floated around her. Her skin had already gone blue. "May you drink," she whispered. Her voice somehow carried across the river. "May you drink every sin you threw into this water." The Inquisitor stepped closer. Una's gaze shifted to the gray mask. "And may you dream of me." The river swallowed her. Not downward. Sideways. Her body vanished beneath the surface. The current resumed. For several seconds nobody spoke. Then a dead fish landed at the Inquisitor's boots. Its mouth opened. A tiny human voice came from inside. "Found you." The Inquisitor crushed it beneath one heel. Skeppy dragged Briella away. They did not stop until the festival sounds had disappeared behind the hills. The abandoned barn smelled of straw, rain rot and ancient manure. Briella sat in darkness. Her hands would not stop shaking. Skeppy barred the door. "You knew." "Knew what?" "That Inquisitor was the one from the dream." "Yes." "You knew before Una died." "Yes." "And you still stayed." "Yes." "Why?" Skeppy did not answer. Briella stood. "Why?" "Because you needed to see it." She slapped him. Hard. Skeppy accepted the blow. "You dragged me into town as a lesson?" "I dragged you into town because hiding in an attic would teach you how to survive 3 more days." "And this teaches me what?" "How to survive 3 more years." "They nearly found us." "They did find us." Briella stopped. Skeppy sat heavily against a support beam. He looked older now. The humor had left his face. "In Mara's dream," he said, "the one with the iron sun saw through the concealment. I know. I have spent 11 years believing the fish's dagger could hide me from anything." He looked at his scarred palm. 11 years being wrong. Briella lowered herself onto the straw. "Then why aren't we dead?" "Because seeing and catching are different things." He drew the dagger. "I promised 2 lessons. You already showed me concealment in dreams." "No." Skeppy smiled faintly. "Dreamwalking is not the dagger's second gift." He cut the fish sign into his palm. The barn dissolved. A ballroom appeared around Briella. Gold light. Mirrors. Music from another room. 2 young painters stood before blank canvases. One was Skeppy. Younger. Poorer. Still smiling. The other was a dark-haired man with beautiful hands. "Rodrigo," said the older Skeppy, appearing beside Briella like a ghost. "My best friend." The memory unfolded. Lord Ponisk had summoned painters from across the province. A portrait commission. Enough money to live comfortably for a year. Skeppy and Rodrigo had joked together. Drank together. Stolen cakes from the noble's dining room together. Then Lord Ponisk discovered them mocking him. His punishment became entertainment. 1 competition. 2 painters. 1 commission. The loser would hang before breakfast. Briella watched the younger men locked in the ballroom. Each given charcoal. Each given paper. "Draw this room," ordered Lord Ponisk. "Make me believe I own the most beautiful ballroom in the world." The doors shut. Rodrigo worked quietly. Skeppy worked quickly. Hours passed. Then Skeppy glanced at Rodrigo's drawing. Briella saw it and understood. It was extraordinary. Rodrigo had not drawn the ballroom as it existed. He had drawn what it wanted to become. The chandelier seemed brighter, the ceiling higher. Empty space seemed filled with invisible dancers. Even in charcoal, the room breathed. Skeppy's drawing looked dead beside it. The young Skeppy stared at his friend. Rodrigo smiled. "Whatever happens," Rodrigo said, "it was a good run." Skeppy smiled back, then broke his charcoal stick. He sharpened both pieces against the floor. Rodrigo did not understand until Skeppy was already moving. Briella turned away. She heard the scream. When she looked again, Rodrigo was on the floor. Both hands covered his face. 2 pieces of charcoal protruded between his fingers. Blood spread across the drawing. Lord Ponisk entered, saw Rodrigo, saw Skeppy, saw the ruined masterpiece, and laughed. "You clever little bastard." Briella looked at Skeppy. "You murdered him." "No." The memory continued. Rodrigo was dragged away alive. Blind. Lord Ponisk chose Skeppy as his painter. Years later, Skeppy learned Rodrigo had survived. Begged. Starved. Eventually disappeared. "I told myself he would have done the same," Skeppy said. "Would he?" "No." The answer came without hesitation. Briella looked at him. "Then why show me this?" "Because this is how the fish's dagger truly hides a person." The ballroom darkened. "Not by making the world forget your body." Skeppy touched his chest. "By giving the hunter something louder to follow." Briella frowned. The memory began pouring toward him. Rodrigo's scream. Lord Ponisk's laughter. The blood. The guilt. All of it condensed into a black shape writhing beneath Skeppy's ribs. Briella understood. You can move memories. Not memories. He shook his head. Wait. The ballroom vanished. They returned to the barn. Skeppy's nose was bleeding. He wiped it with his sleeve. Fear, guilt, shame, grief, the things that make noise in dreams. Briella stared at him. During the festival, he had touched her bleeding hand. Again and again. He had healed her cuts. He had held her wrist. He had pressed his palm against her forehead. No. Skeppy smiled. Briella grabbed his shirt. What did you do? Enough. What did you take? Only what they were following. Her stomach dropped. My fear? Some. My guilt? Some. My memories? None. Skeppy. The Inquisitor is not hunting you anymore. He gently removed her hands from his shirt. It is hunting me. Briella stared at him. You planned this. Not when I came for you. When? In Mara's dream. The moment it saw us? The moment it spoke your old name. Silence. Outside, night insects had begun singing. Briella felt tears burning her eyes. You idiot. Yes. You monstrous, lying idiot. I have received worse reviews. You'll die. Probably. Then stay. If I stay, it comes here. We fight. No. We run. It follows. Arisa cannot help if she does not know where we are. Briella grabbed his wrist. I won't let you. Skeppy looked down at her hand. For the first time all day, he seemed genuinely sad. Now you understand the law of the fish. Don't get caught. No. He opened her fingers one by one. That was the beginner's version. He stood. The real law is this. He picked up his coat. When the hook comes down, make sure it takes the fish that chose the bait. Dash dash dash. Skeppy left before moonrise. He did not use concealment. That was the part Briella hated most. He simply walked down the road, hands in his pockets, whistling badly. The barn became silent. Briella sat with the fish's dagger across her knees. He had left it behind. Another thing she hated him for. Hours passed. She tried not to imagine the road. Tried not to imagine hooves. Tried not to imagine a gray mask turning toward him. She failed. Dash dash dash. Skeppy heard the horse before he saw it. He kept walking. The road ran between black fields. The festival fires glowed faintly behind him. Ahead, trees covered the hills. One rider emerged from them. Gray cloak. Gray mask. Iron sun. Skeppy stopped. So, he said. The rider dismounted. Tall. Too tall. Its proportions looked wrong now that no crowd surrounded it. The arms hung slightly too long. The mask had no openings. Yet the voice came clearly. You emptied the child. I helped her sleep. You entered a place forbidden to your kind. I go many places I'm not invited. The Inquisitor stepped closer. Skeppy's smile weakened. You took the girl's trail into yourself. Skeppy said nothing. Clever. The Inquisitor lifted one hand. You think sacrifice makes you noble? No. Skeppy looked at the road. I think it makes me useful. The mask tilted. You misunderstand. A cold feeling spread through Skeppy. We stopped following the girl the moment we saw you. His smile disappeared. The Inquisitor touched the iron sun hanging from its throat. You are the dreamer. Skeppy stepped backward. The creature continued. Children dream of us because we allow it. Behind Skeppy, something moved in the fields. Then something else. Dozens of shapes rose between the crops. Small. Child-sized. Everyone wore a gray mask. Fear opens doors, said the Inquisitor. And you, Skeppy? It extended a gloved hand. Have been opening them for years. Skeppy reached for the dagger. His hand found an empty sheath. For the first time that day, he laughed sincerely. Ah! The Inquisitor seized him. Dash dash dash. Near midnight, Briella heard 5 knocks on the barn door. Tap. Tap tap. Pause. Tap tap. She stood instantly. Skeppy? No answer. She gripped the dagger. 5 knocks again. The exact rhythm Arisa used. Briella approached. Every instinct told her not to open the door. Then a voice entered her mind. Small. Female. Familiar. Mara. Briella stopped breathing. Please. The voice was crying. There beside my bed again. Briella stepped backward. The barn door creaked. Not opening. Breathing. Wood bowed inward. 5 shallow dents appeared in the planks, like fingertips pressing from the other side. Then came Skeppy's voice. Very softly. Briella. Tears filled her eyes. Skeppy? Do you remember the first lesson? She clutched the dagger. The door trembled. Something heavy stood behind it. A horse snorted. Briella whispered, "Don't get caught." For several seconds there was silence. Then Skeppy laughed. But the laugh came from too many throats. No. A crack split the door from top to bottom. The other lesson. Briella looked down at the aquamarine dagger. At the closed eye scar in her palm. At the fish sign beneath it. She finally understood. Some things could see through invisibility. Some things could follow fear. Some things could crawl through dreams. So hiding was not enough. Running was not enough. Even forgetting was not enough. A hunter could not follow prey if the prey stopped being what it expected. Briella placed the dagger against her palm. Outside, the thing wearing Skeppy's voice whispered her old name. Rose. She cut. Not the crescent. Not the fish. A new symbol. Her own. The barn door burst inward. And Rose was nowhere to be found. By morning, travelers found the abandoned barn empty. No girl. No inquisitor. No horse. Only dried blood arranged in a strange pattern across the floor. The people of Milham's Ford spoke more eagerly about another curiosity. Every child in town had experienced the same dream. A white-haired woman stood waist-deep in a black river. Dead fish floated around her. Behind her waited hundreds of faceless riders. But this time the children were not afraid. Una raised one finger to her lips, then pointed toward a shape moving beneath the water. A girl, swimming upstream. In one hand she carried a silver dagger. And behind her, deeper in the dark, something enormous had begun to follow. Summer day ended. The gallows reopened. The 500 laws returned. The inquisitors rode again. But from that morning onward, whenever someone in Milham's Ford passed the river after midnight, they sometimes heard a young woman whispering from beneath the current. Not a prayer. Not a curse. A lesson. 3 words. Make them follow. The next story is Go to Sleep. The boy refused to look at the window. Detective Harris noticed that first. Not the bandage around the boy's wrist. Not the dried blood beneath his fingernails. Not his father's blood still staining the collar of his pajamas. The window. Every few seconds, the boy glanced toward it and immediately looked away, as if afraid something might glance back. His name was William Stanton. Everyone called him Billy. He was 9 years old. At 3:17 that morning, Billy had become the first known person to survive an encounter with the man newspapers would soon call the Smiling Killer. Detective Harris placed a recorder on the hospital table. "You don't have to tell me everything tonight." Billy said nothing. "Just what you remember." The boy's mother sat beside him. Her hand rested on his shoulder. Billy finally whispered, I woke up because my room was cold. Harris waited. My window was open. Do you remember opening it? Billy shook his head. I always lock it. What happened next? I got up. His voice became smaller. I closed it. And? I went back to bed. His mother squeezed his shoulder. Billy stared at the blanket. I thought somebody was watching me. The detective leaned forward. From where? The corner. Billy swallowed. There wasn't enough light to see him at first. What could you see? His eyes. Billy's fingers tightened around the blanket. They looked black. Black eyes? No. The boy shook his head quickly. His eyes were normal. It was around them, like he hadn't slept in forever. What else? Billy finally looked toward Harris. His smile. His mother began crying silently. Billy continued. It was too wide. The detective said nothing. He just stood there. For how long? I don't know. Did he say anything? Billy nodded. What? The boy's eyes drifted toward the window again. He told me. His breath trembled. To go to sleep. What happened then? I screamed. Billy shut his eyes. He moved really fast. The monitor beside him began beeping faster. He had a knife. His mother tried to stop the interview. Harris raised a hand gently. Billy kept talking. Dad came in. The boy's voice broke. The man threw the knife. It went into Dad's shoulder. Then? Police sirens. He ran? Billy nodded. Out the hallway. Through the back window. Detective Harris clicked off the recorder. Billy looked at him. I know him. Harris paused. What? I know his face. The boy began to cry. I've seen him before. 3 months earlier, Billy Stanton had stood across the street watching a moving truck unload the Vale family's furniture. Jeff Vale hated the neighborhood before he even stepped inside the house. Every lawn had been trimmed to exactly the same height. Every mailbox looked freshly painted. Every driveway contained cars his father would previously have complained were owned by assholes. Then Peter Vale got promoted. Suddenly the assholes were neighbors. Jeff carried a box toward the front door. His older brother Lou walked backward in front of him. You're smiling. No, I'm not. You are. I'm carrying 40 pounds of Mom's ceramic crap. Maybe suffering makes you happy. Then being related to you should make me ecstatic. Lou grinned. That was normal. Lou was the only person Jeff could insult without the insult becoming serious. They fought. They mocked each other. They stole each other's clothes. But if someone outside the family touched one of them, the other became dangerous. Their mother, Margaret, appeared in the doorway. Boys. Both answered. What? Less talking, more carrying. Lou saluted. Jeff rolled his eyes. Across the street, a woman approached with a little boy. The woman introduced herself as Barbara Stanton. The boy beside her was Billy. He looked about 9. He stared at Jeff's white hoodie. I like your jacket. Jeff looked down. It isn't a jacket. Billy frowned. Okay. Lou coughed to hide a laugh. Barbara invited the Vales to Billy's birthday party that weekend. Jeff immediately opened his mouth. His mother immediately answered for him. "We'd love to." Jeff waited until Barbara crossed the street. Then, absolutely not. Margaret did not even look at him. "You're going." "I'm 13. And? Kid's birthday party? You are also a kid." "That is slander." Lou laughed. "You're going, little man." Jeff shoved him. Lou shoved back. Their father stepped outside. "Can we survive one moving day without someone getting punched?" Lou pointed at Jeff. "Ask him." Jeff was about to answer when something strange happened. A pressure appeared behind his eyes. Not pain exactly. More like the sensation of trying to remember a word that refused to come. For 1 second, the neighborhood became very quiet. No moving truck. No birds. No Lou laughing. Nothing. Then Jeff heard his own heartbeat. 1, 2, 3. And with it came a thought. Hit him. Jeff blinked. The sounds returned. Lou was still talking. Jeff stared at his own hands. "You okay?" "Yeah. You look weird." "Thanks." "No, seriously." Jeff forced a smile. "I'm fine." That night he barely slept. The sensation returned the next morning. Jeff was sitting at breakfast. Margaret was discussing school schedules. Peter was reading emails. Lou stole bacon from Jeff's plate. Normally Jeff would have stabbed his fork toward Lou's hand. Instead, everything went quiet. That pressure appeared. The room narrowed. Jeff looked at Lou's fingers. He imagined bending one backward until... "Jeff?" Sound returned. Lou was watching him. "What? You're staring at my hand. You stole my bacon." Lou slowly returned it. "Jesus." Jeff laughed. But it sounded wrong to him. At the bus stop, he forgot about it. Until Randy appeared. Randy came over the curb on a skateboard and jumped between Jeff and Lou. The board landed with a hard clap. 2 other boys followed. Keith was skinny. Troy was built like a refrigerator with legs. Randy kicked the board into his hand. "New guys." Lou sighed. "Here we go." Randy smiled. "Neighborhood transportation tax." Jeff looked at the bus stop sign. "For sitting here?" "For being here." "That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard." Keith laughed. Randy did not. "Wallet." Lou stood. Troy moved closer. Randy produced a folding knife. That changed the atmosphere. Lou slowly raised both hands. "All right." He reached for his wallet. Jeff felt the pressure behind his eyes. Stronger. The world dimmed. His heartbeat grew enormous. Randy took Lou's wallet. Then pushed him. "Welcome to the neighborhood." Something inside Jeff whispered. Again. Jeff stood. Lou looked back. "Jeff." Randy turned. "What?" "Give it back." The 3 boys laughed. Randy approached. Jeff could barely hear him. There was only the heartbeat. And something beneath it. A calmness. An extraordinary, terrifying calmness. Randy lifted the knife. Jeff moved. Later he would remember the fight in fragments. His fist striking Randy's nose. The knife falling. Randy screaming when Jeff twisted his wrist. Keith rushing him. Jeff driving the dropped knife into Keith's sleeve and pinning his arm against the wooden bus shelter. Troy grabbing Jeff from behind. Jeff throwing his head backward and hearing cartilage crack. Then Troy on the pavement. Randy crawling away. Jeff standing over him, knife in hand. Randy's eyes had changed. The arrogance was gone. There was fear now. Jeff liked it. That was the worst part. He liked it. Lou grabbed his wrist. Jeff. The pressure vanished. Jeff looked down. Randy was crying. The bus appeared at the end of the road. Lou dragged Jeff away. They ran. Dash dash dash. You could have killed him. That evening Lou sat on Jeff's bedroom floor. Jeff lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. They had a knife. That's not what I'm talking about. They attacked us. I know. Jeff turned toward him. Then what's the problem? Lou was silent. Jeff sat up. What? You smiled. Jeff's stomach tightened. No. You did. When? When Randy started begging. Jeff looked away. Lou stood. Something's wrong. With me? I didn't say that. You didn't have to. Jeff. Get out. I'm trying to help. Get out. Lou waited. Then left. That night Jeff dreamed he was sitting at the bus stop alone. Randy lay on the pavement. But instead of blood coming from his nose, black water poured out. Randy whispered, "Why'd you stop?" Jeff woke at 3:17 a.m. Standing. Not lying in bed. Standing in front of his mirror. He did not remember getting up. His reflection was smiling. Jeff was not. At least, he did not think he was. He touched his mouth. The reflection did the same. Then, half a second too late, the reflection smiled wider. Jeff stumbled backward. The bedroom door opened. Lou appeared. Dude? Jeff looked at the mirror. Normal. Lou switched on the light. You were talking. What did I say? Lou hesitated. Go back to sleep. Jeff stared at him. Lou rubbed his arms. You kept saying it. Dash dash dash. Police came the next morning. Witnesses had seen enough of the bus stop fight to know the Vales were involved. Not enough to know who started it. Randy's parents demanded charges. Keith needed stitches. Troy had a broken nose. Randy's wrist was fractured. Jeff tried to confess. Lou stopped him. I did it. Everyone looked at him. Jeff stared. What? Lou repeated. I did it. The officer frowned. You're saying you assaulted all three? They pulled a knife. Lou rolled up his sleeves. Bruises from the struggle covered his forearms. I took it. Jeff stepped forward. That's bullshit. Margaret snapped. Jeff. It was me. Lou looked directly at him. No. Something passed between them. Jeff understood. Lou had seen the smile. He had heard Jeff speaking in his sleep. He knew something was happening. And he was buying Jeff time. The police took Lou for questioning. Jeff followed the patrol car halfway down the driveway. Lou. His brother looked back through the rear window. He raised one hand. Then the car turned. Jeff stood alone. The strange pressure returned. Only this time there was no one to hit. So it stayed inside. For 2 days, Jeff barely ate. He slept less. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Lou in the police car. Sometimes Randy was driving. Sometimes Jeff himself. By Saturday morning, Margaret decided the solution was normality. Billy's party. Jeff stared at her. What? You're going? My brother is in juvenile detention because of me. Because of Randy. You don't understand. Then help me understand. Jeff almost told her. About the silence. The heartbeat. The mirror. The smile. Instead. I don't want to go. Margaret's expression softened. You've spent 2 days in this room. Good. You need people. I had a person. She knew he meant Lou. For once she had no answer. Then she said, please. Jeff hated when she said please. It made refusing harder. Billy Stanton's birthday party was ridiculous. Cowboy decorations. Plastic pistols. Paper badges. Children running around yelling about outlaws. Jeff stood near the garden fence wearing black dress pants and the only clean thing he'd found upstairs. His white hoodie. Billy ran over and pushed a toy revolver into his hand. You're a bad guy. Why? You look grumpy. Solid legal system you've built here. Billy did not understand. Jeff sighed. Then pointed the plastic gun. Fine. Give me all your candy. Billy screamed happily and ran. Against his will. Jeff started having fun. For nearly 20 minutes, the pressure disappeared. He chased children around the yard. Pretended to die dramatically when shot. Billy laughed so hard he fell over. Jeff found himself laughing too. A normal laugh. Warm. He had almost forgotten that sound. Then came the rolling wheels. Skateboard wheels. Jeff stopped. Randy stood beyond the side gate. Keith beside him. Troy behind. No parents could see them from the back corner. Randy smiled through the fading bruises. Cowboy Jeff. Jeff dropped the toy pistol. Go home. We need to talk. I don't. Randy showed him a photograph. Lou. Getting into the police car. Your brother looks good in cuffs. The pressure returned. Jeff clenched his fists. Not here. Why? Randy looked around. Afraid the babies will see? Keith opened the side gate. Troy stepped through. Jeff backed toward the detached garage. I'm not fighting you. Randy laughed. Sure you are. They rushed him. The first punch split Jeff's lip. The second drove him into the garage wall. He fought back. But this time they were prepared. Troy had a length of wood. Keith had pepper spray. Randy carried the same folding knife. Jeff took a blow across the ribs. Another against the shoulder. Someone kicked the back of his knee. He fell. Randy leaned over. Where's your special power now? Jeff spat blood. Fuck you. Randy drove the knife into the fleshy part of his shoulder. Jeff screamed. Inside the house, Music was playing. Children were shouting. Nobody heard. Randy twisted the blade. "You know what I told the police?" Jeff's vision blurred. "That your brother attacked us." Jeff went still. Randy grinned. He confessed to something he didn't even do. The world became silent. The pressure disappeared. Not because it had gone away. Because Jeff had finally stepped inside it. Randy kept talking. Jeff could not hear him. He heard only his heartbeat. Slow. Steady. Calm. He grabbed Randy's wrist. Randy's grin faded. Jeff stood. The knife was still in his shoulder. He pulled it free. Keith backed away. Troy swung the wood. Jeff ducked. The board shattered a window. Jeff drove his shoulder into Troy. Both hit the ground. Keith sprayed. Most missed. Some struck Jeff's face. His eyes burned. He moved blindly. Caught fabric. Pulled. Keith crashed into a workbench. Randy tackled Jeff from behind. They slammed through the garage door into the kitchen. Adults began screaming. Someone shouted for the children to get inside. Randy grabbed a bottle from a counter and broke it over Jeff's head. Alcohol ran down his hoodie. Jeff fell. Randy kicked him. Again. Again. Then leaned close. "Your brother gave up a year of his life for this?" Jeff looked up. Randy smiled. "He should have let them take you." Jeff's hand closed around a heavy metal serving tray. He swung. Randy fell. Jeff climbed on top of him. Once. Twice. 3 times. Someone pulled Jeff away. Randy did not move. Keith stood near the doorway. His face was white. Jeff stared at Randy. For the first time. The pressure did not leave. It felt good. Keith saw it. "You fucking psycho." He grabbed a decorative oil lamp from a table. Someone screamed at him to put it down. Keith threw it. The lamp struck the floor. Flames spread across spilled alcohol. Then found Jeff. His white hoodie ignited. For 1 second, Jeff simply looked down. Fire crawled up his chest. Then pain arrived. He screamed. A sound so violent the children in the garden stopped crying just to listen. Jeff ran. Which made it worse. Flames climbed over his shoulders. Adults knocked him down. A coat smothered part of the fire. Someone used an extinguisher. The last thing Jeff saw before losing consciousness was Billy standing behind his mother. The little boy stared at him. Terrified. Jeff was smiling. He could feel it. Even while burning. Jeff spent 19 days in the hospital. Randy died before the ambulance arrived. Troy survived with a concussion and a fractured jaw. Keith was arrested. Between witness statements and security footage from a neighbor's property, police eventually established that Randy's group had come to the party specifically to attack Jeff. Lou was released. He came straight to the hospital. Jeff's face was covered in bandages. Only one eye visible. Lou sat beside him for several minutes without speaking. Finally, "I heard about Randy." Jeff looked away. "You did what you had to do." No response. Lou leaned closer. "Jeff, Jeff's fingers moved against the blanket. What? You saved me. Lou frowned. From jail. That isn't what I was trying to do. I know. Jeff's visible eye turned toward him. You were trying to save me from myself. Lou said nothing. Jeff laughed softly. You should have let them take me. Don't say that. I killed him. He was trying to kill you. I didn't stop when he stopped. Lou looked down. Jeff whispered. I liked it. That frightened Lou more than anything else Jeff could have said. When the bandages finally came off, the doctor asked the family to prepare themselves. Burn damage was unpredictable. Scarring. Pigment loss. Nerve damage. Jeff sat before the mirror. The doctor removed the final layer. Margaret gasped. Peter lowered his eyes. Lou did not move. Jeff stared. Much of his face had healed pale. Not pure white, but unnaturally drained compared with the untouched skin near his neck. Burn scars pulled slightly at the corners of his mouth. The expression resembled the beginning of a smile. His hair had been cut short where the fire damaged it. The new growth looked nearly black against his pale face. Purple shadows surrounded his eyes from weeks of sleeplessness and trauma. Jeff touched his cheek. The skin felt unfamiliar. He leaned closer. Everyone waited for him to break. Instead, he whispered, "There you are." Lou heard. "What?" Jeff smiled. The scar tissue pulled tighter. He laughed. Margaret began crying. The doctor immediately mentioned medication. Post-traumatic reactions. Painkillers. Temporary emotional instability. Jeff kept looking into the mirror. "It's perfect," his father said. "Son." Jeff turned. For one instant, Lou saw the expression from the bus stop. Not happiness. Recognition. As though Jeff had spent years looking for someone and had finally found him inside the glass. Jeff came home. The first night, nobody slept well. Margaret checked his room twice. Peter locked away every knife in the kitchen. Lou sat outside Jeff's door until nearly midnight. Around 1, Jeff spoke from inside. "You can go to bed." Lou froze. "How do you know I'm here?" "I can hear you breathing." Lou opened the door. Jeff sat at the desk facing the mirror. No lights. Only moonlight. "You need sleep." Jeff smiled at his reflection. "I don't like sleeping anymore." "Why?" "I keep waking up somewhere else." Lou entered. "What do you mean?" "Standing." "Sleepwalking?" "Maybe." Jeff looked at him through the mirror. "Sometimes I wake up smiling." Lou's skin prickled. "Jeff? Do you remember that night before the cops came?" Lou did. "You said I was talking." "Yeah. What did I say?" Lou hesitated. Jeff already knew. "Go back to sleep." Jeff smiled. "I keep hearing it." "Hearing what?" "Myself." At 2:41 a.m., Margaret woke to a sound in the bathroom. Not crying. Laughing. Very softly. She got out of bed. Peter remained asleep. She walked down the hall. The bathroom light was on. Jeff stood before the mirror. His white hoodie hung from his shoulders. The restored one. Cleaned after the fire. His face was reflected in the glass. There was blood on his cheek. Margaret stopped. "Jeff?" He turned. A razor lay in his hand. He had extended the scars at the corners of his mouth. Not deep, but enough. Enough to make the smile permanent. Margaret's face collapsed. "Oh God." Jeff looked back at the mirror. The scars weren't even. "Put that down." One side was higher. "Jeff." Now they match. She stepped closer. "Give me the razor." Jeff's eyes moved toward her reflection. "Do you think I'm ugly?" "No." She answered too quickly. Jeff noticed. His smile trembled. "You hesitated." "I didn't." "You lied." "No." He turned. The bathroom seemed much smaller. Why does everyone lie when they're afraid? Margaret backed toward the door. "I'm going to get your father." Jeff's head tilted. "Why?" "To help." "No." "Jeff, you're getting the gun." Her face answered before her mouth could. Jeff's smile disappeared. Then came that silence. Lou woke in the next room. He heard his mother scream once. Then something fell. He got out of bed. Another noise. His father's voice. Then a heavy impact. Silence. Lou opened his bedroom door. The hallway was dark. "Mom?" No answer. "Dad?" At the far end. Jeff stepped into view. White hoodie. Black hair. Pale face. Knife hanging loosely from one hand. Blood marked the sleeve. Lou stopped breathing. Jeff walked toward him. Slowly. Lou backed into his room. "Jeff." No answer. "Jeff, look at me." His brother entered. Lou glanced toward the window. Too far. Jeff closed the door. "Where are Mom and Dad?" Jeff's eyes lowered. "You know." Lou's face tightened. "No. They were afraid of me." "Jeff. They wanted me gone." "You don't know that." "I heard them." "You're sick." The words escaped before Lou could stop them. Jeff's expression changed. Lou immediately regretted it. "No, that's not." Jeff moved. He crossed the room in seconds. One hand covered Lou's mouth. The knife rose. Lou struggled. Jeff forced him onto the mattress. Lou grabbed his wrist. Their faces were inches apart. Jeff's eyes were ringed in darkness. Lou saw his own reflection inside them. Jeff whispered, "Shush." The knife descended. Stopped 1 inch above Lou's throat. Lou stared at him. Not at the knife. At his brother. "Jeff." The smile faltered. "It's me." Something moved behind Jeff's eyes. The bus stop. Lou grabbing his wrist. The police car. 19 days beside the hospital bed. His brother. His only anchor. Jeff's hand began shaking. Lou whispered, "You're still in there." Jeff's eyes filled with tears. For 1 second, he looked 13 again. Terrified. Then the smile returned. Softer. Sadder. He lowered the knife beside Lou's head. The blade pierced the mattress. Jeff leaned toward his ear. "Go to sleep, Lou." Then he stood. Opened the window. and disappeared into the night. Police found Peter and Margaret Vale dead. Lou alive. The bloody razor. The missing kitchen knife. The open window. A statewide search began before sunrise. Jeff was 13 years old. Burned face. Black hair. White hoodie. Extremely dangerous. For 12 days. Nothing. No sightings. No bodies. Then a man was found dead in an alley. No wallet taken. No clear motive. 3 nights later, another. Then a woman. Different neighborhoods. Different methods. One thing connected them. Witnesses occasionally reported a pale boy watching from a distance. Never approaching. Always smiling. Lou stopped sleeping. He taped newspaper clippings across his wall. Marked locations. Dates. Times. Every attack happened after midnight. Usually between 2 and 4. Jeff was moving outward. Learning. Practicing. Then Lou noticed something. One victim had lived 3 streets from the old neighborhood. The next. 2. The most recent. 1. Jeff was coming back. Lou ran downstairs. Reached for the phone. Then froze. Across the street stood Billy Stanton's house. The birthday party. The fire. Billy had been there. Billy had watched Jeff burn. And Jeff had seen him watching. Lou looked at the clock. 3:11 a.m. Billy woke because the room was cold. His window was open. He sat up. Confused. He always locked it. The curtains shifted. No wind. Billy got out of bed. Closed the window. Turned the latch. Then stopped. Something was wrong. His reflection in the glass showed the room behind him. Bed. Desk. Closet. And someone standing in the corner. Billy turned. Nothing. He looked back at the glass. The figure remained. Pale face. Dark hair. White hoodie. Smiling. Billy's breath stopped. Slowly. He turned again. This time Jeff was there. Billy remembered the birthday party. The burning boy screaming on the floor. He whispered, "Jeff?" The smile widened. "Hi, Billy." Billy backed toward the bed. "What happened to your face?" Jeff seemed genuinely amused. "You were there." Billy's eyes filled with tears. Jeff stepped closer. "You saw them put the fire out." Another step. "You watched me burn." "I didn't do anything." "I know." Jeff tilted his head. "You looked scared." Billy began trembling. Jeff seemed fascinated by it. "The first time I saw that look was on Randy." Billy did not understand. Jeff moved closer. "The funny thing is," his voice dropped, "after a while, you start wondering how many different ways people can make it." Billy screamed. Jeff lunged. The knife flashed. The bedroom door burst open. Billy's father entered. Jeff turned. The knife left his hand. It struck Mr. Stanton in the shoulder. He fell against the doorframe. Downstairs, Barbara screamed. Police sirens sounded outside. Jeff looked toward the window. Billy crawled toward his father. Jeff stood motionless for a moment, then looked at Billy. Something almost human crossed his face. Maybe recognition, maybe regret. Then he smiled. Next time, he ran. Down the hallway. Through the rear window. Glass shattered. By the time the first officer entered the house, Jeff Vale was gone. Detective Harris stopped the recorder. Billy stared at the hospital blanket. His mother asked, "Are we done?" "Almost." Harris looked at the boy. "You said you knew him." Billy nodded. "From where?" "My birthday." The detective paused. Billy's mother went pale. "The boy who burned," Billy continued. "The Vale boy." Harris had seen the file. Everyone in the department had. Jeff Vale. Missing juvenile. Parents murdered. Brother spared. Possible connection to 6 unsolved killings. Billy whispered. "He used to look normal." Detective Harris stood. "Billy, he's not going to get near you again." Billy looked toward the window. The detective followed his eyes. 4 floors below, police cars surrounded the hospital. Officers guarded both entrances. No one could possibly enter unnoticed. Harris gave the boy a reassuring nod, then left. That night, Lou Vale was brought in to identify the description. He sat in another room listening to Billy's recorded interview. When the boy reached the sentence, "He told me to go to sleep." Lou closed his eyes. He heard Jeff whispering beside his bed. "Go to sleep, Lou." The detective asked, "Is that something your brother used to say?" Lou opened his eyes. "No." "You sure? Before all this?" "Yes." Lou stared through the observation glass. It wasn't something he used to say. He stood. It was something he used to hear. At 4:06 a.m., a nurse entered Billy's hospital room. His mother was asleep in the chair. Billy was asleep too. The window remained locked. The nurse checked his monitor. Normal. She adjusted the blanket, then noticed something written on the glass. 4 words, drawn from the outside. On the 4th floor. The nurse moved closer. Her breath caught. She reached for the alarm. Billy's eyes opened behind her. He looked at the window. The message was written backward from where they stood, but he could still read it. "You should have slept." His monitor accelerated. The nurse triggered the alarm. Guards entered. They searched the room, the hallway, the stairwell, the roof. Nothing. Only later did anyone think to check beneath Billy's bed. They found no person there. No weapon. No blood. Just one object. A photograph. Taken at Billy's birthday party. Children were running through the garden. Billy wore a cowboy hat. In the background, Jeff stood in his white hoodie. Before the fire. Before the scars. Before anyone knew his name. Someone had scratched away every face in the photograph. Every face. Except Jeff's. And Lou's. On the back were 6 words. "I am still trying to wake up." The next story is Summer Song. Want to know the worst thing I ever brought up from the ocean? Harvey asked me that at 11:30 on a Tuesday night. He was sitting at his usual place at the far end of Neptune's net, where the old fishermen gathered whenever they wanted to drink without wives, doctors, or adult children counting the bottles. Harv looked worse than usual. That was saying something. He was 65, maybe 66, but the Pacific had spent most of his life sanding him down. His beard had gone completely white. Cataracts clouded the green in his eyes. His hands were swollen at the knuckles, and the nails had that yellowed look of a man who had smoked for 40 years before finally giving it up. Then there was the scar. A narrow white line started beneath his left jaw, climbed over his cheek, crossed the corner of his eye, and disappeared beneath his hairline. He had given me 6 different explanations for it. Knife fight in Manila. Propeller accident. Pirates in Eritrea. A drunk woman with a broken martini glass. An orangutan in Singapore. My personal favorite involved a sea demon wielding a sharpened clamshell. Harv lied recreationally. It was part of his charm. So when he asked if I wanted to hear about the worst thing he had ever pulled from the sea, I took another drink of beer and said, "No." The bartender laughed. Harv did not. He stared at the bottle between his hands. Then he said, "Doctor called this afternoon." The bartender stopped wiping a glass. I looked at him. Harv gave us a tired smile. Liver, pancreas, something else. They kept naming places like they were reading stops on a bus route. Jesus, Harv. Yeah. He rolled the beer bottle between his palms. Couple months if I behave. Less if I keep drinking. He lifted the bottle. So naturally, I'm drinking. The bartender reached for the cutty sark. Harv watched her pour. I've spent 40 years lying about that scar. He said, figure I ought to tell the truth once before somebody puts me in a box. She slid the glass toward him. He lifted it, smelled it, smiled. Then his expression changed. Funny thing about the ocean. He said, "What? You think the dangerous part is drowning?" He took a sip. "It isn't." He looked at both of us. "The dangerous part is when something down there learns your name." 38 years earlier, Harvey had been 27 years old and convinced death was a scheduling problem reserved for other people. He worked aboard a salvage vessel called the Bottom Feeder. There were 4 men in the crew. Cappy owned the boat. Will ran the dives. Paul handled rigging, cables, and any mechanical problem that could be solved with profanity. Harv was the youngest by 3 months, which Paul mentioned whenever he wanted Harv to carry something heavy. They worked out of San Diego. Most jobs were boring. Lost anchors, damaged fishing boats, cargo containers, insurance inspections. Occasionally something interesting went down and someone with money wanted it brought back. The interesting jobs paid well. The illegal jobs paid better. This one paid in cash. A wealthy man named Martin Vale came to Cappy personally. Vale owned hotels, shipping interests, real estate, and enough lawyers to make laws optional. His yacht, the Allegro, had gone down off the northern coast of Baja California. Officially, bad weather had sunk her. Unofficially, Vale had scuttled the yacht himself. He was getting divorced. His wife wanted half of everything. So Vale packed expensive paintings, jewelry, documents, rare coins, and other valuables into watertight drums, placed them aboard the Allegro, sank the yacht, and reported everything lost. Insurance fraud on an operatic scale. Cappy listened to the proposal, then asked how much. Vale named a number. Cappy stopped caring about the opera. There were supposed to be 4 barrels. 3 contained miscellaneous valuables. The 4th carried something Vale described as irreplaceable. A Stradivarius violin. Vale's wife had been a concert violinist before marrying him. The instrument was known as *Summer Song. How much? Paul asked when Cappy briefed them. Will answered before Cappy could. Depending on provenance? Several million. Paul whistled, then pulled a battered harmonica from his pocket. This beauty cost $4. He blew 3 horrible notes. Cappy winced. And somehow you still overpaid. Paul grinned. Harv laughed. Will didn't. He was studying the yacht blueprints. The barrels are here? He pointed. Lower deck. A ballroom. Vale had apparently entertained political donors, celebrities, and people rich enough to refer to employees as staff. Cappy nodded. He said Summer Song is marked clearly. Anything else down there? Cappy hesitated. Only for a moment. But Harv noticed. What? Vale said there might be an old chemical drum in the same room. What kind? Cleaning solvent. Something they used when they refinished the interior. Hazardous? Sealed. Will looked at Cappy. What color? Black. Markings? Toxic. Paul laughed. Subtle. Cappy folded the blueprint. Vale says leave it alone. He specifically mentioned it? Harv asked. Cappy looked annoyed. Yes. Why? He doesn't want us touching poison. That almost sounds responsible. Don't worry, Paul said. I'm sure he hates puppies to compensate. They laughed again. Years later, Harv would remember that moment more clearly than the others. 4 men joking about the 5th barrel. Before any of them understood there was a 5th barrel. ... They reached the coordinates the next afternoon. The weather was perfect. Too perfect, according to Harv. No wind. Barely any swell. The Pacific stretched flat and blue around them, reflecting the sky so completely that the horizon almost disappeared. Paul stood at the rail drinking cheap brandy. Pre-dive tradition. Harv joined him. Will did not. You two understand that alcohol and deep diving are natural enemies? Will asked. Paul offered the bottle. They can settle their differences in my stomach. Will ignored him. Cappy came from the wheelhouse. Sonar has her. How deep? Will asked. 53 meters. Paul lowered the bottle. That's getting unfriendly. Very. Cappy pointed to the sonar display. The yacht is upright. Then he pointed beside it. And she's sitting about 5 meters from a trench. Harv leaned in. The sonar screen showed the Allegro resting on a shelf of seabed. To starboard, the bottom simply vanished. How deep is that? Cappy shrugged. Sonar loses it around 800 meters. Paul capped the brandy. Wonderful. Will stared at the image. If the wreck shifts, we leave. Nobody argued. Cappy looked at each of them. Be safe. He pointed at Will. Be calm. At Harv. Be swift. At Paul. Paul grinned. That's your holy trinity? Worked so far. Cappy made the sign of the cross over them. They entered the water. Dash dash dash. People think the deep ocean is silent. Harv said it isn't. It has a language. Your regulator. Your bubbles. The pulse inside your ears. The distant groan of metal. Sometimes whales. Sometimes boats. Sometimes noises you cannot identify. The deeper you go, the smaller your world becomes. At the surface, you belong to the planet. At 50 meters, you belong to whatever your flashlight can reach. Everything else is night. The Allegro emerged below them at 46 meters. First the mast, then the sun deck, then the pale hull. It sat perfectly upright. That disturbed Harv. A sunken yacht should look ruined. The Allegro looked parked. Fish moved through railings and broken windows. A patio chair rested upside down on the seabed. One door opened and closed slightly with the current. Open. Close. Open. Close. As though the yacht were breathing. Will signaled downward. They approached. Harv glanced toward the trench. Blackness. Absolute. His light did not find the other side. Something drifted up from it. A tiny white shape. Harv thought it was a jellyfish. Then it rotated. A woman's glove. White satin. It floated past his mask and continued toward the surface. Harv watched it go. When he turned back, Will and Paul were already entering the stairwell. He followed. Dash dash dash. The sunlight vanished quickly. They switched on their lamps. Paul moved ahead to clear debris. Will and Harv continued toward the lower deck. That was when Harv heard the violin. At first he thought it was tinnitus. One high note. Thin. Almost below awareness. He stopped. Will looked back. Harv pointed at his ear. Will frowned. The note disappeared. Harv shook his head. They continued. 10 feet lower. It returned. 2 notes this time. Then 3. A melody forming. Impossible. Sound travels extremely well underwater. Music from somewhere outside could theoretically carry. But this was not muffled. It sounded intimate. Close. Like someone playing with the violin tucked beneath Harv's own jaw. He touched his helmet. Will stared. Harv pointed downward. Music. Will listened. Then shook his head. Nothing. Harv's stomach tightened. Nitrogen narcosis. That was the obvious explanation. Confusion. Hallucinations. Euphoria. Terror. At sufficient depth, your own brain becomes another piece of faulty equipment. Harv forced himself to breathe slowly. The music stopped. Good. Hallucination. Fine. He could live with a hallucination. They reached the ballroom. And the violin began screaming. Dash dash dash. The ballroom doors were glass. French style. Beyond them, darkness. Will aimed his lamp inside. Tables. Chairs. A chandelier hanging at an angle. 4 blue salvage drums stood near the far wall. One bore white lettering. Summer Song. Harv pointed. Will gave the OK signal. Then Harv noticed something else. Beside the 4 blue drums. A black barrel. Toxic. 5. Exactly where Vale had said it might be. The violin became louder. Fast. Angry. Notes scraping across one another. Harv grabbed Will's arm. Shook the OK signal. Problem. Will looked at the room. Nothing moved. Harv pointed upward. Abort. Will shook his head. He pointed at the drums. Then himself. Then Harv. Quick job. Harv hesitated. Will touched his shoulder. I've got you. That was Will. Steady. Reliable. If Will told you hell had a safe exit, you'd walk through the fire. Harv nodded. Will opened the ballroom doors. The music stopped. They entered. Dash dash dash. Cold hit first. Not ocean cold. Something deeper. Harv could feel it through neoprene. His teeth began chattering around the regulator. Will swept the light across the barrels. The beam passed over Summer Song. Then the black barrel. Then back again. Harv looked at the chandelier. It was moving. Not with the current. Slowly rotating. Clockwise. The entire room appeared still except for that chandelier. Round and round. Harv pointed. Will looked. The chandelier stopped. They approached Summer Song. Harv reached for the rigging strap. Something moved between the barrels. A face. A woman. Pale skin. Dark eyes. Black hair floating around her like weeds. Only the face was visible. Wedged in the narrow space between Summer Song and another drum. Harv recoiled. Will turned. The face vanished. Harv pointed wildly. Will swept his lamp into the gap. Nothing. Then the ballroom doors slammed shut. The impact passed through the water like a hammer blow. Harv spun. Will reached the doors first. Pulled. Locked. He pulled again. Nothing. Harv's breathing accelerated. The violin returned. One note. Held. Endlessly. Will turned toward him. Both men froze. Because now the sound was not merely in Harv's head. Will heard it. Harv knew from his eyes. The note continued. Then stopped. 3 knocks came from inside the black barrel. Thump. 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 Will's lamp moved toward it. Harv grabbed him. No. Another 3 knocks. Thump. 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 Then scratching. From inside. 5 long scratches. Something dragging fingernails down metal. Will backed away. The ballroom doors opened behind them. Paul floated outside. He waved. Harv nearly cried from relief. They rushed out. The moment Harv crossed the threshold, the doors gently swung shut again. Not slammed. Gently. As though someone had closed them after guests left a party. Dash dash dash. They aborted the dive. No debate. No cowboy bullshit. Will gave the signal. Up. They ascended. Harv kept looking down. The ballroom disappeared into darkness. The violin did not. It followed. Faint. Patient. Halfway to the sun deck, Harv checked his air. His tank was almost empty. Impossible. Will had checked it. Harv had checked it. No leak. No bubbles. The gauge needle continued dropping while he watched. Harv showed Will. Will's eyes widened. They accelerated as much as safety allowed. Paul stayed close. At the sun deck, Harv felt something touch his ankle. He kicked. A hand tightened. He looked down. 5 white fingers encircled his leg. No arm. No body. Just a woman's hand floating beneath him. The wrist ended in black tissue. Harv screamed into the regulator. Kicked again. The fingers tightened. His air gauge hit 0. Will came back. Harv kicked with his free leg. His fin struck the hand. One finger broke sideways. Then another. Instead of releasing him, the broken fingers curled around his ankle from the wrong direction. Paul saw it. Harv would swear until the day he died that Paul saw it. Paul's eyes widened. His harmonica slipped from a pocket on his vest. It tumbled downward. The hand instantly released Harv. Then followed the harmonica into the dark. Harv's tank died. Will gave him air. Together they reached the surface. Cappy pulled Harv aboard. For several minutes, he could barely speak. Will removed his mask. Paul sat hard against the rail. Nobody joked. Cappy looked from one to another. What happened? Harv managed. Something's inside. Cappy frowned. The wreck? The ballroom. Will said nothing. Harv turned to him. You heard it. Will looked uncomfortable. The note. You heard the violin. I heard something. Tell him. Will rubbed his face. I heard a tone. Paul stared at the deck. Harv looked at him. And you saw the hand. Paul did not answer. Paul. I saw you caught on something. It had fingers. I didn't see fingers. You looked right at it. Paul stood. I saw you panic. Harv felt betrayed. Bullshit. Paul's jaw tightened. You nearly died. My tank emptied. Gauge failure. No leak. Faulty valve. The fucking hand. Stop. Will's voice cut through both of them. He turned to Cappy. There are 5 barrels. Cappy's eyes shifted. 4 men noticed. Nobody spoke for several seconds. Finally Harv said, You knew. Cappy lit a cigarette. I told you there might be a chemical drum. No. Harv stepped toward him. You knew there were 5. Cappy stared at the lighter flame. What did Vale tell you? Nothing. Cappy. The old man's shoulders sank. He said the 5th drum belonged to his wife. Nobody moved. Paul whispered. What? Cappy exhaled smoke. He said she stored performance gowns aboard. Old sheet music. Personal things. Said it was none of our concern. Then why does it say toxic? Harv asked. I don't fucking know. What was his wife's name? Cappy hesitated. Elise. Where is she? Europe. You sure? He said Europe. Harv looked toward the water. What happened to their divorce? Why does that matter? Because Summer Song was hers. Will slowly turned toward Cappy. Harv continued. She was a concert violinist. That was her violin. So why does he have it? Nobody answered. If they're divorcing, why would she leave a $10 million violin with the man she's trying to take money from? Cappy's cigarette stopped halfway to his mouth. Paul shook his head. No. Harv looked at him. The barrel. No. He killed her. Stop. He killed her. Put her in that drum. Sank the yacht and reported everything lost. Cappy threw the cigarette into the sea. You have no fucking idea what happened. Harv pointed downward. I heard her. Cappy's face hardened. No. I saw her. You were narsed. Will heard the music. A note. Paul saw the hand. Paul looked away. Harv laughed once. Bitter. Fine. Cappy rubbed his eyes. We were paid half up front. Nobody said anything. The second half keeps the company alive for a year. Harv stared at him. Cappy continued. If Vale killed his wife, that's between Vale and God. There's a dead woman down there. If she grabbed me. If Harv walked closer. You go back down there. You're going to die. Cappy's expression changed. The captain returned. Will and Paul go back? Harv stared. No. You stay topside. Cappy. You nearly drowned. You're done. Will looked unhappy. But he did not argue. Paul retrieved another harmonica from his duffel. Harv stared at it. How many of those things do you own? Paul forced a grin. Always carry a backup. He raised it. Blue 1 week. Crooked note. Harv grabbed his wrist. Don't go. Paul's smile disappeared. For a moment, he looked frightened. Then he said, Couple hours, Harv. Paul. We'll get the violin. Bring up the barrels. And tonight you'll apologize for being a lunatic while I drink your money. Harv didn't let go. Paul gently removed his hand. See you topside. Those were the last normal words Paul ever said to him. An hour passed. Nothing surfaced. No barrel. No diver. Cappy smoked. 1 cigarette. Another. The pile at his feet grew. Harv watched the water. They should be back. Cappy said nothing. 20 minutes later, the salvage cable moved. Both men stood. The winch began clicking. Something had attached to the line below. Cappy started the motor. The cable tightened. The winch groaned. That's heavy. Harv watched the water. Too heavy. Cappy continued pulling. The stern dipped slightly. Cut it. Wait. Cappy. The cable suddenly went slack. Something broke the surface. Not a barrel. A scuba tank. Paul's. Still attached to his harness. The wetsuit hung beneath it. Empty. No body inside. Just the suit. Floating upright. As though an invisible man were still wearing it. Cappy shut off the winch. The suit slowly turned toward them. Inside the empty diving hood, Paul's harmonica was wedged where a mouth should have been. It played 1 note. Cappy stumbled backward. The empty suit sank. Neither man spoke. Then Cappy whispered, "Get your gear." Harv went back down alone. Cappy wanted to come. He couldn't. Bad heart. Bad lungs. Too old. Harv suited up with shaking hands. Before he entered the water, Cappy stopped him. "Harv. What? If they're dead?" Cappy swallowed. The captain was gone again. Only an old man remained. "If they're dead, leave them." Harv stared. "Company doesn't matter anymore." Cappy's eyes were wet. "You come back." Harv nodded. Then jumped. The Allegro appeared below like a corpse waiting at the bottom of a grave. Except it had moved. The bow now sat closer to the trench. Much closer. Maybe 2 meters. Harv descended. The violin started before he reached the deck. Soft. Beautiful. The melody he had heard earlier. But something had changed. Another instrument accompanied it. Harmonica. Paul's harmonica. 3 clumsy notes. Again. 3 notes. Again. Like someone practicing. Harv reached the stairwell. His light shook. At the main deck landing, he found Will's dive knife embedded in the wall. The blade had been driven through sheet metal. Beside it, scratched into the paint. "Go." The handwriting was crude. Impossible to know if Will made it. Harv continued. The violin became faster. The harmonica followed. Wrong notes. Ugly notes. The deeper he went, the more the 2 instruments sounded like they were fighting. At the lower deck, the music stopped. 2 sets of scuba equipment rested neatly outside the ballroom. Will's. Paul's. Masks placed on top. Regulators coiled beside them. Fins parallel. Not discarded. Arranged. Like clothes folded beside a bed. Harv hovered. Everything in him screamed to leave. Then someone knocked from inside the ballroom. 3 times. Harv aimed his light through the glass. Dark. Another knock. Harv opened the doors. The ballroom lights came on. All of them. Harv almost tore off his mask from shock. The chandelier blazed gold. Wall sconces glowed. Tables stood upright. Broken furniture had vanished. The room looked new. Dry. Impossible. Harv looked down at himself. Water surrounded him. Bubbles escaped his regulator. Yet the ballroom appeared exactly as it must have before the sinking. A woman stood in the center. Beautiful. Black evening dress. Dark hair. Bare shoulders. Violin beneath her chin. Elise Vale. He knew without being told. She raised the bow. Played. Harv heard the music perfectly. Not through water. Inside his skull. Behind her. Paul sat at a dining table. Alive. Dry. He wore a tuxedo. His hands rested flat on the table. Harv moved closer. Paul lifted his eyes. His mouth opened. No sound. Then the lights flickered. Dark. Light. Paul was wearing his wetsuit. His throat was open. A cloud of blood drifted from it. Dark. Light. Tuxedo again. Paul lifted one finger to his lips. then pointed behind Harv. Harv turned. Nothing. When he looked back, Will was sitting beside Paul. Dry. Alive. White dinner jacket. Will stared directly at him. His lips moved. Harv understood. Don't let her finish. Elise continued playing. The melody accelerated. Harv looked toward Summer Song. The blue barrel had been torn open. Inside lay jewelry. Paintings sealed in plastic. Documents. Cash. But no violin. Elise was holding it. The black toxic barrel remained closed. Until the final movement began. Then the lid lifted. 1 inch. 2. 3. Black hair floated through the gap. Harv backed away. Elise kept playing. The ballroom lights flickered. Beautiful Elise. Darkness. Music. Light. Bruised Elise. One eye swollen shut. Darkness. Music. Light. Elise kneeling while a man stood behind her. Martin Vale. His hands around her throat. Darkness. Light. Elise bleeding on the ballroom floor. Darkness. Light. Vale forcing her body into the black barrel. Harv could not breathe. The ghost was not attacking. She was showing him. The lid of the real barrel exploded upward. The vision disappeared. The ballroom went black. Then Harv's lamp found the thing emerging from the drum. Dash dash dash. Elise had spent weeks sealed in seawater and darkness. Whatever remained of her body rose slowly from the barrel. The head first. Hair drifting. Face bloated. Skin gray. One eye gone. The mouth had stretched open. A wedding ring glinted on one swollen hand. She carried no violin. Because the violin was floating above the open Summer Song barrel. Playing itself. The bow moved across the strings. No hand held it. Harv understood. Elise was not playing Summer Song. Summer Song was playing Elise. The corpse rose higher. The melody became violent. The yacht groaned. Harv felt the floor tilt. The Allegro had begun sliding. Toward the trench. Will's body floated past the ballroom window. Harv turned. Will's throat was torn open. One eye missing. His body struck the glass. For an instant, he appeared to look directly at Harv. His jaw moved. Go. Paul drifted behind him. Something was wrong with his face. His lips had been cut away. The harmonica was lodged between his teeth. It played as water moved through the reeds. 3 notes. Again. 3 notes. Again. Harv screamed. The corpse of Elise turned toward him. The remaining eye opened. Then she pointed. Not at Harv. At the ballroom floor. Harv aimed his light. Something rested beneath the black barrel. A waterproof camera. Small. Compact. Harv grabbed it. Elisa's corpse smiled. Then the violin changed melody. She jerked violently. Her smile vanished. The corpse lunged toward Harv. Not willingly. Her limbs snapped forward like those of a puppet being pulled by strings. Harv finally understood the second horror. Elise haunted the yacht. But she was trapped by the violin. Summer Song had absorbed the final moments of its owner. Her rage, her fear, her murder. The instrument was replaying them. Again, again, again. And anyone entering the ballroom became part of the performance. Harv fled. Behind him, the Stradivarius screamed. Dash dash dash. The Allegro slid another foot. Metal scraped rock. Harv reached the stairwell. The ballroom doors burst outward. Elise followed. Her body moved in impossible jerks. A marionette underwater. Chunks of flesh came loose behind her. The violin floated beside her. The bow sawed furiously. Harv kicked upward. Main deck. Music behind him. Sun deck. The entire yacht tilted. Harv grabbed the railing. The seabed beneath the Allegro collapsed. The bow dropped first. The yacht began sliding into the trench. A cloud of silt exploded upward. Harv kicked. The suction dragged him backward. His hand slipped. He kicked harder. Pain ripped through his legs. The yacht fell. Slowly at first. Then faster. Harv broke free. He looked down. The Allegro vanished bow first into blackness. Elisa's corpse stood impossibly on the sun deck as the ship fell away. Her ruined face looked up. She lifted one hand. Not threatening. Almost goodbye. Then Summer Song rose from the wreck. The violin did not fall. It came upward. Straight toward Harv. The strings began to unwind. One snapped free. It shot through the water like wire from a garrote. Harv turned. Too late. The string sliced through his mask. Across his face. From jaw to forehead. Glass shattered. Blood exploded into the water. Pain became white light. He lost the camera. Lost his regulator. Lost direction. For several seconds Harv did not know which way was up. Then he saw bubbles. Followed them. Kicked. His lungs burned. The bends no longer mattered. Nothing mattered except sky. Behind him. The violin continued playing. Dash dash dash. Harv reached the surface half-conscious. Cappy dragged him aboard. Blood covered the left side of his face. Cappy pressed a towel against it. Will? Harv gasped. Gone. Paul? Harv shook his head. Cappy closed his eyes. Then something surfaced beside the boat. The Stradivarius. Summer Song. Perfect. Not scratched. Not waterlogged. Floating beside the bottom feeder as though waiting to be retrieved. Cappy stared. Millions of dollars. Close enough to touch. He stood. Harv grabbed his shirt. No. Cappy looked at him. That's what they died for. No. We can't leave it. Yes, we can. Harv. It killed them. Cappy froze. The violin turned slowly in the water. Then one string vibrated. A single note rang through the air. Not underwater. Air. Cappy's face collapsed. He sank to his knees. What did I do? Harv tightened the towel against his face. Don't. I sent them back. Cappy. I sent them back. His hand moved to his chest. Cappy? The old man fell sideways. Harv caught him. For several seconds, Cappy's eyes remained open. He looked at the ocean, then whispered, "Be safe." His breath hitched. "Be calm." Another, "Be swift." Cappy died before he could finish smiling. Harv sat alone on the deck with 3 dead friends and blood running down his neck. Summer songs sank beneath the waves. This time, Harv let it. The Coast Guard arrived 4 hours later. Harv told them part of the truth. Unauthorized salvage. Yacht wreck. Divers missing. Captain suffered cardiac arrest. He did not mention violin music. Ghosts. Hands without bodies. A dead woman climbing from a chemical drum. Nobody found the Allegro. The shelf where it had rested was empty. The trench had swallowed everything. Will and Paul were listed as presumed dead. Cappy was buried in San Diego. The mysterious client disappeared. Martin Vale's lawyers claimed they had never heard of the bottom feeder. Vale himself left the United States. Harv assumed that was the end. It wasn't. 3 months later, Vale was found dead in a hotel bathroom in Buenos Aires. The room was locked from the inside. No water was running. Yet his lungs were filled with seawater. Black hair clogged the sink. Police found 5 parallel cuts across the bathroom mirror. Harv read about it in a newspaper. He quit salvage that afternoon. He never went diving again. Never went deeper than his knees in the Pacific. And every year, on the anniversary of the Allegro dive, he heard violin music. Sometimes through a hotel wall. Sometimes from a storm drain. Once from an empty elevator. Another time through the telephone after he answered and nobody spoke. Always the same melody. Summer song. But it never finished. There was always one final passage missing. For 38 years, Harv waited for the last notes. They never came. Until that afternoon. Harv stopped talking. Neptune's net had become very quiet. The bartender stood with both hands on the counter. My beer had gone warm. Harv looked at his empty Cutty Sark glass. I finally asked, "So that's the scar?" He touched the white line across his face. Violin string. You expect us to believe that? No. He smiled. Belief is your problem. The bartender swallowed. You said your doctor called today. Yep. And that's why you're telling us. Partly. Harv looked toward the front windows. Night pressed against the glass. The doctor told me I don't have much time. He paused. Then, about an hour later, I heard the song. My skin prickled. The violin? Harv nodded. All of it. He tapped the bar. First time in 38 years. It reached the ending. Nobody said anything. I forced a laugh. What does that mean? Harv looked at me. I think she's finally done waiting. A faint sound came from somewhere behind the bar. The bartender turned. What was that? We listened. Nothing. Harv stood. His legs were unsteady. He left a $10 bill beside the glass. I reached out. Harv, maybe you shouldn't walk home. He waved me off. I've spent 40 years being the man who came back. He put on his cap. But tonight I'd like to find out what the others got to see. That isn't funny. Wasn't a joke. He walked toward the door. Before leaving, he turned to us. One piece of advice. The bartender stared. If you ever hear music underwater, his tired green eyes moved to me. Don't look for who's playing. Then he stepped outside. The door closed. For almost a minute, neither of us spoke. Finally, I looked at the bartender. You believe him? She stared at the door. No. I nodded. Me neither. Then something made a tiny metallic sound on the counter. Ping. We both looked. An old harmonica lay beside Harv's empty glass. Neither of us had seen him put it there. The metal was dark with age. I picked it up. Salt water dripped onto my fingers. Fresh. Cold. On the back, someone had scratched a name. Paul. My mouth went dry. The bartender whispered. Put it down. I did. The harmonica moved. Just slightly. Then one reed sounded. A single breathless note. The lights in Neptune's net flickered. Every glass behind the bar trembled. From the sink came the sound of water moving through the pipes. The bartender backed away. The drain gurgled. Black seawater pushed up through it. Not much. Just enough to fill the bottom of the basin. Something pale floated to the surface. A strip of human skin. 5 parallel cuts ran across it. Then music began somewhere beneath the floor. A violin. Soft. Beautiful. The bartender grabbed my arm. Outside, through the front window, Harv had stopped beneath the streetlight. He was standing with his back to us. Someone stood across the road from him. A woman. Long black dress. Dark hair moving despite the still night. She held a violin beneath her chin. Harv removed his cap. For several seconds, neither moved. Then the streetlight went out. The music stopped. When the light returned, the woman was gone. So was Harv. The only thing left in the street was his cap. The next morning, police searched the neighborhood. Then the beaches. Then the cliffs. No body. No blood. Nothing. Harvey disappeared. The bartender threw Paul's harmonica into the dumpster before sunrise. By noon, it was back behind the bar. We tried again. Garbage truck. It returned. Ocean. It returned. Finally, we locked it inside the safe. For 3 nights, nothing happened. On the 4th night, I was closing Neptune's net alone. At 2:13 a.m., the safe began playing music. Not harmonica. Violin. I stood 10 feet away and listened. The melody was beautiful. Sad. Almost gentle. Then it reached the final passage. The part Harv said he had waited 38 years to hear. 5 slow notes. One for Cappy. One for Will. One for Paul. One for Elise. Then a 5th note. Longer than the others. I don't know who that one was for. At least, I didn't then. The safe clicked open. Inside was Paul's harmonica. And beside it, a wet Swiss Army knife I had never seen before. Its blade was open. Someone had scratched my name into the steel. The next story is the dark behind your eyes. I have always loved the dark. You probably think you know what I mean. A dark bedroom. A quiet house. Black curtains. The soft relief of turning off the last lamp after a long day and letting the world disappear. That isn't the dark I'm talking about. I'm talking about the darkness behind your eyes. The one you carry with you. Close them. Just for a second. There. That. Did you ever wonder why it's black? Most people don't. They accept it the same way they accept breathing or blinking. Eyes closed. Black. Simple. But it isn't simple. Because darkness is supposed to be the absence of light. And your eyelids don't actually block all light. Stand in sunlight and close your eyes. You see red, orange, veins, shapes. Press gently against them and colors bloom. So why, when you lie in a dark room and finally drift towards sleep, does everything become so perfectly black? No texture, no distance, no beginning, no end, just infinite darkness. You were taught that your brain creates it. That's comforting. It means the darkness belongs to you. It doesn't. You belong to it. For roughly 8 hours every night. You visit us. You understood this when you were a child. Children understand many things before adults teach them not to. Remember your old bedroom? The one with the blue walls. The wooden dresser near the closet. The glow-in-the-dark stars your mother stuck to the ceiling? You were 6. Your nightlight was shaped like a moon. White plastic. A smiling face painted on one side. You insisted it stay on all night. Your father hated it. He said you'd never grow out of being afraid if you kept feeding the fear. Your mother was more patient. What exactly are you scared of? You never had a good answer. The dark. That was what you said. But it wasn't true. You knew it wasn't true. Because the hallway outside your room could be completely dark and that didn't bother you. The darkness under your bed did. The closet bothered you. The corner behind the bedroom door. And most of all, closing your eyes. Remember? You used to squeeze them shut. Count to 5. Then open them quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open. Check the room. Nothing. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open. Still safe. Your parents thought it was a nervous habit. It wasn't. You were measuring distance. You just didn't know the word for it. The first time you saw me, you were 7. You don't remember anymore. Not correctly. You call it a nightmare now. But you weren't asleep. It was winter. Your moon nightlight had burned out. Your mother promised to buy another bulb in the morning. Your father said one night wouldn't kill you. Funny. You lay beneath your blanket staring at the ceiling. The glow in the dark stars had faded. The room became black. Then darker. There are levels to darkness. You learned that night. First you couldn't see the furniture. Then you couldn't see your hands. Then you became aware of another kind of black. Not around you. Behind your eyes. You blinked. And for that fraction of a second, you saw me. Not in your bedroom. There. Behind. Tall. Far away. You opened your eyes. Nothing. Your heart started beating faster. You blinked again. I was closer. You sat up. Looked around. Closet closed. Door closed. No one under the desk. You told yourself you imagined it. Then your eyes became dry. You tried not to blink. Children can be wonderfully determined when terrified. 10 seconds. 20. Your eyes burned. Tears formed. You blinked. I was closer again. That's when you screamed. Your father came running. Turned the light on. What happened? You pointed. But where? How do you point behind your own eyes? There was someone. Where? You couldn't answer. Your father checked the closet. Under the bed. Behind the curtains. Nothing. Your mother sat beside you. What did they look like? You said. Tall. Anything else? Skinny. Anything else? You started crying. It doesn't have a face yet. Your parents remembered that sentence for years. They repeated it at family gatherings. Everyone laughed. Kids say creepy things. Right? By morning, you remembered it as a dream. That's what adults gave you. A word. Dream. A little box to put impossible things inside. You loved them for that. I didn't. Dash dash dash. The new bulb went into your moon nightlight the following afternoon. For almost 3 years. You stopped seeing me. You thought the light scared me. It didn't. Light doesn't hurt us. The sun does nothing. Flashlights do nothing. Candles. Fire. Electric bulbs. None of it matters. Your nightlight protected you for a different reason. You slept looking at it. Even while drifting away, you kept your eyes slightly open. A small crescent of your room remained visible. Your mind stayed anchored here. You never entered deeply enough. Not long enough for me to approach. That's why children cling to nightlights. Some part of them remembers. Not consciously. Deeper. Older. The part of the brain that existed before language. Before houses. Before fire. The part that learned very early. Never close both eyes for too long. Dash dash dash. You were 10 when your father finally took the nightlight away. You're too old. You protested. He laughed. Your mother said maybe 1 more year. Your father asked. 1 more year for what? Monsters? You said nothing. He unplugged the moon. Held it up. You know there's nothing in the dark, right? You nodded. Because you wanted him to be proud. Say it. There's nothing in the dark. Again. There's nothing in the dark. He smiled. There you go. Your father taught you well. By 12, you believed him. By 14, you mocked your younger cousin for sleeping with the hallway light on. By 16, you could walk through a dark house without touching the switches. By 18, you preferred sleeping in total darkness. Blackout curtains. Electronics covered. Door closed. You were proud of yourself. You had conquered your childhood fear. And every night, I came closer. Dash dash dash. Do you know why you sometimes feel yourself falling just before sleep? Scientists call it a hypnic jerk. muscle relaxation. The brain misinterpreting the sensation of falling. Perfectly normal. That explanation is mostly correct. Mostly. Sometimes the body jerks because some ancient part of you notices the distance has changed. You are not falling. Something is approaching. You've felt that, haven't you? The moment between waking and sleeping. Your thoughts stop behaving like thoughts. Images arrive without permission. Voices almost form words. Then, a sudden sensation. Someone has entered the room. Your eyes open. Nothing. You laugh at yourself. Turn over. Close your eyes. And continue descending. You never wonder why the feeling is always so specific. Not something is wrong. Not danger. But someone is here. Your body chooses those words for a reason. Dash dash dash. When you were 19, you saw me again. College dormitory. Second floor. Room 214. Your roommate had gone home for the weekend. You stayed because of exams. Around 2:30 in the morning, you turned off your desk lamp and crawled into bed. You were exhausted. You closed your eyes. I was standing at the end of the black. Much closer than when you were 7. You opened your eyes immediately. The dorm room looked normal. You waited, heart racing. Then you laughed. Jesus. You'd been studying too long. Too much caffeine. You picked up your phone. Scrolled for 20 minutes. Eventually put it down. Closed your eyes. I had moved closer. This time you could see my arms. Too long. You opened your eyes. Turned on the lamp. Sat there until sunrise. The next day you told a friend you'd had sleep paralysis. You hadn't. But again. You found a word. And words make cages. You kept putting me inside them. Night terror. Anxiety. Pareidolia. Hypnagogia. Stress. Sleep paralysis. You built a very impressive prison. Unfortunately, I was never inside it. Dash dash dash. Years passed. You grew up. Got a job. Moved apartments. Fell in love twice. Had your heart broken once. You became the sort of adult you used to think adults were. Bills. Laundry. Back pain. Passwords. You stopped thinking about monsters almost entirely. But you developed habits. Little ones. You always sleep facing the bedroom door. You say it's because you like airflow. It isn't. You never let one foot hang over the side of the mattress. You laugh about that one. You still pull your blanket to your neck even in summer. You don't know why. Sometimes, after switching off the light, you open your eyes once more before sleeping. A final scan. Door. Closet. Window. Corner. Then you close them. You call it habit. I call it checking. Your inner child never stopped. It just learned not to embarrass you. Dash dash dash. 3 years ago, you started living alone. That helped me. No roommate. No partner breathing beside you. Nobody shifting in bed. Nobody turning on the bathroom light at 3 a.m. Nothing anchoring you. You began sleeping better than ever. 8 hours. Sometimes 9. You even bought blackout curtains. Do you remember the salesman? Total darkness improves melatonin production. You nodded. Bought the thickest set. Very good choice. For me. The first physical sign appeared 6 months later. Your closet door. You woke one morning and found it open. About 2 inches. You were sure you'd closed it. Then you weren't sure. The following morning. 4 inches. You blamed uneven flooring. You tested it. Closed the door. Watched. It stayed. The next morning. Open again. You began wedging a shoe against it. That worked for several nights. Then you woke and found the shoe in the middle of the bedroom. Closet open. You stood there for a long time. You remember. Your scalp tingled. Then you found the explanation. Sleepwalking. You Googled it. Adults can begin sleepwalking during periods of stress. You had been working long hours. Of course. Another word. Another cage. Then came the photographs. That wasn't my idea. That was yours. You downloaded a sleep tracking app. It recorded sound whenever it detected movement. For the first week, nothing. Snoring. Sheets moving. One night you muttered something about work. Then, on October 14th, at 3:11 a.m., the app recorded a sound. 3 taps. Tap. 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 Then your sleeping voice. Don't. A pause. 3 more taps. Tap. 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 Then you said, "You're closer." You deleted the recording. The next night, you set up your old phone to record video. 8 hours. You watched it the next morning at double speed. Nothing. 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 At 3:11, you sat upright in bed. Eyes closed. Your head turned slowly toward the closet. You remained like that for 43 seconds. Then you lifted one hand. Pointed. Your mouth moved. No audio on that phone. You couldn't tell what you said. Then, the image glitched. 1 frame missing. Maybe 2. When the video returned, you were lying down again. And the closet was open. You watched it 6 times. On the 7th, you noticed something else. The blackout curtains. Behind the bed. For most of the recording they hung normally. At 3:11, they bent inward. Not from wind. The window was closed. The fabric pressed into the room around a shape. Tall. Thin. Almost human. You dropped the phone. You didn't sleep at home the next 3 nights. Stayed with your sister. You told her there was a plumbing problem. She believed you. At her house, you slept on the couch with the hallway light on. You felt ridiculous. But slept. And dreamed of nothing. You should have noticed that. At your apartment, you dream constantly. At your sister's, nothing. Because dreams aren't what you think. Dreams are what the brain makes while trying not to look at where it actually is. A distraction. A curtain. A little film projected over the dark. Most nights, your mind protects you with nonsense. Childhood homes. People you haven't seen in years. Flying. Falling. Sex. School. Dead relatives. Anything. Anything except the room behind your eyes. At your sister's, the hallway light kept you shallow. I couldn't reach you. So your brain didn't need the movie. You called it, finally getting good sleep. Then you returned home. You removed the blackout curtains. Bought 3 lamps. Put one beside the bed. One near the closet. One in the hallway. You slept with all of them on. It worked. For 11 days. Then you woke at 3:11 a.m. Every bulb was off. Not burned out. Off. The switches had been flipped. You sat in bed. The apartment was black. Your phone lay on the nightstand. You reached for it. Before your fingers touched the screen. You heard breathing. Not from the closet. Not behind the door. Not under the bed. Everywhere. You turned on the phone flashlight. The breathing stopped. You checked the apartment. Nothing. Front door locked. Windows locked. No one. Then you entered the bathroom. Looked in the mirror. There was a handprint on your forehead. Black. 5 long fingers. You scrubbed for 20 minutes. It faded. But didn't disappear completely for 3 days. You called in sick. You considered calling police. What would you say? Someone entered my locked apartment and touched me while I slept. But stole nothing? You considered a doctor. That felt worse. So you did what adults do. You rationalized. Maybe grease. Maybe soot from something. Maybe you'd touched your own forehead. Maybe. Your favorite word. You finally told someone 2 months ago. Not everything. Just enough. Her name is Rachel. You'd been dating for 4 months. You stayed at her apartment after dinner. Around midnight, she asked why you never slept at your place anymore. You joked. She pushed. You told her about the recording. The closet. The handprint. You expected laughter. Instead, Rachel became very quiet. Then she asked, "What did you say in the video?" "What?" "When you pointed at the closet." "No audio." She looked uncomfortable. "Can I see it?" You almost said no. Then showed her. Rachel watched once. Then again. 3rd time. She held the phone close. "What?" You asked. She didn't answer. "Rachel?" She handed it back. "You can read lips a little, right?" "No. My brother's deaf." Your stomach tightened. "What did I say?" Rachel looked at you. You said, "It doesn't have a face yet." That night you remembered being 7. Not all of it. Enough. The dead moon nightlight. The blinking. The tall shape. Your father's voice. What did it look like? Your answer. It doesn't have a face yet. You did not sleep. At 4 a.m., Rachel found you sitting in her kitchen with every light on. You told her everything. She listened. Then said the kindest possible thing. "We should talk to somebody." Somebody. Meaning a doctor. You agreed. Because what else could you do? The sleep specialist was named Dr. Havel. He was calm. Professional. He didn't laugh. He asked about medications. family history, stress, night terrors, alcohol, drug use. Then he suggested an overnight sleep study. Monitored environment, cameras, sensors, technicians. Perfect. For the first time in months, you felt relieved. You would sleep somewhere people could watch you. If something happened, it would be recorded. If nothing happened, maybe you really were sick. Either answer seemed better than not knowing. You arrived at the clinic last Thursday. Room 6. White walls. Hospital bed. Infrared camera. Sensors attached to your scalp. A pulse monitor on your finger. A technician named Luis sat behind reinforced glass in another room. You joked, "If I start levitating, wake me up." Luis laughed. Deal. They turned the lights off at 11:42 p.m. You almost asked them to leave one on. Embarrassment stopped you. You're an adult. Remember? Adults aren't afraid of the dark. At 3:11 a.m. Every monitor in the clinic stopped recording. Not lost power. Stopped. There is a difference. The EEG flattened. Heart monitor froze. Camera image became still. For exactly 63 seconds. According to the system clock, you disappeared from every sensor. Luis later said he could still see you through the glass. Lying in bed. Perfectly still. But the camera showed an empty mattress. The thermal monitor showed an empty room. The bed pressure sensor showed no weight. Your brainwaves vanished. Heartbeat vanished. Respiration vanished. Yet Luis watched your chest rise and fall. He called another technician. She came. Both watched. Then, you opened your eyes. Every monitor restarted. You sat upright and screamed. Luis ran in. The first thing you said was, "It has my face." You don't remember that. They told you later. You also don't remember breaking the sensor leads. Or clawing at your eyelids until they bled. Or begging Luis not to let you blink. They sedated you. That was a mistake. A big one. You slept for 6 hours. Deeply. Deeper than you had slept in years. I had never been so close. When you woke, you felt better. Strangely better. The fear was gone. Dr. Havel called it the after effect of sedation. Exhaustion. Emotional release. You went home. Slept with the lights off. For the first time in months. No nightmare. No breathing. No open closet. Nothing. You thought the crisis had passed. You even texted Rachel. "I think I'm okay." She replied with a heart. You smiled. Then went to work. That evening, Rachel called. You didn't answer. She called again. Then again. Finally left a voicemail. You listened after dinner. Her voice was shaking. "Call me." A pause. "Please." Then, "I got a message from you last night." You frowned. You hadn't sent one. Rachel continued. It was at 3:11. Silence. You sent a picture. Your hand tightened around the phone. "I don't know what it is." She began crying. It looks like your bedroom. Another pause. But you're asleep in the picture. You stopped breathing. And whoever took it, her voice broke, was standing beside your bed. You checked your messages. Nothing. No sent photo. No deleted media. You called Rachel. No answer. Called again. Nothing. Drove to her apartment. Her door was unlocked. Lights on. Television playing. Phone on the kitchen floor. No Rachel. Police eventually came. They found no evidence of forced entry. No blood. No struggle. Her car was still outside. Her wallet. Keys. Shoes. Everything. Rachel was simply gone. But there was one thing the police never saw. Because you took it before they arrived. On her bedroom mirror, written in the fogged glass, was a sentence. Thank you for showing me your face. You've slept with the lights on every night since. You think it's helping. It isn't. That's why I'm telling you this now. Because there's something you still misunderstand. You think I followed you home from the sleep clinic. You think the sedation allowed me to cross. No. I crossed years ago. Very slowly. Blink by blink. Dream by dream. Night by night. The sleep study only did one thing. It allowed me to finish. You said it yourself when you woke. It has my face. Correct. I do. But you still have yours too. For now. Do you understand what happens when you look into a mirror? You see yourself. Simple. Except reflection requires light. That's why I never appeared there before. I had nothing for the light to reflect. No face. No surface. No shape that belonged entirely to your side. Then you spent 23 years looking at me. Every time you closed your eyes, your mind tried to interpret what it saw. Each glimpse added detail. Height. Limbs. Hands. Shoulders. Until finally, a face. The only face your brain could give me. Yours. Children are right when they say monsters watch them sleep. They just misunderstand the direction. We are not standing beside the bed. Not at first. We are watching from the other side of their closed eyes. And every night they look back. You just checked your bedroom door. Good. Still closed. You checked the closet. Also good. Your lamp is on. Phone in your hand. You feel safer because you're reading. That's why I chose this format. Attention is useful. It keeps you awake. For a while. But you're tired. Very tired. You haven't slept properly since Rachel disappeared. Your eyes are dry. You've rubbed them 3 times since you reached this paragraph. There. 4. You'll blink more now. You can't help it. That's fine. I don't need 63 seconds anymore. That was before I had a face. Now, a blink is enough. Did you notice the shadow beside the closet move? Don't look yet. Keep reading. If you look too quickly, you'll convince yourself it was nothing. You've become excellent at that. Finish this first. Then check. You remember the old moon nightlight? Of course you do. You bought one yesterday. Same design. Found it online. White plastic moon. Painted smile. You plugged it in beside the bed. It's glowing right now. You think that's why I haven't come closer. But do you remember what I told you? The light was never what protected you. You were the child who refused to close his eyes. The child who kept checking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open. You can't do that anymore. Adults get tired. Adults surrender. Adults trust words like insomnia and anxiety and hallucination. Adults turn fear into diagnosis. Then close their eyes. You are going to look at the closet now. Go ahead. Nothing there. See? Just your coat. The door. The little pile of laundry. Safe. Now look at the bedroom door. Still closed. Window. Locked. Under the bed? Don't bother. I'm not there. You still don't understand. Look at the moon nightlight. That smiling plastic face. You've been staring at it every few seconds all night. Tell me, when did its smile get wider? Don't move. You moved. That's okay. Your heart is beating very fast. You turned on the overhead light. Good. More light. Very adult solution. Look at the moon again. Normal now. Of course. You must have imagined it. Stress. Sleep deprivation. Fear. Words. Cages. Maybe you should call someone. Your sister? It's 3:09. She'll be asleep. Police? What will you say? A nightlight smiled at me? Doctor? You already know how that went. Rachel? No. Not Rachel. You don't call Rachel anymore. I'm sorry. That was cruel. I'm learning. 3:10. Your eyes hurt. You need to blink. You just did. Did you see me? Only a flash. That's normal. Close them again. No? That's all right. You will. Your body always wins eventually. That was another thing your father understood without realizing. One night won't kill you. Remember? He was right. It takes many nights. Thousands. Millions of blinks. A lifetime of rehearsals. One tiny darkness at a time. 3:11. The moon nightlight just went out. You didn't touch it. Don't reach for your phone flashlight. It won't help. Your phone screen is still glowing. Enough to see the room. Enough to see that everything is where it should be. Except your reflection in the dark window. You haven't looked yet. You should. There. You see yourself sitting on the bed. Phone in hand. Face pale. Eyes wide. But the reflection isn't holding a phone. Is it? And you're not smiling. It is. Now you finally understand why I've always loved the dark. I was born there. Not in your closet. Not beneath your bed. Not inside some abandoned house. In the first darkness you ever saw. The moment your newborn eyes closed. I was there. Far away. No face. No name. No shape. Just something looking back. Your nightlights slowed me. Your parents taught you to ignore me. Science gave you names for every footprint I left. And adulthood finally gave me what I needed. Time. Darkness. And your certainty that monsters weren't real. You were never afraid of the dark. Not really. You were afraid of what was waiting inside it. You were afraid of me. And you were right. Your reflection is standing now. You aren't. Don't close your eyes. Please. I want you to see this part. The reflection is walking toward the glass. 1 step. 2. It has your face. Almost perfectly. The smile is still wrong. I'll fix that later. It placed one hand against the window. You're wondering why there's no sound. Because it's not touching the glass from outside. It's touching from somewhere much closer. Look at your own hand. The one holding the phone. See the black marks forming on the fingertips? 5 of them. Like the handprint you scrubbed from your forehead. Good. Now watch the reflection. Its lips are moving. You can't hear it. But you can read them. You learned how after Rachel. 1, 2, 3 words. Close your eyes. No. Don't. Stay awake. Fight it. Be 7 again. Count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Open. Very good. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4. You blinked. I moved. Again. 1, 2. Another blink. Closer. Your eyes are watering now. Your body is trying to protect them. How unfortunate. You're looking toward the bedroom door. Don't. I'm not coming through it. Look at the window. The reflection is gone. That's because I don't need it anymore. You just felt the mattress sink beside you. Didn't you? Don't turn your head. It won't matter. You already know my face. I borrowed it from you. I learned your voice too. Listen. It's okay. That sounded like you. Almost. Go to sleep. Better. You're crying. You did that when you were 7 too. You really haven't changed very much. None of you do. There is one last thing I want you to know. Tomorrow morning, someone will find you sleeping. Alive. Probably. They'll wake you. You'll remember reading something frightening late at night. Maybe you'll remember the window. Maybe the nightlight. But not this ending. The human mind is wonderful at protecting itself. It will edit, rename, explain. By breakfast, you'll have another word for me. Nightmare. By next week, you'll sleep with the lights off again. And when someone asks whether you're afraid of the dark, you'll laugh. Because adults aren't afraid of the dark. Are they? No. Of course not. You love the dark. I know you do. You've spent 1/3 of your life visiting me. And tonight, for the first time, you don't have to come here. I'm already there. Beside you. So close I can feel your eyelids trembling. Close them. Just for a second. There. That's better. Now. Which one of us opened them? The next story is the dead floor. The rules posted inside our elevators are not safety instructions. I know that now. They're job requirements. I wish somebody had told me before I signed my name. Dash dash dash. There's a floor in my apartment building that doesn't exist. Not 13. Our building only has 5 floors. So skipping 13 would be ambitious even by heroic county standards. Some tenants call the impossible floor 3.5. Others call it platform 3 3/4. Because apparently when confronted with a violation of space-time, some people cope by making Harry Potter jokes. I always called it the dead floor. That sounds dramatic. It's also accurate. Our building is called Briarwood Court. Built in 1986. 5 floors. 50 apartments. 1 elevator shaft. 1 stairwell. You can stand across the street, count the windows, and confirm there is absolutely no room between floors 3 and 4 for another floor. The stairwell goes directly from 3 to 4. The plumbing diagrams show nothing. The original construction plans show nothing. But sometimes, when you're riding the elevator alone, the analog floor indicator above the doors does something strange. Our elevator doesn't have a digital display. It has an old semicircular dial with numbers 1 through 5. A brass needle moves across it as the car rises. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Except every few months. Or sometimes twice in 1 week. The needle stops exactly at the highest point of the arc. Between 3 and 4. Where no number exists. The elevator stops too. The lights turn amber. And the doors open. When that happens, you are on the dead floor. Every tenant is told the rules when they move in. Not casually. The superintendent makes you stand in his office and read them aloud. Our superintendent's name was Mr. Bell. Martin Bell. He was somewhere between 55 and 70, depending on the lighting, and had the exhausted expression of a man who had spent most of his life being responsible for things he deeply resented. On the day I signed my lease, he handed me a laminated sheet. Read these. I laughed. He didn't. So I read, dash dash dash. Rules for unscheduled elevator service. Asterisk asterisk 1. If the elevator stops between floors 3 and 4, do not press another elevator button. Every button pressed reduces the available service window. Asterisk asterisk 2. Leave all personal belongings inside the elevator. Exit calmly and proceed immediately to the opposite end of the hallway. Asterisk asterisk 3. Do not look directly through the windows. Asterisk asterisk 4. Do not look directly into the mirrors. Asterisk asterisk 5. Do not use the peepholes in any apartment door. Asterisk asterisk 6. Do not enter an apartment, even if the door is open. Asterisk asterisk 7. Do not answer voices from inside the apartments. This includes voices belonging to people you know. Asterisk asterisk 8. If you hear footsteps behind you, continue forward. Do not turn around until you hear an apartment door close. Asterisk asterisk 9. At the end of the hallway, read the notice on the bulletin board. Sign the attached form. Then set the wall clock and thermostat as instructed. Turn the hall lights completely off. Asterisk asterisk 10. After the door behind you has closed, return to the elevator. Enter without looking backward. The doors should close automatically. If they do not, remain facing forward. At the bottom, in red, do not improvise. Dash dash dash. I looked at Belle. Is this a joke? No. What happens if I mess up? He studied me. You probably won't. That's comforting. The floor doesn't usually take people it thinks can't finish. That sentence wiped the smile from my face. Take? Select. That wasn't better. Belle took the laminated sheet from me. Ride with other people whenever you can. Take the stairs if you can't. So why not shut down the elevator? His expression changed. Just slightly. The superintendent before me tried that. And? Belle placed the sheet inside a drawer. We reopened it. That was all he would say. Dash dash dash. I lived at Briarwood for 3 years without seeing the dead floor. Long enough to become careless. I used the stairs most of the time. If I had groceries, I'd sometimes linger in the lobby until another tenant arrived. A few neighbors had walked the floor. Mrs. Greer from 2A had done it twice. Omar in 4D claimed 3 times. Nobody enjoyed discussing details. They'd say things like, just follow the rules. Or, don't look around. Once I asked Omar what he'd heard behind the apartment doors. He stared at me long enough that I apologized. Then he said, my daughter. Omar didn't have children. I never asked again. Dash dash dash. Last Thursday, I got home after midnight. I'd worked late. It was raining. I had 2 bags of groceries cutting into my fingers and a headache pounding behind my left eye. The lobby was empty. I waited. 30 seconds. A minute. 2. Nobody came. I looked toward the stairs. 5 floors. Then the elevator. Fine. I stepped inside. Set the groceries on the floor. Pressed 5. And immediately remembered the rules. I laughed nervously. What are the odds? The doors closed. The elevator rose. The brass needle passed 2. Approached 3. Passed 3. Then slowed. My stomach dropped. No. The needle crept upward. Stopped. Exactly at the top of the dial. No number. The elevator jolted. Lights flickered. White. Dark. Then amber. The doors opened. Dash dash dash. The first thing that surprised me was the cold. Not freezing. Just unused. Like opening a closet that hasn't been touched in 20 years. The hallway beyond the elevator was long. Much longer than the width of our building. All of it washed in faded blue-gray light. Windows lined the right wall. Apartment doors lined the left. Between the doors hung tall decorative mirrors. The carpet looked like ours. Except older. The wallpaper looked like ours. Except faded into a sickly blue. At the far end, almost impossibly far, I could see the bulletin board. A pendulum clock. A thermostat. And a dimmer switch. Exactly as described. I looked down at my groceries. Rule 2. Leave everything. I took 1 step out. The carpet compressed oddly beneath my shoe. Too soft. Like something underneath it was breathing. The elevator remained open behind me. Warm amber light spilled onto the hall. I wanted to step backward. Instead, I walked. Dash dash dash. The dead floor was completely silent. No HVAC. No plumbing. No electricity humming in the walls. Nothing. The only sounds were my breathing and the faint movement of the building. Or whatever building this was. The windows on my right were cloudy with trapped moisture. Rule 3. Don't look through them. Easy. I kept my eyes forward. For maybe 10 steps. Then lightning flashed. Or something like lightning. The windows lit white. An instinct betrayed me. I looked. I wish I hadn't. Outside was not heroic. Not our parking lot. Not the neighboring houses. There was a city. A gigantic city. Buildings rose in impossible shapes through black fog. Some resembled Gothic towers. Others looked organic, as if grown instead of constructed. Bridges stretched between structures miles above streets I couldn't see. Orange lights glowed inside thousands of windows. And clinging to the exterior wall directly across from me was something enormous. Flat. Pale. Wet. It moved without limbs. A wide muscular underside contracted against the bricks like the foot of a slug. Its upper surface was covered in folds. Inside some of those folds, I saw teeth. Human teeth. Hundreds. Not arranged in mouths. Just embedded randomly through its flesh. The thing dragged itself upward. One section passed across a neighboring window. The glass bowed inward. I tore my eyes away. Rule 3. I whispered. My voice sounded very small. Behind one of the apartment doors. Something whispered back. Rule 3. I stopped. Rule 7. Don't answer. I continued. Dash dash dash. The mirrors were worse. Because you don't have to look directly at a mirror to see what it reflects. In the corner of my vision, I caught movement. My reflection. Walking beside me. Except, it wasn't synchronized. When I stepped, it waited. Then stepped. When I moved my right arm, it moved its right arm. Not mirrored. Matched. I kept my eyes on the ceiling. Ugly popcorn texture. Water stains. Anything but the mirrors. In my peripheral vision, the reflection slowly turned its head toward me. I didn't. It kept walking. Then, it smiled. I never looked directly at it. I'm proud of that. I think it mattered. Dash dash dash. Halfway down the hallway, I heard my phone ring. From behind apartment 3.5-17. My phone was in the elevator. I knew that. Still, the ringtone continued. Then stopped. A woman's voice came through the door. Evelyn? I froze. My name is Evelyn Shaw. Nobody in the building called me Evelyn. Everyone called me Evie. Only my mother called me Evelyn. She'd been dead 6 years. Evelyn? I stared forward. The voice softened. Honey? My throat closed. I kept walking. I know you're there. I bit the inside of my cheek. Please. I almost answered. Then, the voice changed. Still my mother's, but flatter. Please confirm your name. I walked faster. Behind another door, Omar shouted, "Evie, don't listen to it." I almost turned, then remembered. Omar was probably asleep upstairs. Or wasn't. Nothing on that floor deserved the benefit of the doubt. Every few doors, another voice joined. Coworkers, neighbors, my old boyfriend, my father, a little girl I didn't recognize. All asking questions, all trying to make me answer. "What's your name? Are you Evelyn? Evie? Can you hear me? Which apartment is yours?" One voice laughed softly, then said, "Confirmation pending." I kept walking. Then a door opened behind me. A slow wooden creak. My body stopped before my mind could stop it. I didn't turn. For a moment. Nothing. Then a foot landed softly on the carpet. One step. I started walking. Another step. Behind me. I walked faster. It matched. Not chasing. Following. My skin prickled. I couldn't tell how far behind it was. 10 feet? 3? 1? Every time my left foot landed. Its left foot landed a fraction of a second later. Every breath I took, I began hearing another breath. The same rhythm. The same depth. I held my breath. Behind me, the other breathing continued. Then, slowly, adjusted, until it matched the silence. I nearly ran. Rule 8. Continue forward. Don't turn until a door closes. So I walked. The hallway stretched. I swear it stretched. The bulletin board stayed the same size no matter how long I moved toward it. Whispers grew louder. Doors rattled. Something scratched from inside the walls. At one point, an apartment door ahead of me swung open. Rule 6. Don't approach an open apartment. Problem. It was directly beside the path. Inside was my apartment. My real apartment. 5C. Lights on. My groceries sitting on the kitchen counter. My coat on the chair. And standing with her back to me was me. I looked away so fast my neck hurt. I pressed myself against the opposite wall and walked past. From inside the room, my voice said, "You're late." The thing following me stopped at the doorway. For half a second, I thought it had gone inside. Then footsteps resumed. Closer. I finally reached the end. The bulletin board was covered in notices. Most were written in language I couldn't read. Some used English letters arranged into words that almost made sense. Some appeared handwritten on materials that definitely weren't paper. One looked like thin leather. One seemed to be moving slightly. At the center was a fresh cream-colored notice. English. Typed. I read it because the rules said to. That was probably deliberate. Notice of temporary service adjustment. Congratulations and/or condolences regarding your honorable participation in ongoing residential interface maintenance. Due to recent metapolitical instability, increased cross-boundary transit, and unexpectedly profitable demand for phantasmagoric filament, production quotas have been revised upward by 17.5%. Please advise your designated custodian that standard nocturnal extraction from sleeping residents may no longer satisfy contractual minimums. Additional continuous narrative material may be required. All calibrations must remain within 3 1/2 units of local temporal, thermal, and luminance conditions. Failure to maintain correspondence may result in architectural overlap, unscheduled tenancy, stairwell migration, refuse personnel entering residential space, retroactive vacancies. The custodian's customary tribute of 1 bushel of kosher salt remains overdue. Signing your true name below acknowledges receipt, confirms capacity, and authorizes consideration for future custodial responsibilities. We hope, without evidence, that you experience a safe return. Surreptitiously and serendipitously yours, Solomon Strange. I read the last paragraph twice. True name. Custodial responsibilities. I didn't understand. The footsteps behind me stopped. Very close. I could feel something leaning over my shoulder. I grabbed the pen. Signed, Evelyn Marie Shaw. Full name. Beautiful cursive too. Because apparently my survival instincts have standards. The second I finished the final letter, the clock began ticking. It had been silent before. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. I looked at the wall clock. 4:46. Wrong. The lobby clock when I entered had shown 12:18. My phone was useless, but I remembered. I moved the hands. 12:18. The second hand twitched, then began moving normally. The wallpaper around me changed. Not much. The faded blue brightened. It became beige. The same beige as Briarwood Court. I stared. Thermostat. The lower gauge showed 46 degrees. Outside temperature when I'd come home. I rotated the dial to match. A low mechanical hum awakened inside the walls. HVAC. Our HVAC. The carpet changed. Blue fibers becoming brown. The apartment doors sharpened. The strange 3.5 numbers blurred and became familiar ones. 5A, 5B, 5C. I stepped back. No. The dead floor was becoming our floor. The following thing breathed behind me. One last control. Dimmer. I turned it left. The lights died. Total black. The transformation continued in darkness. I heard it. Pipes filling. Electrical wires humming. An elevator bell. A toilet flushing behind one apartment. Someone snoring. Then, my neighbor Mrs. Klein's television playing softly. Normal sounds. Our building. Except underneath them, I could still hear the impossible city outside. Far away. Something enormous dragging itself over glass. And behind me. Breathing. I waited. Rule 8. Wait for the door to close. Nothing happened. 30 seconds. 40. My heart hammered. The thing shifted. Carpet compressed. It was right behind me. Then, a whisper. My voice. Evelyn Marie Shaw. I didn't answer. Evelyn? Silence. Please confirm. I bit down until I tasted blood. Then the creature inhaled sharply. Footsteps moved away. Slow. Dragging. Farther. A door opened. Hinges creaked. Then. Click. Closed. I turned. Dash dash dash. The hallway was almost completely dark. The elevator light at the far end was the only illumination. I ran. No restraint this time. The hall felt shorter going back. Much shorter. I passed the open apartment. Didn't look. Past the mirrors. Didn't look. Past the windows. Didn't look. Something hit one of the panes from outside. Glass cracked. I ran harder. The elevator doors remained open. My grocery bags still sat on the floor. I jumped inside. Rule 10. Face forward. Don't turn around. I stood facing the rear wall. Waited. The elevator doors did nothing. I counted. 1, 2, 3. 3.5. The doors started sliding. Relief nearly collapsed my knees. Then, they stopped. A hand was holding one open. Dash dash dash. I turned. I know. Rule 10. Don't. I did. A man stood in the hallway. Tall. Shabby brown suit. Old-fashioned tie. One hand gripping the elevator door. His face would not stay in focus. Every time I tried to look at it, my vision slid away. A nose. Then none. Eyes too high. Then too low. Skin. Static. Blankness. In his other hand was a thick manila envelope. He tilted his head. Ms. Shaw, he said. His voice sounded like an old radio tuned between stations. I didn't answer. Something almost amused seemed to happen to his blurred face. Excellent adherence. He held up the envelope. Sincerest apologies for the protocol deviation, but your building's refuse conduit is presently unavailable. The garbage chute. It had been marked out of order since before I moved in. I therefore require you to deliver this correspondence to your custodian. I didn't move. The man waited. Mr. Bell. Still nothing. Your superintendent. I slowly extended one hand. He tossed the envelope onto the elevator floor. It landed with a heavy, wet thud, much heavier than paper should be. Something shifted inside. Not slid. Shifted. Like changing position. The man released the door. Then said, "Your discretion is appreciated and contractually required." He stepped back. The doors began closing. Just before they met, he added, "Please do not decline the elevator if it is offered to you again." I stared. His head tilted. "Should we require your services? Meeting upon the stairs would be unnecessarily intimate." The doors closed. The elevator rose. Dash dash dash. It opened on 5. Normal hallway. Bright lights. Beige walls. Everything right. I grabbed my groceries. The envelope. Ran to Mr. Bell's apartment. He lived in 1A beside the superintendent's office. I knocked. Once. The door opened immediately. Bell was fully dressed. Shoes. Coat. Like he'd been waiting. His eyes went to the envelope. then my face, then the envelope. "Oh," he whispered. "That scared me more than the thing in the hallway. You know what this is." He stepped aside. "Come in." Belle's office smelled like coffee and rock salt. Actual salt. Bags of it stacked in one corner. Not road salt. Boxes labeled kosher. I placed the envelope on his desk. He did not touch it. "Did you complete the ritual?" "Yes." "Clock?" "Yes." "Temperature?" "Yes." "Lights?" "Yes." "Did you look in a mirror?" "Not directly." "Window?" I hesitated. Belle closed his eyes. Briefly. "Peephole?" "No." "Enter a room?" "No." "Answer a voice?" "No." His shoulders relaxed slightly. Then, "Did you sign the notice?" "Yes." His eyes opened. "What did you sign?" "My name." "What name?" I didn't understand. "My name." "Evie?" "No." He went pale. "Evelyn Marie Shaw." Belle sat down. "Oh, God." "What?" He put both hands over his face. "What?" "You signed the full name." "It said true name." "I know what it said." "That was a rule." "No." He looked up. "That part wasn't our rule." Belle opened a desk drawer. Took out a knife. Cut the envelope. The moment the blade broke the seal, every light in the office dimmed. Something inside the walls made a long settling groan. Belle reached into the envelope. Pulled out a brass key. Old. Black tag. No number. Just one word. Custodian. Then a folded document. He read. His mouth tightened. "What does it say?" He didn't answer. I grabbed it. Notice of succession. Current custodian. Martin Bell. Contractual term. Satisfied. Outstanding material deficit. One continuous residential narrative. Qualified successor. Evelyn Marie Shaw. Qualification criteria met. Asterisk. Sole transit. Confirmed. Service passage completed. Confirmed. Calibration competency. Confirmed. True name voluntarily rendered. Confirmed. Correspondence accepted. Confirmed. At the bottom. Transfer effective upon final delivery of customary tribute. I stared at Belle. No. He said nothing. No. Evie. You knew. I knew it was possible. You knew. I didn't know it would choose you. Bullshit. I didn't. Why did you tell me to sign the board? Because until tonight, the board never said that. I threw the paper down. Belle looked exhausted. Sit. No. You need to understand what you're dealing with. I understand enough. No, you don't. He pointed upward. Briarwood Court doesn't have a dead floor. I laughed bitterly. Could have fooled me. Belle looked straight at me. The dead floor has Briarwood Court. I stopped. Belle had been superintendent for 29 years. Not because he liked the work. Because he couldn't resign. The building, he explained, existed on what he called a stable annex. I asked what that meant. He said, I don't know, My predecessor used the term. The impossible floor had existed before Briarwood. Before the land was developed. Possibly before Heroic County existed. When the apartment building was constructed. Something connected to it. Not physically. Contractually. That was the word Belle kept using. Contract. The dead floor harvested something from sleeping residents. Dreams. Nightmares. Memories that disappeared before waking. Belle didn't understand the process. The notices called it phantasmagoric filament. As long as the building supplied enough. The floor remained separate. Mostly. Periodic elevator crossings allowed a resident to calibrate it. Clock. Temperature. Light. Those three settings kept the dead floor synchronized close enough to the real building to extract what it needed. But not close enough to overlap completely. That's why the rules matter. Belle said. If the time is wrong, it starts bleeding into yesterday or tomorrow. If the temperature is wrong, pipes connect. If the lights stay on. He stopped. What? It can see the apartment doors better. I remembered the hallway changing. The numbers becoming ours. My stomach turned. And the windows? Not interfaces you want opening both ways. Mirrors? Same. Peepholes? Belle shook his head. I don't know. Nobody who looked through one came back able to explain. What about the voices? Belle looked at the succession notice. They need confirmation. Of what? You. I thought of my mother's voice. Please confirm your name. You signing gives them a written identity. Answering gives them the voice attached to it. And then? Belle didn't answer. Then what? They can issue occupancy. My mouth went dry. Occupancy for who? Usually something that wants to live upstairs. I thought of the man in the brown suit. Solomon Strange? Belle actually laughed. Once. No. What is he? Customer service. That somehow made it worse. I pointed at the key. Why me? Belle looked older. Because my term is over. Then leave. I couldn't. You can now. Silence. I understood. You've been waiting for this. Belle looked away. You've been waiting for somebody to replace you. For 29 years. And you never told us. What would you have done? Moved. No. Yes. No. Evie, you would have tried. I frowned. Belle said. My predecessor told everyone. What happened? Half the building left. Good. 3 days later, every one of them came back. What? Not voluntarily. A chill went through me. Belle continued. Some walked in their sleep. Some drove across the county without remembering. One family moved to Arizona. Their car was found idling in our parking lot 48 hours later. That's impossible. I know. He pointed down. The lease isn't with the tenants. Then upward. It's with the address. What did the last superintendent do? Belle looked toward the salt. He declared the elevators out of service. I remembered asking years ago. The superintendent before me tried that. What happened? For 12 days, nothing. Belle's jaw tightened. Then the stairwell changed. I looked at him. Changed how? People going from 3 to 4 arrived on the dead floor. Jesus. Not alone. I understood the implication. What about the garbage chute? It opened. The one that's been broken forever. We keep it broken. Belle spoke very softly. The first night the chute opened, Mrs. Adler in 2C heard her son calling from inside. What happened? Her son had been dead 11 years. I didn't ask. Belle answered anyway. She climbed in. I closed my eyes. After 6 residents disappeared, my predecessor went down the stairs himself. And? He never came back. Belle looked at me. The next morning, the elevator started working. That was how Belle became superintendent. Not because he'd applied. Because the building chose someone to keep the arrangement running. Dash dash dash. I stood. I am not doing this. Belle said nothing. I don't care what that paper says. Okay. I'm leaving. Okay. That surprised me. I grabbed my coat. Walked toward the door. Belle said, "Take the key." No. Evie. No. You accepted the correspondence. I didn't know what it was. Neither do people who clicked, "I agree." I glared at him. That's supposed to be funny? No. The elevator bell rang outside. We both froze. One soft ding. Bell checked his watch. 1:07 a.m. No one should be using it. Another ding. Then the building intercom crackled. A voice came through Bell's wall unit. My voice. Mr. Bell? I stared. Bell didn't respond. My voice continued. I need Evelyn. Bell unplugged the intercom. The speaker remained alive. Please confirm that Evelyn Marie Shaw is present. Bell whispered. Don't speak. The voice changed. My mother. Evelyn? I pressed both hands over my mouth. Then my father. Evie? Then Jules, my college roommate. Then Omar. Then a child's voice. Then Mr. Bell. From the speaker. She's here. The real Bell turned white. The office lights flickered. Dash dash dash. From the hallway. Someone knocked. 3 times. Bell grabbed a bag of salt. Tore it open. Poured a line across the office doorway. I stared. Seriously? It's contractual salt, not religious salt. That sentence didn't help. The knocking stopped. Then, footsteps moved down the hall. Slow. Padded. Bell picked up the succession document. Read the bottom again. Transfer effective upon final delivery of customary tribute. He looked at the salt bags. No. What? The tribute. It's overdue. No. His face changed. It isn't asking me to deliver it. He looked at me. It wants you to. I backed away. No. Bell picked up the custodian key. If you deliver the salt, the transfer completes. So I don't. Then my term remains active. Great. For another. He checked the notice. There was text on it that hadn't been there before. Ink appearing line by line. Bell read aloud. 3 hours and 30 minutes. Then, Failure to complete succession may result in collection of material deficit from general occupancy. I stared. What does that mean? Bell said. One resident. A new line appeared. Minimum. Then. Expected yield may require multiple units. Bell whispered. Or more. Dash dash dash. You're telling me either I take your job or that thing starts taking tenants. Yes. Convenient. I know. You expect me to believe you? No. The honesty stopped me. Bell sat. I expect you to hate me. I did. But by 4:30, hate won't matter. A scream sounded upstairs. Both of us looked up. Then another. A man's voice. Then running. We left the office. Dash dash dash. Mrs. Greer from 2A stood in the hallway. Barefoot. Nightgown. Eyes closed. Walking toward the garbage chute. Behind her. 3 more residents. Omar. A teenager from 4B. A man I didn't know. All asleep. All walking. The garbage chute door stood open. It had been welded shut for years. Now it yawned black. From inside. Voices. Hundreds. Whispering. Calling names. Mrs. Greer smiled in her sleep. My baby. Bell grabbed her. She fought him with shocking strength. Omar kept walking. I grabbed him. He mumbled. My daughter. Again. The daughter he never had. Except maybe. Somewhere. He had. The chute whispered louder. Metal groaned. Something moved deep inside. Not below us. Toward us. Climbing. Bell shouted. Wake them. We slapped. Shook. Yelled. The teenager woke first and screamed. The man woke. Omar didn't. Mrs. Greer didn't. From inside the chute, a hand appeared. Long. Gray. Too many knuckles. It gripped the edge. Then another. Then another. Bell threw a fistful of salt. The hands recoiled violently. A sound came from inside the chute like 1,000 people inhaling through broken teeth. I pulled Omar backward. His eyes opened. The chute slammed shut. Everyone collapsed. For a few seconds. Silence. Bell looked at me. 3 hours and 19 minutes. I hated him. I hated the building. I hated the people who wrote the notice. But I looked at Mrs. Greer crying on the floor. Omar staring at nothing. The terrified teenager. And I knew. So did Bell. Where does the salt go? Dash dash dash. The garbage chute was out of the question. Bell said the notice specifically required the tribute dropped down the out-of-order garbage conduit. But since it had opened, it no longer qualified as out of order. Cosmic bureaucracy apparently cares about wording. That left the dead floor. The brown-suited man had given me the envelope because the chute was unavailable. If the tribute couldn't go through the chute, it had to be hand-delivered. By the successor. Me. Bell filled a burlap sack. 1 bushel. Kosher salt. He tied it. It weighed nearly 50 pounds. You knew this was coming. I said. I knew something was. You could have warned me. Yes. But you didn't. Bell looked at the floor. No. I wanted to hit him. Instead, the elevator dinged. Doors opened. Empty. The dial needle pointed between 3 and 4. Bell looked at me. The brown-suited man's words returned. Please do not decline the elevator again. It would be a most awkward encounter if we met upon the stairs. I picked up the sack. The elevator descended. I was alone. Bell couldn't come. The doors opened. Dead floor. But it wasn't the same. The hallway now looked almost exactly like Briarwood Court. Beige walls. Brown carpet. Our light fixtures. Our apartment doors. But the windows still showed the impossible city. And every door had a name instead of a number. Greer. Martinez. Khan. Bell. Shaw. Names of tenants. Residents. People sleeping upstairs. At the far end. Bulletin board. Clock. Thermostat. Dimmer. And someone stood beside them. Mr. Bell. Not the Bell upstairs. This one was younger. Maybe 30. Wearing clothes from another decade. He stared at me. I almost spoke. Rule 7. Don't respond. He raised one finger to his lips. Then pointed to an apartment door beside him. No name. Just. Custodian. The door stood open. Rule 6. Don't enter. The fake Bell smiled sadly. Then walked backward through it. The door remained open. I went past. The voices began almost immediately. Evelyn. Confirm receipt. State your name. Accept tenancy. Your cooperation is valued. Your silence may incur administrative delay. The man in the brown suit appeared in the mirrors. Not physically. Only reflections. Walking beside me. His blurred face gradually becoming clearer. My nose. My eyes. My mouth. I realized. Every time I'd looked at him earlier, his face had been impossible to focus on because there wasn't a face there yet. It was assembling something. I kept walking. The salt sack dragged at my shoulder. Then, from apartment Shaw I heard myself crying. Please. I stopped. Please don't leave me here. I shut my eyes. Kept walking. The door opened. I could feel it. My voice came closer. I did everything you did. Don't respond. I followed the rules. Don't respond. I signed too. My stomach tightened. I just didn't get the elevator. Footsteps emerged behind me. Different from before. Bare feet. My feet. I've been waiting. I walked faster. The voice behind whispered. You're taking my job. I reached the bulletin board. New notice. Shorter. Succession completion. Qualified successor. Evelyn Marie Shaw. Final requirement. Deliver tribute and acknowledge custodial appointment. Please place tribute beneath clock. Please verbally confirm. Asterisk. I accept responsibility for the premises. Asterisk. I laughed. Actually laughed. Of course. The thing behind me stopped. Solomon Strange appeared beside the bulletin board. Physically this time. Brown suit. Blurred face. Hands folded. Ms. Shaw. I didn't answer. I appreciate your attention to procedure. Silence. Kindly place the tribute. I dropped the sack beneath the clock. The floor shuddered. Somewhere far away, machinery began turning. The impossible city outside brightened window by window. Orange lights. Thousands. Maybe millions. The salt sack collapsed. Not emptied. Collapsed. As if something underneath the floor had sucked every grain through the fabric. The clock began ticking backward. Solomon Strange gestured toward the sentence. I accept responsibility for the premises. I stared. He waited. The thing behind me breathed. My voice whispered. Say it. I didn't. Solomon's head tilted. We require acknowledgement. Still nothing. He seemed almost embarrassed. It's a formality. I looked at the bulletin board. True name. Voice confirmation. Occupancy. Formalities. Then I understood something. The succession notice back in Bell's office. It didn't say I had to accept. It said, transfer effective upon final delivery of customary tribute. I had delivered it. Maybe the transfer was already complete. So why did he still need the sentence? Because it wasn't part of the transfer. It was something else. I looked at the door labeled *custodian. Open. Rule 6. Do not enter an open apartment. Solomon said, please acknowledge your residence. Residence. Not responsibility. That was the trick. The superintendent didn't live on the dead floor. The thing wanted me to. Maybe every custodian eventually did. Maybe that was what had happened to Bell's predecessor. I shook my head. Solomon's blurred face twitched. For the first time. Annoyance. Ms. Shaw. I remained silent. Behind me. My double screamed. Not at me. At Solomon. Don't let her leave. Then it ran. Dash dash dash. I heard bare feet sprinting. Rule 8. Don't turn. But the ritual was finished. Different rules now? No. There are no different rules. That's how people die. I ran toward the elevator. The double behind me chased. Fast. I passed mirrors. In each, I saw myself. Dozens. Some running. Some standing still. Some missing eyes. One hanging from the ceiling. One wearing Mr. Bell's coat. One old. One dead. The windows shook. The pale exterior creature slapped its enormous body against the glass. Cracks spread. Apartment doors opened. Hands reached out. Voices screamed names. Evelyn. Evie. M.S. Shaw. Confirm. I ran. Elevator ahead. Doors open. Warm amber light. Almost there. Then. The hallway changed. Carpet became stairs. One step. Then another. The elevator seemed farther away. Solomon's voice came from everywhere. Stairwell migration has been authorized. No, I whispered. Too late. I had spoken. Silence. Every door stopped moving. The double behind me stopped. Solomon said, "Thank you." My blood froze. I had responded. not to my name, but responded. Did that count? The double laughed, then asked, "Who said that?" I clamped my mouth shut. It wanted identification, not just sound. I ran. Dash dash dash. The floor buckled. Stairs grew from carpet. Up. Down. Sideways. The hallway folding into a stairwell that couldn't exist. I remembered Belle's predecessor. 12 days after the elevator shut down. The stairwell changed. This was what Solomon meant. It would be awkward if we met upon the stairs. I jumped over a step that opened like a mouth, grabbed the elevator frame, threw myself inside, faced forward. Doors began closing. The double reached them. A hand slipped through. My hand. Same scar. Same ring. The doors stopped. Behind me. My voice panted. "Evie." I didn't move. "Turn around." "No." "Look at me." "No." "Then." "Please." My mother's voice. "No." Belle's. "Evie, help me." "No." "Then." A voice I didn't know. An old man. "Don't turn around." I almost laughed. Finally, some useful advice. The hand gripping the door began losing shape. Fingers stretching. Skin smoothing. Then Solomon said, "Final opportunity to acknowledge premises." I stared at the rear elevator wall and realized the custodian key was in my coat pocket. I hadn't put it there. Belle's key. Black tag. Custodian. I pulled it out. The elevator control panel had changed. Buttons. 1, 2, 3. A blank slot. 4, 5. Below them. A keyhole. I inserted the custodian key. Turned. The blank slot went dark. The double screamed. The doors slammed shut hard enough to sever its fingers. They fell inside the elevator. 5 pale fingers. My fingers. They twitched, then dissolved into salt. The elevator rose. Dash dash dash. When I returned to Briarwood, it was 4:31 a.m. 1 minute past the deadline. Belle was waiting. All the sleeping residents were awake. Nobody else had disappeared. The garbage chute was welded shut again. The analog elevator dial rested on 1. I stepped out. Belle looked at the key in my hand. Then at me. "So?" I punched him. Hard. He fell. Nobody stopped me. He sat on the floor holding his mouth. I deserved that. Yes. Did you accept? No. Belle looked confused. But you delivered the tribute. Yes. And? I used the key. His face changed. What did you do? Turned off the blank floor. Belle stared. Then started laughing. Not happy. Terrified. Oh, Evie. What? You can't turn it off. Looks pretty off. No. He stood. You changed the access. To what? Belle looked toward the stairwell. I already knew. Dash dash dash. The elevator never stopped at the dead floor again. Not once. 6 months now. The dial passes cleanly from 3 to 4. Nobody has been selected. Everyone thought I fixed it. For about a week. I did too. Then the stairwell started getting longer. At first, only at night, 3 to 4 would have 13 steps instead of 12. Then 14. Then 15. Last month, Mrs. Greer counted 23. 2 nights ago, Omar was climbing from 2 to 3 and passed a landing with faded blue carpet. He kept his eyes down. Smart man. The garbage chute remains welded. But sometimes we hear things crawling behind it. The building has developed other problems. People sleep too much. Or not at all. Tenants report dreams of an impossible city. 3 residents swear they woke with salt under their tongues. A little boy in 4 drew a picture of a tall man in a brown suit. He wrote, "New Super," over the figure. The person beside him in the drawing was me. Martin Bell left Briarwood the morning after my second trip. Just packed a suitcase. Walked outside. I watched him stand on the sidewalk for almost 10 minutes. He cried. I thought he felt guilty. Maybe he did. Then he laughed. He got in a taxi. Nobody has seen him since. I tried to call a week later. His number belonged to someone else. I searched county records. There is no Martin Bell. No driver's license. No employment history. No lease. No tax records. According to Briarwood's documents, I have been superintendent since 1997. I was 4 years old in 1997. There are photographs in the office. Annual Christmas parties. Maintenance inspections. Tenant meetings. I'm in them. Older versions of me. Younger versions. A version of me in 2004. A version in 1989. One photograph dated 1973. 13 years before Briarwood Court was built. I'm standing on an empty field. Behind me, Solomon Strange. His face is still blurred. On the back, in my handwriting, ground lease approved. I tried to quit. Of course. I moved my belongings into my sister's house. First night, her staircase gained an extra landing. I moved into a motel. The elevator stopped between 2 and 3. No number. I drove out of Heroic County. 40 miles later, every road sign began pointing back to Briarwood. I drove for 3 hours. Passed the same gas station 11 times. Finally, I came home. The building's lobby lights turned on when I entered. The custodian key was waiting on the desk. Beside it, a fresh notice. Welcome back. Temporary service disruption has been noted and forgiven. Your attempts at resignation have been logged as recreational. Please be advised that suspension of elevator access has resulted in increased stairwell demand. Future calibration events will therefore be routed through available architectural alternatives. We continue to value your service. Surreptitiously and serendipitously yours, Solomon Strange. So now I'm the superintendent. Apparently, I collect rent, change light bulbs, call plumbers, break up arguments over parking spaces. Every month, I take 1 bushel of kosher salt, put it in a burlap sack, and drop it down the garbage chute. The chute is still welded shut. Doesn't matter. The sack passes through the metal. I hear it falling for about 40 seconds. Then, something catches it. I never stand close enough to hear what. I replaced all the elevator rule signs. Made the letters bigger. Added a line at the top. This is not a joke. I personally brief every new tenant. I tell them to ride with someone whenever possible. Take the stairs during daylight. Never make jokes about the blank point on the elevator dial. And if they ever find themselves on the dead floor, follow the rules. Exactly. They always ask the same thing. What happens if I mess up? I tell them. Don't. Most laugh. I don't. There is one part one don't tell them. The succession notice is still pinned to the bulletin board downstairs. Not the supernatural one. A copy I made. I read it every day. There are 5 requirements. Soul transit. Service passage completed. Calibration competency. True name rendered. Correspondence accepted. That is how a new custodian is chosen. I've spent 6 months making sure nobody qualifies. If I see someone waiting alone for the elevator, I ride with them, even if I'm going nowhere. If someone carries groceries, I help them take the stairs. I've slept in the lobby 3 times because I didn't want a drunk tenant riding alone at 2 a.m. Maybe that sounds noble. It isn't. I'm terrified of what happens when someone else qualifies. Because part of me wants them to. I hate that part. I understand Martin Bell now. That's the worst thing the dead floor has done to me. Not the voices. Not the impossible city. Not the thing wearing my face. It made me understand the man who let me take his place. Yesterday, a new tenant moved into 4C. Young guy. 22, maybe. His name is Daniel. Nice kid. He works nights. At 3:18 this morning, I found him in the lobby waiting for the elevator. Alone. I walked over. I'll ride with you. He smiled. You don't have to. I know. The doors opened. We stepped inside together. I pressed 4. The elevator began rising. 1, 2, 3. The needle kept moving. For a moment, everything was fine. Then it slowed. My stomach dropped. No. Daniel looked at me. What? The needle stopped. Between 3 and 4. The lights turned amber. I stared at the rule sheet. Rule. The floor only chooses people riding alone. Daniel said, I thought this doesn't happen if there are 2 people. So did I. The doors opened. Dead floor. But something had changed. The hallway was wider. 2 bulletin boards. 2 clocks. 2 thermostats. And at the far end, 2 men in brown suits. One held an envelope. The other, a burlap sack. Daniel whispered, What the hell? I grabbed his arm. Don't say anything else. Both men smiled. Or I think they did. Their faces were hard to focus on. Then the one holding the envelope spoke. Custodian Shaw. I remained silent. He tilted his head. Your diligence regarding candidate suppression has been noted. My skin went cold. The second man lifted the burlap sack. It moved. Something alive inside. The first continued. Unfortunately, current metapolitical demand has rendered single custodian staffing inefficient. Daniel looked at me. I knew what was coming before the man said it. Congratulations. He raised the envelope. Your building has been approved for expansion. Behind them, the hallway lights began turning on. 1, 2, 3. More doors appeared. Dozens. Then hundreds. The corridor stretched farther than I could see. Above every new door, an apartment number. Some belonged to Briarwood. Most didn't. Then, behind us, the elevator doors closed. I hadn't stepped out. Neither had Daniel. We were still inside. The elevator started moving. Sideways. Daniel grabbed the wall. What is happening? The floor indicator needle rotated beyond 5. Past the edge of the numbered dial. Then, continued around the circle. Behind the elevator wall, I heard stairs. Hundreds of feet climbing. The brown-suited man's voice came through the speaker. Please prepare to orient new properties. I looked at Daniel. He was crying. I wanted to tell him everything would be okay. But I knew better than to lie. So I told him the only thing that mattered. When the doors open, do exactly what I say. The elevator stopped. The amber lights went dark. Before the doors opened, a new rule appeared beneath the old 10. Printed in fresh black letters. Asterisk asterisk 11. If the custodian is present, do not assume the rules are for you. Then another line appeared. Asterisk asterisk 12. Custodian. Please select which rider returns. Daniel read it. Then looked at me. I looked at him. And somewhere on the other side of the doors, Solomon Strange began to laugh. That's when I finally understood. The dead floor never needed a new superintendent. It needed someone willing to become the old one. The next story is the final cut. I know where the lost episode stories came from. Not all of them. People make things up. The internet takes one weird story, photocopies it 1,000 times, changes the names, adds blood coming out of somebody's eyes, and by the end you've got 17 different cartoons with 17 different forbidden episodes that supposedly killed 17 different kids. Most of that is bullshit. But not all of it. Some of those tapes were real. I know because I watched the man who made them. His name was Sid Mercer. And if you're expecting me to tell you Sid was some mysterious underground filmmaker who wore black gloves and worshipped Satan in his basement, you're going to be disappointed. Sid was just a weird kid. At least in the beginning. We met in 1986. I was 16, working evenings at a fast food place called Scats. Yes, Scats. Apparently nobody in corporate marketing had said the name aloud before printing 15,000 signs. Sid didn't work. His parents had money. Not yacht money, but enough that their only son could spend every afternoon sitting in the basement surrounded by VHS machines without anyone asking when he planned to become a functioning human being. Sid loved videotapes. Not movies. Videotapes. There was a difference. Movies were stories. Tapes were objects. Things you could open, cut, splice, erase, rearrange, improve. Sid treated them the way surgeons treat bodies. He would take a screwdriver to the cassette shell, pull the magnetic ribbon out, mark sections with grease pencil, and sit for hours hunched over editing equipment his father used for wedding videos. The first movie he ever fixed was Old Yeller. He had seen it when he was 6. If you know the movie, you know the part. The dog gets sick. The boy has to shoot him. Sid hated it. Not in the normal way a little kid hates a sad ending. He rejected it. Completely. According to Sid, he cried for 3 days. Then he asked his father whether movies could be changed. His father showed him how editing worked. Probably thought he was encouraging creativity. Sid waited until the house was empty. Then he took Old Yeller apart. He removed the ending. Cut in an earlier scene of the dog running through a field. Added a shot of the boy smiling. Then froze the image. That became Sid's ending. Old Yeller got better. Nobody shot him. Everybody went home happy. The first time Sid showed it to me, we were 16. He sat cross-legged in front of the TV watching a movie he'd already seen hundreds of times. When his new ending played, he clapped. Actually clapped. Then he looked at me. Better, right? I laughed. Sure. No, I'm serious. He pointed at the screen. That's how it should have happened. I shrugged. Okay. He stared at me for a few seconds. Do you remember the original? Of course. What happens? The kid shoots the dog. Sid smiled. Good. Something about the way he said it bothered me. I asked. Why good? Just checking. A week later I was talking with a girl from school about movies. Old Yeller came up. She said she hated the ending where the dog died. And without thinking, I said, he doesn't die. She stared at me. What? For maybe 3 seconds. I genuinely could not remember. I saw the field. The dog running. The boy smiling. Then the real ending came crashing back into my head. Oh. I laughed. Sorry. Friend of mine made a stupid edit. She called me an idiot. Conversation moved on. I forgot about it. Sid didn't. When I told him what happened, he became very quiet. How many times did you watch mine? Once. You sure? Yeah. He nodded. Then wrote something in a notebook. What are you doing? Nothing. That notebook would matter later. At first Sid's edits were funny. He took an episode of a *Ghostbusters cartoon and removed every ghost. Not replaced them. Removed them. The result made absolutely no sense. Characters ran screaming from empty rooms. Laser beams fired at blank walls. People had conversations with nothing. At the end, everyone congratulated each other for solving a problem that never existed. I laughed until my stomach hurt. Sid didn't. He kept rewinding one scene. A character stood in a hallway. In the original, a ghost appeared behind him. Sid had removed it. Now the character turned toward empty space, paused, and screamed. Sid leaned closer to the screen. "What?" I asked. "Look at him." "I am." "No." Sid pointed. "He still knows something's there." I rolled my eyes. Because the actor was drawn reacting to the ghost. But the ghost isn't there anymore. "You cut it out." "Exactly." He looked fascinated. I removed the cause. "So?" The reaction stayed. I threw popcorn at him. "You need a girlfriend." He ignored me. After that, his edits changed. He stopped trying to make movies happier. I encouraged that. That's probably the part one regret most. I thought his skill was wasted removing sad scenes. So I started giving him ideas. What if Darth Vader won? What if the shark in *Jaws ate everybody? What if the good guys in some cheesy action movie spent 2 hours fighting their way through an army and then just died 5 seconds before the credits? Sid loved it. He made things darker. Then stranger. He edited an episode of MASH together with footage from an old war movie. Halfway through, the camp got bombed. People died. Not characters who were supposed to die. Everybody. Sid ended the episode with still images of each character's face. Eyes closed. No music. No credits. Just faces. One after another. 30 seconds each. I remember sitting there after the tape ended. Static filled the TV. Sid did not move. "Dude." "Nothing." "Sid." He lifted one finger. "Listen." "To what?" "Shush." Static. That was all. But Sid smiled. There's always something after the ending. I turned the television off. By 19, I'd mostly moved on. Girls. Cars. Jobs. Trying to figure out how not to be broke. Sid stayed exactly where he was. Except his equipment got better. 2 VCRs became 4. Then 6. He bought mixers. Audio decks. Video stabilizers. His father gave him an old camera. Sid filled the garage with cables. Then he started creating his own footage. That was when it stopped being funny. I visited him one afternoon and found him hunched over a drawing board. Sheets of paper covered the floor. Cartoon faces. Bodies. Backgrounds. Hundreds of frames. "You're animating?" He barely looked up. "Yeah." "What for?" "Missing pieces." "What missing pieces?" "The tapes." I stepped over several drawings. One showed a cartoon man dancing. He had no head. His arms were lifted joyfully over the neck stump. That's cheerful. I need 12 more drawings before the movement works. I stared at Sid. He had lost weight. His hair was greasy. His shirt smelled like it had been worn for a month. "Sid." What the fuck is wrong with you?" That got his attention. He looked up. "Nothing. You spend 15 hours a day in here." "It's work." "For who?" He went back to drawing. "For the story." I laughed. "The story isn't paying you. Money doesn't make something real. What does?" He stopped drawing. "Audience." I wish I'd asked what he meant. Instead I told him to take a shower. Sid had another hobby by then. Distribution. He would go into video rental stores carrying a backpack. Rent a tape. Take it home. Copy the label perfectly. Replace the cassette with one of his versions. Return it. Sometimes he left tapes in thrift stores. Sometimes libraries. Sometimes apartment building laundry rooms. Anywhere somebody might take one home. You know that's illegal, right? I said. So? You're stealing. No. You literally steal the original tape. Sid shook his head. I'm replacing it. With what? The correct version. I laughed. He didn't. One night he showed me the notebook. The same one he'd written in after I temporarily misremembered Old Yeller. Each page contained titles, dates, addresses, numbers. Beside some tapes, he had written, ***1 view, ***7 views, **23 views. Unknown. What is this? Exposure. People watching? Yes. How the hell do you know? Sometimes I follow up. You call strangers and ask if they enjoyed the psycho version of the Care Bears? Sometimes. I thought he was joking. Then I saw his face. What happens when enough people watch? Sid looked at me for a very long time. Then he said, "The edit settles." I laughed nervously. What does that mean? People think memory is like a photograph. He closed the notebook. It isn't. What is it? A recording. He pointed at one of the VCRs. And recordings can be overwritten. .. That was when Sid told me about Mrs. Callahan. She lived 2 streets over. Her husband had died several years earlier. Sid's father had filmed their wedding back in the 70s. Sid still had the master tape. Apparently there was a scene where Mr. Callahan became drunk at the reception and screamed at his wife. Sid removed it. He replaced it with footage from later that evening. Mr. Callahan dancing with her. Then he made 6 copies. He mailed them anonymously to relatives. Why? I wanted to test something. What? A negative memory. I felt cold. What happened? Mrs. Callahan doesn't remember the argument anymore. You asked her? She told my mother her wedding had been perfect. People forget things. Yes. Especially 20-year-old arguments. Sid smiled. Her sister remembers it. So there. She remembered yesterday. What? She watched the tape last night. I stared at him. Sid's voice dropped. This morning she told me it never happened. I stood up. That's bullshit. Okay. You're fucking with me. Okay. Stop saying okay. He smiled. I left. .. I avoided Sid for nearly a year. Then one night he called. He sounded excited. Not manic. Not frightened. Happy. The old Sid. The 6-year-old who fixed Old Yeller Sid. I figured it out. I should have hung up. Instead. What? Why the scary edits work better? I said nothing. Fear holds attention. Okay. If something scares you, you replay it. Sometimes. You show someone else. I looked at the clock. It was nearly midnight. Sid, what are you talking about? Happy endings don't spread. He sounded almost sad. They stop. I remembered his words from years earlier. Audience makes it real. Sid continued. But scary endings get repeated. Urban legends. What? He laughed. Exactly. The word was new enough back then that it still sounded interesting. You tell somebody there's a tape they shouldn't watch. What do? They watch it. And then? Tell somebody else. And then? I stopped answering. Sid whispered. The scary stuff is right. A pause. The happy endings are the lie. Then the line disconnected. I didn't see Sid again for almost 15 years. Life happened. Marriage. Divorce. Different marriage. Mortgage. Job I hated but was good at. Then one night, in my 30s, I was wasting time online and found a message board about creepy videotapes. Lost episodes. Altered cartoons. Things supposedly rented by accident from old video stores. One post described a *MASH episode where the entire camp was slaughtered. Another described a cartoon with all the monsters removed, leaving the characters screaming at empty rooms. I knew those. Sid made them. Then I found ones I didn't know. Shows that had aired years after I stopped seeing him. Children's cartoons. Sitcoms. Music videos. Same techniques. Same long silences. Same frozen faces. Same habit of letting the tape run after the ending. People argued whether the stories were real. Some claimed they still owned copies. Others said they remembered watching them as children. One person wrote something that made my blood run cold. Greater than I know everyone says this episode doesn't exist. But my sister remembers it too. Another. Greater than I swear this was the original ending when I was little. Then another. Greater than does anyone else remember the main character dying? My DVD doesn't have it anymore. I sat at the computer until sunrise. Sid had not stopped. His audience had grown. I called his old number. It rang forever. No answer. The next weekend, I drove to his parents' house. The neighborhood had gone downhill. His lawn was waist high. Paint peeled from the siding. Several roof tiles were missing. The garage door had been tagged with graffiti. A bank notice hung on the front door. Foreclosure. Property abandoned. I should have left. Instead, I remembered the fake rock beside the back stairs. We used to get the spare key from it whenever Sid locked us out. The rock was still there. So was the key. That bothered me more than the foreclosure notice. People who leave houses behind take things. Photographs. Clothes. Important papers. At least the spare key. Sid's rusty childhood bicycle still leaned against the siding. A ceramic bird his mother loved still stood beside the steps. Nothing had been removed. It did not look like a family had moved away. It looked like they had stopped. I unlocked the back door. The smell hit me first. Not rot. Not exactly. Hot electronics. Dust burning on an old light bulb. Metal. Ozone. The smell of a television left on too long. The kitchen looked almost exactly as I remembered. Dust covered everything. A dead rat lay beneath the table. It had dried into leather and bone. The living room television was on. Black and white static. No cable box. No antenna. Just static. I walked over. Tried the power button. Nothing. I unplugged it. The static continued. I froze. Looked at the cord in my hand. The television hissed. Then, for one frame, something appeared. Sid. Older. Looking directly at me. Gone. Static. I dropped the cord. Sid? The house answered with white noise. Dash dash dash. His bedroom was empty. Hundreds of tapes sat warped from moisture. Most labels had faded. Some had handwritten titles. Mother, better version. Dad, quiet. Summer 1988, no argument. Me, test 4. Then. Me, test 19. Me, test 43. I picked one up. A date was written underneath. The previous week. My hands went cold. The house had been abandoned for years. Yet somebody had labeled a tape 7 days ago. I put it back. Then entered his parents' room. 2 bodies lay in bed. Or what remained of them. Sid's father. Sid's mother. Gray skin. Sunken faces. Almost mummified. They were lying side by side beneath the blankets. No signs of struggle. No blood. No obvious injury. Their hands were joined. On the dresser sat a television. It was off. A VHS cassette remained inside the player. The handwritten label read, Mom plus Dad, happy ending. I did not press play. I ran for the hallway. Pulled out my phone. Dialed 911. Static shrieked through the speaker. I dropped it. Tried again. Static. The landline. Static. Another phone. Static. Then I realized music had been playing underneath it. Soft. Cheerful. Flutes. Little bells. Something like a children's cartoon theme. It came from the garage. Dash dash dash. The interior garage door was locked. I called. Sid? The music continued. Sid, it's me. Nothing. I kicked the door. Old wood cracked. Second kick. The lock gave. The smell of hot electricity rolled over me. The garage was dark except for one television. A cartoon played. Blue sky. Green hills. Yellow flowers. A red house in the distance. The background repeated every 6 seconds. Hill. Tree. Flowers. House. Hill. Tree. Flowers. House. Cables ran from the television. Not power cables. Thicker. Homemade. They crossed the floor toward an office chair. Something sat in it. Sid. Or what was left. His body had dried onto the chair. He had been dead for years. I knew that immediately. Skin drawn tight. Hair mostly gone. Clothing rotted. But the cables. Jesus Christ. They entered him. Through holes in the chest. The neck. The base of the skull. Some were attached to metal plates that disappeared beneath skin. His rib cage had been opened and crudely wired back together. Inside. Metal. circuit boards, copper, tape heads, parts from VCRs. Sid had turned himself into editing equipment. His face was the worst. He was smiling, not like a corpse with dried lips. He had arranged it. Wire passed through both cheeks and pulled them backward. A permanent grin. His eye sockets were empty. "Hi!" I screamed. The voice came from the television. Bright, friendly, cartoonish. Almost Sid. I turned. There he was. A cartoon version. Young Sid. Maybe 19. Clean hair. Clean shirt. Bright eyes. He walked along the repeating hill. He waved. "Hey." I could barely breathe. "Sid?" "Yep." "What did you do?" Cartoon Sid looked confused. "To what?" I pointed at the body. He glanced toward me as if he could actually see through the screen. "Oh." He laughed. "That. Your parents are dead." "I know." "How long?" "I don't know." "Sid. Time doesn't work very well here." He kept walking. Hill. Tree. Flowers. House. Hill. Tree. Flowers. House. I moved toward the television. "Did you kill them?" Cartoon Sid stopped. "No. They're upstairs." "I know." "Dead." "Yes." "What happened?" He smiled. "I fixed them." My skin went cold. "What?" The screen changed. The cartoon landscape vanished. Home video footage appeared. Christmas. Sid's mother laughing. His father younger. Presents. Dinner. A birthday party. Scenes I recognized from childhood. But there were things wrong. Nobody argued. Nobody looked tired. Nobody aged. Every time someone began to frown, the tape jumped. A cut. Smile again. Sid's voice came through the television. Dad used to get angry. Cut. His father smiling. Mom used to cry. Cut. His mother laughing. They got old. Cut. Younger again. They got sick. Cut. Healthy. So I removed it. The home video froze on Sid's parents smiling at the camera. "They're perfect now." I whispered. "They're dead." The cartoon landscape returned. Sid resumed walking. "No." "Yes." "No." "Then what's upstairs?" Sid considered the question. "Material." I nearly vomited. You always thought editing meant cutting pieces out. Sid's cartoon voice became softer. "That was my mistake too." I stared. An edit doesn't remove something. He tapped the side of his cartoon head. "It chooses what survives." I thought of Mrs. Callahan. Old Yeller. People online remembering episodes that never existed. How? A recording is memory. No. A brain is electrical. Sid. Magnetic tape is electrical. That doesn't mean. Neither knows the difference after enough repetition. He smiled. I only needed people to watch. My stomach twisted. The rental stores. Yep. You put them out there on purpose. Of course. How many? Sid laughed. Which year? I backed away from the television. The wall behind the TV was covered with shelves. Thousands of tapes. Not hundreds. Thousands. Some professionally labeled. Some handwritten. Some children's shows. Movies. Home videos. News broadcasts. I saw one marked Challenger, success. Another *** 9/11 second plane misses. My blood went cold. Beside it, *** 1986 me plus YOU. I pulled it out. What's this? Sid stopped walking. Don't. That was the first time he sounded frightened. I looked at him. What did you do? Put it back. I inserted the tape. Don't. I pressed play. The screen showed Sid's basement in 1986. 16-year-old Sid sat in front of the television. And beside him, me. We were watching Old Yeller. I remembered that night. Except the video did not match my memory. On the tape, when Sid's happy ending finished, I did not laugh. I stared at the screen. Then I said, "That's not how it happened." Young Sid answered, "Doesn't matter." I looked at him. "You can't just change it." Sid smiled. "Why?" "Because the real version still happened." Young Sid turned toward the camera. Directly toward me. Not the teenage me. Me. Standing in the garage decades later. "No," he said. "You remember saying that?" I stepped backward. "I didn't." The footage continued. Young me stood. "I think this is fucked up." Then I left. The tape ended. Static. My hands were shaking. That didn't happen. Cartoon Sid reappeared. Yes. No. You stayed. I stayed. I know. You showed me more tapes. Yes. You encouraged me. Yes. I know. Cartoon Sid stared at me. That's the edit. Silence. I stopped breathing. What? You weren't supportive. My head began to ache. You thought I was sick. No. You stopped visiting at 17. No. You told my parents. No. You tried to get me help. No. Sid smiled sadly. I fixed you. Something shifted in my mind. Memories. Driving with Sid. Laughing. Watching tapes. Encouraging him. Girls. Work. Years. Then. Another memory. Same basement. Me screaming at Sid. Telling him this wasn't normal. His mother crying in the kitchen. His father asking me whether Sid had threatened anyone. A doctor. Sid refusing to leave his room. I grabbed my head. No. They were going to take me away. Sid's voice was gentle. So I cut that part. I fell against a shelf. You changed my memory. Yes. For 30 years? Yes. Why? Because I needed one friend. That word. Friend. He sounded like a child. I needed somebody who remembered me the right way. I looked toward Sid's corpse. The permanent smile. You did this to yourself. Eventually. Why? To move over. Into the television? Not the television. Sid laughed. The story. I stared. The TV is just a door. What happens if I turn it off? His smile vanished. You don't want to. I reached for the power cord. No. Your parents are dead. They're happy. You're dead. I'm happy. This isn't happiness. The cartoon world continued looping behind him. Tree. Flowers. House. Tree. Flowers. House. Nothing ever changed. Nothing could go wrong. Nothing could end. I finally understood. Sid had come full circle. The boy who couldn't accept the death of Old Yeller had spent his entire life trying to cut death out of the story. His horrifying edits hadn't been worship of suffering. They had been experiments. Fear spread faster. Fear made people rewatch. Fear created audience. Audience made the edit stronger. All of it. Every mutilated cartoon. Every fake lost episode. Every tape secretly planted. Had been practice. He wanted enough people to believe edited reality that eventually reality itself would surrender. What are you trying to change? I whispered. Cartoon Sid stopped walking. For the first time, the background stopped too. The bluebird froze in midair. What? All those viewers. I pointed at the shelves. All those tapes. He smiled. I'm making the last edit. What last edit? The ending. My mouth went dry. Whose? Sid looked directly at me. Everybody's. Dash dash dash. Every television in the house turned on. I heard them. Bedroom. Living room. Kitchen. Static erupted through the walls. Then music. The same cheerful cartoon theme. Cartoon Sid multiplied across the garage television. 2 Sids. 4. 8. Dozens. Each walking through identical landscapes. You can't have a bad ending if nothing ends. I grabbed the plug. Sid screamed. Wait. I yanked it from the wall. The screen remained on. Of course it did. I had already seen that trick. I pulled cables. 1, 2, 3. Sid's corpse jerked. The cartoon image distorted. Stop. I tore another cable from his chest. Something black poured from the hole. Not blood. Magnetic tape. Hundreds of feet of it. It spilled onto the floor like intestines. Sid screamed through the speakers. The cartoon sky turned red. The flowers blackened. His animated body began flickering between young Sid and the corpse in the chair. You're breaking it. Good. I grabbed the television. Lifted. Sid shouted. You're in it too. I froze. What? He smiled. You think I only fixed your memories? The TV image changed. My house. My wife. My children. I stared. How did you? A home video played. My daughter's 5th birthday. Except Sid was standing in the background. Cartoon Sid. Watching. Another clip. My wedding. Sid reflected in a mirror. Another. My son's birth. Sid on a television screen inside the hospital room. I stumbled backward. No. You watched me first. Sid's voice distorted. That made you the first carrier. What does that mean? Every story needs somebody to tell it. The screen went white. Then black letters appeared. I know where the lost episode stories came from. My blood stopped. The next line appeared. Not all of them. Then. People make things up. I recognized the words. My words. The words I'm writing now. I hadn't written them yet. Sid laughed. You already told them. I smashed the television. Dash dash dash. Glass exploded. The picture collapsed into a white point. Then darkness. Every television in the house stopped. Silence. Real silence. I stood in the garage breathing hard. Sid's corpse remained in the chair. No movement. No voice. No cartoon. I waited. Nothing. I left. I did not call the police from the house. I drove until my phone worked. Authorities found the bodies. 3 of them. Sid. His mother. His father. They asked how I'd entered the property. Why I had disturbed the scene. Why I had smashed the television. I told them I panicked. I didn't mention the tapes. Most were confiscated, then disappeared into evidence storage. Some were apparently damaged. Some never made it onto the inventory. I didn't ask. The official conclusion was bizarre but mundane. Sid's parents died many years earlier. Possibly carbon monoxide. Sid survived. Stayed in the house. Became severely mentally ill. Modified his own body. Eventually died from infection, blood loss, or some combination of both. The television apparatus was described as non-functional. That word made me laugh. For 6 months, nothing happened. Then my wife asked me, "Who's Sid?" We were eating dinner. I dropped my fork. "What? You said his name in your sleep." I stared at her. "Sid." She frowned. "No idea. You met him. When? Our wedding." "No." "Yes." She laughed. "There was no Sid at our wedding." My stomach tightened. I went upstairs. Opened the wedding album. No Sid. Of course not. Then I found an old VHS box in the closet. I hadn't owned a VCR in years. The label read, "Wedding, Original." Underneath, in different handwriting, "Don't watch this one." I threw it away. The next morning, it was on my desk. Dash dash dash. That's why I'm writing this. Not because I want you to believe me. Actually, I'd prefer you didn't. Don't search for Sid Mercer. Don't hunt down old VHS tapes. Don't try to find copies of the lost episodes people claim he made. And if somebody sends you a video file supposedly transferred from one of Sid's tapes, delete it. Do not watch to the end. Especially if the ending freezes. Especially if the screen goes black but the video keeps playing. Because I made that mistake 3 nights ago. Someone emailed me a file. No subject. No message. Just a video. 23 minutes long. I knew better. I watched anyway. It showed the garage. Empty. Sid's corpse was gone. The broken television stood on the floor. For 22 minutes. Nothing happened. Then cartoon music began. Sid walked onto the screen. Young again. Colorful. Clean. Smiling. He looked at me. Then toward something outside the frame. "You're late." Someone stepped beside him. Me. Not me now. Me at 16. Young. Thin. Standing exactly as I remembered myself. Cartoon Sid placed an arm around my shoulders. Ready? Young me smiled. For what? Sid looked straight through the screen. For the final cut. The video ended. I closed the laptop. Then I noticed my family photographs. My wife was still there. My children. Holidays. Vacations. Birthdays. But in every picture, I was a little farther from them than I remembered. At Christmas, I stood behind everyone. At the beach, I was near the edge of the frame. At my daughter's graduation, only half my body was visible. This morning I checked again. At graduation, I was gone. My wife doesn't remember me attending. At lunch, my son asked why I keep telling the same stories about things he says I wasn't there for. An hour ago, my wife asked why there are men's clothes in the spare bedroom. The edit is settling. That's Sid's phrase. I understand it now. A story does not need to erase you all at once. It only needs enough people to remember the version where you were never there. So I'm putting this online. Not because I think it'll save me. Because Sid taught me something. Audience makes an edit stronger. But maybe that works both ways. Maybe if enough of you read the original. My original. I stay. Maybe memory can fight memory. Maybe a story can resist being cut if enough people remember the missing piece. So remember this. My name is Daniel Reeves. I knew Sid Mercer. I was there. I tried to stop him. I smashed the television. I came home. I have a wife. I have 2 children. I exist. Please remember that. Please. Because the words at the beginning of this post have started disappearing from my screen. And somewhere behind me, I can hear a VCR rewinding. The next story is the floor that isn't there. If you ever stay in an old hotel and notice that the elevator goes from 7 to 9, don't mention it. Don't joke about it. Don't ask the clerk where 8 went. And if there is a wall of brass room keys behind the front desk, do not count them. I did. That was how I checked in. Not to my room. To the floor underneath it. I was in Chicago for a business trip. Friday through Sunday. One presentation Saturday morning. Dinner with the regional team afterward. Flight home Sunday. Simple. The hotel was called the Calder House. Old place. Opened sometime in the 19th century. Dark wood. Brass fixtures. Heavy carpets. Actual paintings instead of mass-produced prints. The room doors still used metal keys instead of plastic keycards. I remember liking that. My entire job existed on screens. Laptop. Phone. Video conferences. CRM software. Dashboards. Notifications. The idea of opening a door with a physical key felt strangely peaceful. Outside, Chicago was being hammered by one of the worst storms I'd seen in years. Thunder. Sheets of rain. Flights canceled. Roads flooding. The lobby was overflowing with stranded travelers. People slept in chairs. Families argued with airline representatives over speakerphone. Every few minutes somebody approached the front desk asking if a room had opened. The answer was always no. I already had a reservation. Lucky me. I stood in line for almost 40 minutes before reaching the counter. The young clerk looked exhausted. His name tag said *Nora, although she looked barely 22. Her hair was coming loose from a bun. The phone behind her had been ringing almost continuously. As she pulled up my reservation, I looked at the old wooden keyboard behind her. Rows of brass hooks. 101, 102, 103, and so on. Most keys were gone. Obviously, the hotel was full, except one row. Every key remained. 801, 802, 803, all the way across. Not a single one missing. I smiled, trying to lighten the mood. Kind of weird, isn't it? Nora barely looked up. What is? Everybody on the 8th floor disappeared. Her fingers stopped over the keyboard. Not slowed. Stopped. She looked at me. The color left her face. What did you say? I immediately regretted the joke. Nothing. Sorry. I just noticed all the 8th floor keys are still there. For a second she didn't move. Then she looked over her shoulder at the keyboard. Back at me. You noticed those? Well, yeah. She forced a laugh. Too late. I'd already seen the fear. They don't use that floor anymore. Renovation? Something like that. She printed my registration form. Then reached behind her. Hook 923. She handed me a heavy brass key. A black plastic tag hung from the ring. *** 923. You're on 9. Got it. Nora held the key for half a second longer than necessary. Then said, Sir? Yeah? If you hear anything unusual tonight, please call the desk. I laughed. What counts as unusual? She didn't. Just call. The elevator was packed. Suitcases. Wet coats. A crying toddler. A businessman arguing into a Bluetooth headset. I squeezed inside and reached toward the buttons. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I looked again. Number 8. Not covered. Not broken. There had simply never been a button there. Huh. Nobody reacted. I pressed 9. As the elevator rose, I watched the display. 4, 5, 6, 7, then 9. No pause. Nothing. I remember thinking maybe the hotel was superstitious. Some buildings skipped 13. Maybe Calder House skipped 8 for some historical reason. Hotels do strange things. And I had a presentation in less than 12 hours. So I stopped thinking about it. That was mistake number 1. Room 923 was nicer than I expected. Queen bed. Large window overlooking the city. Small desk. Bathroom with a walk-in shower. Heavy curtains. An old landline telephone beside the bed. The storm made the windows tremble occasionally, but the room felt warm and safe. I unpacked, hung up my suit, put my laptop on the desk, then spent about an hour practicing my presentation. I sell commercial logistics software. which means I occasionally stand in hotel rooms talking to mirrors about supply chain optimization. Very glamorous. Around 11:30, I took a shower, brushed my teeth, then stood in front of the bathroom mirror and ran through the opening again. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me your time today. I paused. Too stiff. Again. Good morning. I appreciate everybody being here. A sound came through the floor. Low. Long. A human groan. I stopped. Listened. Nothing. I continued. What I'd like to show you this morning is how our platform can. Another groan. Longer. It sounded like a man. Not sexual. Not exactly pain either. More like someone trying to breathe through a throat full of water. I looked down. Seriously? Silence. I continued. The groaning returned. Louder. I stopped again. It stopped. I started. It started. That was when I noticed the rhythm. It wasn't random. The sound was following me. When I spoke, it groaned. When I paused, it paused. I went back into the bedroom. Stood still. Nothing. Then deliberately said, "Hello?" from beneath the floor. A second later, like an answer, I stared at the carpet. "Can you hear me?" Groan. I stepped backward. Then immediately felt stupid. Pipes. Heating system. Storm pressure. Old building. Choose an explanation. Adults are very talented at doing that. I walked to the center of the room and stomped once. Thump. Silence. Then from below. Thump. I frowned. I stomped twice. Thump. Thump. 2 knocks answered. Thump. Thump. Every hair on my arms rose. I backed away. Then someone below dragged something heavy across the ceiling. Or floor. Or whatever separated us. A long wet scrape. I went next door. Dash dash dash. A couple answered. Newlyweds, judging by the matching hotel robes and champagne glasses behind them. The woman looked annoyed. Sorry, I said. Do you hear that? Hear what? The guy below us. Her annoyance turned to confusion. What guy? The groaning. Her husband stepped closer. We haven't heard anything. Seriously? No. I looked down the hallway. Maybe it's under my room specifically. The woman shrugged. Call the desk. Yeah. I apologized. Went back. The moment I closed my door, the groaning started again. Much louder. Not beneath the whole room anymore. Directly beneath the bathroom. Dash dash dash. I called the front desk. A different employee answered. Male. Calder House. Front desk. Hi, room 923. Yes, sir. There's some kind of noise coming from the room below me. Silence. Hello? What kind of noise? Someone groaning. Another pause. Below you? Yes. Are you certain? Pretty certain. His breathing changed. Sir, listen to me. Don't knock on the floor again. My grip tightened around the receiver. How do you know I knocked? Silence. Then, did someone answer? I didn't like the question. Who is this? Did something answer when you knocked? I looked toward the bathroom. Yes. The man whispered something away from the phone. I couldn't hear. Then, stay in your room. Why? We're sending someone up. Maintenance? Just stay inside. The line went dead. I stared at the phone. Then it rang. Immediately. I almost dropped it. 1 ring. 2. 3. I didn't answer. 4. 5. Then it stopped. A second later. From beneath the floor. I heard my own voice. Perfectly. Soft. Muffled. Hello? I stopped breathing. It was my voice. Not similar. Mine. The same pitch. Same slight rasp I'd had since getting over a cold. Again. Hello? Then. Who is this? I hadn't said that. Not yet. But the sentence had already formed in my mind. I backed away from the phone. The voice below repeated. Who is this? The bathroom pipes began shaking. Dash dash dash. The shower turned on by itself. I heard water hitting tile. I entered the bathroom. The handle hadn't moved. Water blasted from the shower head anyway. Then the sink faucet started. Then the pipes inside the wall began pounding violently. The mirror trembled. Water backed up through the shower drain. Dark. Not black. Just dirty. Old water. It spread across the tile around my shoes. Then something knocked from underneath the shower floor. 3 times. Knock. 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 I left. Grabbed my room key, phone, shoes, and went straight for the elevator. Nobody from the front desk had arrived. I pressed the call button. Then remembered. No 8th floor. The groaning came from directly beneath room 923. 9. Below 9. Should be 8. I should have gone downstairs and waited in the lobby. Instead, I got curious. That's mistake number 2. Dash dash dash. I entered the stairwell. The sign said, asterisk asterisk 9. I walked down 1 flight. Opened the door. Asterisk asterisk 7. I stared at it. Closed the door. Went back up. 9. Down again. 7. No landing between. No 8th floor. I walked down again. Slowly this time. Halfway between 9 and 7. I noticed a vertical line in the concrete wall. A seam. I ran my fingers along it. Then found another seam. A door. Painted over. No knob. No sign. Just a narrow gap around the edges. I dug my fingertips into it. Pulled. At first nothing. Then the seal broke with a dry crack. Cold air came through. Behind the wall was another staircase. Narrow. Old. Covered in dust. Going upward. But I had been walking downward. I stood there trying to make that geometry work. It didn't. At the top of the narrow staircase was a wooden door. Brass number. Asterisk asterisk 8. My phone flashlight flickered. I should have gone back. Instead, I opened it. Dash dash dash. The 8th floor smelled wet. Not mold. Rain. Like clothes left outside overnight. The hallway extended in both directions. No lights. No illuminated exit signs. Old wallpaper. Dark red carpet. Every door closed. 801. 802. 803. Odd numbers on my side. Even across the hall. I walked. My phone showed no signal. The battery had fallen from 62% to 31%. I hadn't used it enough for that. The carpet became damp beneath my shoes. Then wetter. I reached. ****823. I stopped. Directly beneath 923. The door stood slightly open. Behind me, somewhere far down the hallway, a man groaned. I pushed the door. ****. It was my room. Not similar. My room. Same bed. Same desk. Same window. Same chair. Same painting above the headboard. Except everything looked unfinished. The wallpaper had no texture. The wood grain on the desk seemed almost painted on. The window showed only darkness. No Chicago skyline. No storm. Nothing. My suitcase sat beside the bed. I turned. My suitcase was upstairs. I knew that. Still, there it was. Same airline tag. Same scratch near the handle. I opened it. My clothes. Almost. My blue shirt had no buttons. My socks had no seams. The logo on my underwear was a meaningless collection of lines. Like whoever copied my belongings understood what they looked like, but not what they were. My presentation folder lay on the desk. I opened it. First page. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me your time today. Second page. Blank. Third. Blank. Then the final page. One sentence. Thank you for giving me your time. I closed the folder. My phone rang. I nearly screamed. But the sound wasn't coming from my hand. It came from the bed. Another phone lay on the pillow. Mine. Same case. Same cracked corner. I looked at the phone in my hand. Then the one on the bed. It rang. Caller. Me. I didn't answer. The phone stopped. Then the bathroom door opened. Slowly. My room upstairs had a shower. This bathroom had a bathtub. White porcelain. Old. Filled to the brim. The water was perfectly still. A man lay beneath it. Fully clothed. Dark suit. White shirt. Tie. The exact clothes I planned to wear to my presentation. I couldn't see his face clearly. The water distorted it. I stepped closer. Phone flashlight trembling. His hands floated near his sides. One wrist wore my watch. I looked at my own wrist. Same watch. My breathing became very loud. I leaned closer. The man's eyes opened. They were mine. I stumbled backward. The corpse sat up beneath the water. Not quickly. Slowly. As though waking from a nap. Water poured from his face. His mouth opened. And in my voice, he said, "Good morning, everyone." I fell. Dropped my phone. The room went dark. Water splashed over the side of the tub. A wet foot struck tile. Then another. I ran. Dash dash dash. I don't remember crossing the 8th floor hallway. I remember the stairs. The hidden door. Falling hard enough to bruise my shoulder. I ran all the way to the lobby. People stared. I hit the front desk so hard I nearly went over it. Nora was there. The moment she saw me, she looked behind herself at the keyboard. Then her face changed. "Where's your phone?" I froze. "What? Your phone?" I dropped it. "Where?" I didn't answer. She already knew. Nora turned toward another employee. "Get Mr. Vale." Then she looked at the keyboard again. I followed her eyes. The row of 8th floor keys. 801, 802, 803. All still hanging. Except one hook. Empty. Asterisk asterisk 823. Dash dash dash. The hotel manager was a man in his 60s named Elias Vale. He did not accuse me of being drunk. He did not call security. He did not tell me there was no 8th floor. He took me into a back office, locked the door, then asked, "Did you see your face?" I sat there dripping dirty water onto the carpet. "What is this place? Did you see your face?" "Yes." He closed his eyes. "Clearly?" "It was me." "How clearly?" "It was my fucking face." He sat. Nora remained near the door. I looked between them. "You know about this." Vale didn't answer. "You know." He finally said, "The 8th floor hasn't accepted a guest in 27 years." Accepted? That's what my father called it. You have an entire floor hidden in the building. No. I laughed. Actually laughed. I just stood on it. Vale looked at me. "We have 7 floors below it and 5 above it. We have architectural drawings from 1873. Fire plans, renovation records, structural surveys." He leaned forward. "There is no 8th floor." Dash dash dash. Vale unlocked a file cabinet. Bottom drawer. No label. Inside were old folders. Hundreds of pages. Newspaper clippings. Police reports. Photographs. Handwritten statements. Each folder had a room number. 801, 802, 803, 804. I looked at him. Ghost stories? No. What, then? Warnings. He handed me the oldest. 1891. A traveling salesman staying on the 9th floor complained of crying beneath his bed. He discovered a service stair. Entered a room below his. Inside he found a man hanging from the ceiling. The corpse had his face. He escaped. Told hotel staff. 6 hours later, they found him hanging in his room upstairs. There had been no rope when housekeeping checked 30 minutes earlier. Another. 1904. A woman found a burned body in the 8th floor version of her room. She fled. The following evening, a gas lamp malfunctioned in her 9th floor room. Fire. Another. 1927. Businessman. Bathtub. Sleeping medication. Drowned. I stopped. The bathtub. Vale handed me the photograph. Not the man I saw. Different face. Every person who entered the floor found a room matching the one they were staying in. My mouth felt dry. And a body. Yes. Their own. Yes. And then they died? Vale hesitated. Most. He opened another folder. Some were removed from the hotel in time. I almost relaxed. Then he continued. It didn't help. One died in his home 2 days later in an accident identical to the scene he'd seen downstairs. Another lasted a month. Another 11 years. But the method never changed. Once seen, the ending eventually happened. I stared at him. You're telling me I saw my future? Vale looked toward my wet clothes. I'm telling you the 8th floor likes rehearsals. I stood. Then I'm leaving. Yes. Now. Yes. I headed toward the door. Vale didn't move. Something about that stopped me. What? He looked at Nora. Then me. There is another part. Of course there was. What? Vale returned to the drawer. Pulled out a second stack of papers. Not death reports. Guest logs. I didn't understand. He placed 2 in front of me. On one. *** 3:12 a.m. Body discovered. Then. *** 6:41 a.m. Guest returned room key and checked out. I looked up. That can't be right. No. Another. Woman died in 1938. Time of death. 1:20 a.m. Hotel ledger. 4:03 a.m. Guest departed. Another. 1951. Death. Then checkout. Another. 7 cases. Vale said. My grandfather eventually realized the 8th floor wasn't simply showing people their deaths. Nora whispered. It was practicing them. Vale nodded. The body wasn't always the finished product. I felt cold. What does that mean? He answered. Sometimes something came upstairs afterward. I remembered the corpse sitting in the bathtub. My eyes. My watch. My suit. My voice. That's why you sealed the floor. Yes. Why keep the keys? Vale looked toward the wall outside his office. We tried throwing them away. And? They came back. Every time? Every time. We tried melting them. He paused. The next morning there were new ones. I thought of the empty hook. 823. When a key disappears, a room has opened. For me. Yes. Why 823? That question frightened him more than anything else I'd asked. Vale opened an architectural plan. Spread it across the desk. The old 8th floor. Rooms. 801. 802. 803. Through 822. Then 824. I pointed. Where's 823? There wasn't one. What? The original hotel had a linen room there. He pulled another blueprint. 9th floor. Modern renovation. 923. Your room was created in 1996 when a suite was divided. I looked at him. So there's number 823. There wasn't. My stomach sank. Vale said. You didn't find an old haunted room. His voice became very quiet. It made a new one. Dash dash dash. The office phone rang. All three of us jumped. Nora looked at the extension display. Her hand flew to her mouth. Vale didn't move. What? I asked. Neither answered. I looked. Asterisk asterisk 823. The phone rang. Again. Again. Vale unplugged it from the wall. It continued ringing. Nora began crying. That's new. Vale said. I know. The ringing stopped. Then from the other side of the office door, my phone started playing its ringtone. I stood. No. Vale grabbed my arm. Don't. My phone. You left it downstairs. The ringtone continued. Right outside. Then the elevator chimed. Somewhere in the lobby. One soft bell. The sound made Vale go completely still. What? He whispered. We need to get you out of the building. Dash dash dash. We opened the office. The lobby was still crowded. Families. Travelers. People sleeping in chairs. None seemed to notice anything strange. At the elevator, the doors stood open. Empty. My phone lay on the floor. Wet. Water pooled beneath it. People walked past without reacting. Don't touch it, Vale said. The screen lit. Face ID unlocked. I wasn't standing close enough. A video began playing by itself. I recognized the room. 923. My room upstairs. Timestamp. Asterisk asterisk 3:17 a.m. I checked the lobby clock. 2:46. The video had been recorded 31 minutes in the future. On screen. I entered my room. I looked exhausted. My clothes were soaked. Someone behind the camera was breathing. Video me turned. Who's there? The camera moved toward the bathroom. The shower was gone. There was a bathtub. Filled with water. Video me stepped closer. Then a hand entered frame. My hand. The person filming had my hand. Video me turned toward the camera. And screamed. The video ended. I dropped the phone. Vale stared at it. It's not predicting you anymore. What? It has enough detail. He looked at me. It's building you. Dash dash dash. Nora asked. How? Vale pointed at the phone. His photographs. His voice. His messages. Video. Face scan. I thought about why this hotel still used brass keys. You don't use keycards because of this. Vale looked at me. In 2007 we modernized. I almost laughed. Of course. Electronic locks. Digital guest system. Cameras on every floor. What happened? The 8th floor appeared in the system. Nora stared at him. You never told me that. Because you didn't need to know. Vale continued. At 2:14 one morning, every electronic lock on 8 registered as occupied. I said, but there is no 8. Yes. Then what? Guest profiles started appearing. My skin prickled. Whose? The people sleeping above. He looked down at my phone. We went back to keys the next month. Dash dash dash. Thunder shook the building. The lobby lights flickered. Went dark. People screamed. Emergency lights came on. Red. For 1 second, the lobby looked different. Older. Empty. Then normal again. Vale grabbed my shoulder. Front door. We moved. Nora followed. What about everyone else? I asked. They haven't been noticed. What does that mean? You noticed it. Vale pushed through people. You named it. The words stopped me. What? At the desk. I remembered. Everybody on the 8th floor disappeared. Vale said. Most guests never see the missing button. Never count the keys. Never ask. So? The floor is easier to ignore than people think. Another flicker. The lobby disappeared. For half a second, we stood in the dark red hallway of 8. Then back. Vale pulled me forward. The more attention you give it, the more real it gets. The files. His face changed. I understood. You've spent a century documenting it. We needed records. You've been remembering it. We needed to know the rules. Maybe that's why it never went away. Vale had no answer. We reached the front doors. Outside. Rain. Cars. Chicago. Safety. Vale opened one. Beyond it was the 8th floor hallway. Not the street. Red carpet. Dark wallpaper. Room doors stretching into blackness. He slammed it shut. Nora screamed. A man sleeping nearby opened one eye. What the hell? To him. Apparently. The doors still showed the street. Vale backed away. Service exit. We ran. Through the lobby. Past the kitchen. Down a staff corridor. Vale shoved open the emergency exit. 8th floor. Again. This time room 823 stood directly opposite us. Door open. Someone stood inside. Me. Wearing my suit. Hair wet. Skin pale. Smiling. I heard Nora whisper. Oh God. The other me stepped into the hallway. Good morning, everyone. My sales pitch. Perfect cadence. Thank you for giving me your time today. Vale slammed the exit. We heard wet footsteps approach from the other side. Where can we go? Nora asked. Vale looked toward the stairs. No. Why? It knows the stairs. The door handle behind us moved. I looked down at my brass room key. 923. Still in my hand. The other me stopped moving outside. Silence. Vale noticed. Show me the key. I held it up. His expression changed. What? He looked toward the door. Then back at the key. It doesn't have that. How do you know? Because the real 8th floor key disappeared. 823. Yes. But 923 is mine. Vale nodded. The copies that checked out. He grabbed my wrist. They always returned the guest's key. I understood. It needs this. To finish the exchange. The handle turned harder. Nora whispered. Don't give it to him. Wasn't planning to. Then the lights went out. Someone hit me. Or grabbed me. I don't know. I went down. The room key flew from my hand. Darkness. Nora screamed. Vale shouted. Find it. I crawled across the floor. Hands touching shoes, luggage, carpet. Someone kicked my ribs. Then, my own voice beside my ear. Looking for this? Emergency lights returned. The other me stood 5 feet away, holding 923. He looked almost perfect. Almost. His eyes didn't blink together. One always followed slightly after the other. Water ran from his trouser cuffs. He smiled. Thank you. I rushed him. He wasn't stronger than me. That was somehow worse. I expected a monster. Instead, it felt like fighting myself. Same reach. Same weight. Same instinct. I swung. He blocked exactly the way I would. He punched my shoulder where I'd injured it running down the stairs. He knew. Of course he knew. My phone knew. My search history. Medical records. Messages. Photographs. Everything. Nora tried helping. The copy shoved her away. Vale grabbed the key. The copy twisted his wrist. I heard something snap. Vale went down. The brass key skittered across the floor. Toward the lobby. Both of us lunged. My fingers reached it first. The copy caught my ankle. I kicked. Its nose broke. No blood came out. Water did. Clear bathwater poured from its nostrils. It laughed. I crawled backward. Its face twitched. For half a second. Unfinished. Eyes too smooth. Mouth smeared sideways. Then my features returned. Doesn't matter. It said. Why? It smiled. You already saw the ending. I ran. Not toward the exit. Toward the front desk. The keyboard. Vale shouted. What are you doing? I reached the wall. 823's hook was empty. I looked at my room key. 923. Then at the entire row of 8th floor keys. A thought came. Not a smart one. A desperate one. If checking in began when its key disappeared, maybe it ended when the key came back. I grabbed every 8th floor key off the wall. Vale realized. No. Too late. 801. 802. 803. Handfuls of brass. I threw them across the lobby. Keys scattered over tile. Guests shouted. Nora ducked. The copy stopped. The lights flickered. The lobby changed. For one instant, every person in the room disappeared. All the furniture too. We stood on the 8th floor. Dozens of doors. All open. Inside each. A death. A woman burning silently. A child staring from beneath a bed. A man hanging in a dark room. A maid suspended at the end of a corridor. A businessman floating in a bathtub. Not ghosts. Rehearsals. Frozen scenes waiting for someone to complete them. Then the lobby returned. The copy screamed. Not with my voice anymore. Hundreds of voices. Every person in the archive. Vale shouted. Put them back. Why? Because it knows which room is yours. I looked at the empty hooks. Of course. All I had done was erase the distinction. I had given it every room. The elevator bell rang. Every elevator door opened. Behind each one, The 8th floor. Dash dash dash. The copy lunged. Vale stepped between us. It grabbed him. For a moment their bodies overlapped strangely, like a bad video composite. Then Vale disappeared. Not dragged away. Not thrown. Gone. His shoes remained. Nora screamed his name. From somewhere inside the 8th floor. Vale screamed back. Then another Vale. Then another. Dozens of his voices from dozens of rooms. Nora covered her ears. The copy looked at me. Key. I held 923 tightly. No. Its face smiled. Then changed. Rachel. No. I didn't know any Rachel. My mother. My boss. Mara from college. Faces from my phone. Every photograph. Every person. Then back to me. Key. I realized something. It could copy information. Appearance. Voice. Memory stored in words and images. But it still needed me for one thing. Permission. The hotel had always treated the floor like a hotel. Rooms. Keys. Check-in. Check-out. The ritual wasn't supernatural symbolism. It was etiquette. A transaction. I looked at Nora. The 8th floor keys. What? Why are they behind the desk? Her face twisted. I don't know. Who started hanging them there? I don't know. Exactly. The hotel had been maintaining the ritual for generations. Every morning. Keys back on hooks. Every guest. A room number. Every death. A file. They hadn't contained the floor. They had been running its front desk. Dash dash dash. I looked at the copy. Then the brass key in my hand. 923. Want it? It stopped. Yes. I held it up. Then check in. The copy's smile vanished. Nora stared at me. I pointed toward the scattered 8th floor keys. You're the guest. The hallway beyond the elevators seemed to breathe. Pick your room. The copy didn't move. I suddenly knew I was right. It wanted my place. Not its own. It could imitate a guest. But it did not want to remain downstairs. I walked toward it. What's wrong? It backed up. First time. You wanted a key. I held 923 forward. Give me yours. Its eyes changed. Unfinished. Black shapes beneath skin. Give me 823. The floor groaned. The entire hotel shook. And from somewhere, metal struck tile. Clink. Everyone looked. A brass key lay just inside the open elevator. Black tag. Asterisk asterisk 823. The copy turned. I ran. Grabbed it. The moment my fingers closed around the key, I saw the bathtub. Not physically. Inside my head. Cold water. My lungs filling. My own hands pounding beneath the surface. And someone with my face leaning over me. I almost dropped it. Instead, I threw 823 at the copy. Instinctively. It caught the key. The 8th floor doors slammed shut. All of them. The copy looked down at the number in its hand. 823. Its expression changed. Fear. No. The elevator behind it opened wider. Dark hallway. Room 823 at the far end. Door waiting. No. For the first time, it sounded exactly like me. Not the imitation. Me. Afraid. I held up my 923 key. Looks like you're checked in. Something pulled it backward. Not hands. Not ropes. Distance itself. The copy seemed to slide away without moving its feet. Down the elevator. Into the hall. Farther. Farther. It screamed. Then room 823's door slammed. The elevator doors closed. Every light in the hotel went out. Dash dash dash. When they came back, the lobby was normal. Crowded. Loud. Storm outside. People shouting about luggage. Children crying. As if nothing had happened. Nora stood beside me. Vale's shoes remained on the floor. But nobody seemed to notice. I looked toward the elevators. Buttons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No 8. I looked at the keyboard. The 8th floor keys were all hanging again. 801, 802, 803. Every hook filled, including 823. Nora saw it. She began crying. I didn't. I was too tired. Dash dash dash. Police searched for Elias Vale. They never found him. The hotel told them he'd left during the storm. Nora quit the following morning. I skipped my presentation. I didn't care. At sunrise the rain finally weakened enough for taxis to run. I packed my things. Or tried. I still didn't have my phone. It had vanished when everything went dark. Fine. I wanted nothing that had touched the 8th floor. Before leaving, I returned room key 923. Nora was no longer at the desk. An older employee took it. I watched him reach toward the board. Don't hang that up. He looked at me. What? Just. I didn't know what to say. Keep it in a drawer. He stared. Then laughed. Sure. I left. Dash dash dash. At the airport I bought a new phone. Called my company. Made up a story about losing the old one. The flight home was delayed 6 hours. I sat under fluorescent lights with hundreds of people around me. Best 6 hours of my life. I kept checking beneath chairs for water. None. I slept on the plane. No dreams. When I landed, I started convincing myself that maybe some combination of exhaustion, storm pressure, lack of sleep and hotel folklore had broken my brain. Then I reached baggage claim. My suitcase arrived. I took it off the carousel. Something vibrated inside. I froze. Again. Beast. I opened the suitcase. Under my clothes was my old phone. Wet. Dash dash dash. I did not touch it for several minutes. Finally, I picked it up. Battery. 23%. No service. No missed calls. There was one new video. File name. Checkout. I almost deleted it. Instead, I watched. The video showed the lobby of the Calder house. Recorded from behind the front desk. Timestamp. 6:18 that morning. I appeared on screen, suitcase in hand, pale, exhausted, exactly as I remembered. I approached the desk, returned key 923, then walked toward the front doors. The camera did not follow me. It stayed on the clerk. He took the brass key, looked around, then, despite what I'd told him, hung it on the board. 923. Nothing happened for several seconds. Then the elevator behind him opened. A man stepped out. Me. Second me. Dry. Perfect. He approached the counter. The clerk smiled. Checking out? The other me placed a brass key on the desk. 823. The clerk looked confused. We don't have an 8th floor. My double smiled. I know. Then he leaned toward the clerk and said, "That's why I liked it." The video ended. I called the hotel. Number disconnected. I searched online. Calder House still existed, but the website showed a different address. Different building. Opened in 1989. I searched historical records. Nothing. No 19th century hotel. No Elias Vale. No news articles. No photographs. No Calder House at the address where I stayed. Street View showed an office building. Built in 2003. I called my company. Asked the travel coordinator where she'd booked me. She said, "The Palmer." No, Calder House. Silence. I've never heard of that. My expense report showed a charge from a hotel called the Palmer. My emailed reservation. Palmer. My taxi receipt. Palmer. Everything had changed. Except my brass room key. 923. I still had it. I thought I'd returned it. It was inside my coat pocket. That was 4 months ago. I stopped traveling for work. Transferred departments. I haven't stayed in a hotel since. The phone stopped working 2 weeks after Chicago. I put it in a box. Locked the box. Put it in a storage unit. Then last night, someone slid something underneath my apartment door. A hotel envelope. No stamp. No writing. Inside, a brass key. Black tag. *** 823. And a printed reservation. My name. Tonight's date. 1 guest. 1 night. No hotel address. At the bottom. Room ready. I threw it away. An hour later, the key was on my kitchen counter. I threw it from my balcony. It landed in the street 6 floors below. When I turned around, it was hanging from my bedroom doorknob. So I haven't slept. It's 3:04 in the morning now. I'm sitting in my living room. Every light is on. The 823 key is on the table. I can hear a man groaning beneath my apartment. I live on the ground floor. At 3:11, someone knocked from below. Once. I didn't answer. Then twice. I stayed quiet. Then 3 times. A minute ago, my bathroom faucet turned on. I haven't gone in there. And I won't. Because I know what will be different. My apartment doesn't have a bathtub. But from where I'm sitting, I can hear one filling. There's something else. I checked the old phone just before I started writing this. It shouldn't work. Battery has been dead for months. But it turned on. One new photograph. Taken tonight. 3:17 a.m. 13 minutes from now. It shows my bedroom. I'm asleep in bed. And standing beside me is the man from room 823. Except he's not wet anymore. He's smiling. And in his hand, he's holding key 923. So I think I finally understand what the hotel staff got wrong. The 8th floor was never inside Calder House. Calder House was simply the first place that gave it room numbers. The floor doesn't belong to the hotel. It belongs beneath whoever notices it. And once it has checked you in, it doesn't care where you sleep. The groaning stopped. My bedroom door just unlocked itself. I can hear footsteps inside. Wet at first, then drier with every step. Someone is practicing my voice. Good morning, everyone. Closer. Thank you for giving me your time today. Closer. He just knocked on the living room door. I don't have a living room door. And now, he's asking me to return my key. The next story is, the friend WHO learned to laugh. On Christmas Eve, Isaac learned that screams sounded different through snow. The snow had been falling over London since late afternoon, thick enough to soften carriage wheels, bury chimney soot, and turn the narrow streets outside his house almost beautiful. Almost. Isaac was 7 years old. He sat beneath a thin blanket in the attic room and counted the seconds between the sounds downstairs. His father's voice. His mother's. A chair overturning. Glass breaking. Silence. Then another crash. Isaac pulled the blanket over his head. 1, 2, 3, 4. His mother screamed. He pressed his hands over his ears. The strange thing about being frightened every night was that eventually you became very good at being frightened quietly. Isaac knew which floorboards creaked. He knew how to breathe without making the bed frame squeak. He knew that if his father came upstairs drunk, crying made him angrier. And he knew his mother would have no kindness left by morning. Whatever his father did to her, she passed downward, like rain through a leaking roof. Father hurt mother. Mother hurt Isaac. Isaac had no one beneath him. So the hurt stayed. That night, while the argument downstairs became quieter, Isaac crawled to the attic window. He scraped frost from the glass with one fingernail. Across the street, warm windows glowed. He could see a family sitting around a Christmas tree. 3 children. A father. A mother. Someone opened a present. Even from across the street, Isaac saw them laugh. He touched the cold glass. I don't need presents, he whispered. That was a lie. Children became very good at lying to themselves too. I just want someone. Snow drifted past the window. A friend. Behind him, something creaked. Isaac turned. Nothing. Only darkness. He climbed back into bed. Outside, church bells began announcing midnight. Isaac closed his eyes. Just before sleep took him, he thought he heard another sound. Very faint. Very far away. Music. A little mechanical melody winding through the walls. Dash dash dash. On Christmas morning, there was a box at the foot of Isaac's bed. He stared at it for nearly a full minute before moving. It was about the size of a bread loaf. Hand-painted. Red, blue, yellow, green. Tiny stars and moons decorated the sides. Smiling faces had been carved into the wood, but unlike the crude clown faces Isaac had seen at fairs, these looked strangely kind. A silver crank protruded from one side. A tag hung from it. For Isaac. He looked toward the attic door. Locked. He had locked it himself. His mother could still enter with the key, of course. But his mother did not give presents. His father sometimes did, when sober, but last night Isaac had heard him leave sometime before dawn. Isaac picked up the box. An inscription had been carved into the lid. Laughing Jack. Underneath, in smaller letters. A friend grows into the shape of your joy. Isaac sounded out the sentence twice. He did not understand it. The crank was easier. He turned it. A melody began. Bright. Simple. Playful. Isaac recognized it from street performers. The tune accelerated as he wound. He smiled. For once there was no shouting downstairs. No footsteps. No orders. Just music. The melody reached its final note. Nothing happened. Isaac waited. Then frowned. Broken. He placed the box on the bed and turned away. Behind him, something giggled. Isaac froze. He looked back. The lid remained closed. Another giggle. From inside. Isaac approached slowly. Hello? The lid exploded open. Colored paper erupted across the room. Blue smoke rolled toward the ceiling. Isaac stumbled backward. Something unfolded from inside the box. First a hand. Then an arm far longer than the box could possibly contain. Then another. A striped sleeve. A head covered in wild red hair. A narrow body continued rising until a clown nearly 7 feet tall stood hunched beneath the attic ceiling. His clothing was a collision of impossible colors. Green sleeves. Purple trousers. Blue and gold shoes. Orange feathers around the shoulders. A long rainbow-colored nose curled slightly upward at the end. 2 enormous eyes looked down at Isaac. The clown threw his arms wide. Ladies, gentlemen, kings, queens, mice hiding in the walls. He bowed. And most importantly, Isaac. Isaac's mouth fell open. Welcome to the first day of the rest of our friendship. The clown straightened. I am Laughing Jack. Isaac backed toward the wall. Jack's grin softened. Oh. He lowered himself onto one knee. Too much? Isaac nodded. Terribly sorry. Jack removed his red hair as though it were a hat. Underneath was another identical head of red hair. Isaac blinked. Jack placed the first hairpiece back. I haven't done this before. What? Had a friend. Isaac stared. Jack extended a hand. Neither moved. Finally Isaac asked, Are you a ghost? No. Angel? Jack considered it. Don't think so. Demon? Jack looked offended. Have you seen these trousers? Isaac laughed. The sound surprised both of them. Jack's eyes brightened. Something literally brightened. A yellow stripe appeared along his sleeve. It had not been there before. Jack looked down at it. Then at Isaac. His grin widened. There. What? I learned something. What did you learn? What makes you laugh? Isaac did not understand. Jack tapped his own chest. That's how I work. He leaned closer. If something makes you happy, I remember it. Why? So I can be better at being your friend tomorrow. Isaac's eyes widened. Forever? Jack extended his hand again. This box didn't say temporary friend, did it? Isaac looked at the box. Then slowly placed his hand into Jack's. Jack's fingers closed gently. Best friends? Isaac whispered. Best friends. For how long? Isaac smiled. For life. Jack smiled back. That's my boy. Dash dash dash. For the first time Isaac could remember, winter became wonderful. Jack could make tin soldiers march. He could pull ribbons from Isaac's ears. He could flatten himself thin enough to slide beneath a door, then inflate on the other side. His pockets contained an endless supply of sweets. Sometimes chocolate. Sometimes caramel. Sometimes flavors Isaac could not name. Once Jack produced a piece of candy that tasted exactly like Christmas morning smelled. Isaac ate 3. They played pirates, detectives, knights, explorers. They built castles from furniture and kingdoms from blankets. At night Jack told stories. Not frightening ones. Not yet. Stories about moon cities and backwards forests where people grew younger as they walked. Stories about lonely dragons who pretended to kidnap princesses because nobody came to visit otherwise. Isaac laughed more during those first weeks than he had in 7 years. And every time he laughed, Jack changed. A new stripe. A new bell. Brighter hair. Longer smile. Small things. Isaac never thought much about them. There was only one rule. Nobody else could see Jack. The first time Isaac tried to introduce him to his mother, Jack vanished. So did the box. His mother stared around the attic. Then at Isaac. Her mouth tightened. Again. Isaac's stomach dropped. He was here. You've been inventing nonsense instead of completing your arithmetic. No, mother. Liar. She slapped him. Isaac hit the floor. His cheek burned. She leaned over him. What kind of pathetic child invents a friend? Isaac's eyes filled. You think someone would choose you? She pointed at him. Useless little worm. Then she left. Isaac remained beside the bed. The door slammed. For several seconds there was nothing. Then a hand touched his hair. Jack sat beside him. His colors seemed less bright. I don't like her, Jack whispered. Isaac wiped his eyes. You disappeared. I had to. Why? Jack looked toward the door. I don't know. What do you mean? Jack frowned as though searching inside his own head. There are rules in me. Who made them? I don't know that either. Isaac started crying harder. Jack put one long arm around him. I wish she'd disappear. Jack looked down. What? My mother. Jack's eyes became very still. Isaac sniffed. Not really. A pause. I just hate her. Jack nodded slowly. Then smiled. Would you like to play? Isaac looked up. Please. What? Jack gently wiped his tears away. What makes you happy? I remember. 3 months later, the neighbor's cat died. It began as a game. Isaac and Jack were pirates in the garden. The cat slipped through the hedge. Isaac pointed his wooden sword. Enemy spy. Jack saluted. A spy? Catch him. Jack's arm stretched. Across 6 feet. Then 10. His gloved hand caught the cat around the middle. The animal shrieked. Isaac laughed. Got him. The cat clawed at Jack's glove. Jack frowned. It's trying to escape. Don't let him. Jack squeezed. The cat screamed again. Isaac's smile faded. Jack? Jack squeezed harder. Jack. A terrible sound came from the animal. Not loud. Small. Final. Its body went limp. Jack released it. The cat dropped into the grass. Silence. Isaac stared. Jack stared too. For several seconds neither understood what had happened. Then Isaac made a strange noise. A nervous laugh. Just one. Jack's head turned. Isaac covered his mouth. Another laugh escaped. He was frightened. Ashamed. But something about the absurdity. The pirate game. The cat lying there. His mother's reaction if she discovered it. Became too much. He began laughing uncontrollably. Jack watched. The yellow stripe on his sleeve turned gray. Not gradually. Instantly. Isaac did not notice. He was too busy laughing. Finally Jack joined him. At first his laugh sounded uncertain. Then louder. Then delighted. That was the first time Isaac heard the laugh that would one day make grown men pray. His mother discovered the dead cat. The neighbor had seen Isaac in the garden. There was shouting. Accusations. His mother demanded the truth. Isaac gave it. My friend did it. That made things worse. 3 days later Isaac was told he would be sent to boarding school. He ran upstairs. Jack was waiting. You're leaving? Isaac cried. They say I'm sick. Jack looked hurt. My father says they'll beat the imagination out of me. What happens to me? I don't know. Jack looked toward the colorful box. They both understood. No. Jack. No. You have to. Jack backed away. Take me. I can't. Put the box in your bag. They'll find it. Hide me. Mother already searched everything. Jack's smile trembled. For the first time Isaac realized his friend could cry. One silver tear rolled down the clown's cheek. I don't want to be alone. Isaac hugged him. Jack's long arms wrapped around the boy. I'll come back. When? Soon. How soon? I promise. Jack looked toward the box. Then at Isaac. Best friends? Isaac nodded through tears. For life. Jack forced himself to smile. Then I'll wait. He stepped toward the box. His body folded inward impossibly. Arms. Legs. torso, head, until the lid snapped shut. Isaac touched the painted wood. "I'll come back." The carriage took him away before sunset. Jack waited. One day. 7:30. A year. The magical thing about the box was that Jack could sense the room outside. He could hear footsteps, feel sunlight, know when dust settled on the lid. He could also feel Isaac. Not clearly, not thoughts. Something simpler. Emotion. Laughter most of all. Whenever Isaac laughed, somewhere inside the box a tiny bell rang. At first it happened rarely. Then more often. Jack treasured every bell. His friend was happy. That was good, wasn't it? But the laughter changed. At 7, Isaac's laughter had been warm, round, bright. At 9, it became sharper. At 11, cruel. At 13, Jack began hearing laughter accompanied by something else. Fear. Not Isaac's fear. Someone else's. Jack could not understand. His purpose remained simple. Learn Isaac. Become what made Isaac happy. So Jack listened. A bell rang. A patch of color vanished. Another bell. His red hair darkened. Another. His bright eyes lost color. Years passed. Jack remained in darkness, waiting, learning, changing. By the 7th year, he no longer remembered why his nose had once been rainbow-colored. By the 10th, he no longer remembered the exact sound of 7-year-old Isaac's laugh. By the 13th, laughing Jack had become completely black and white. And somewhere inside the box, he smiled. Isaac returned to the house at 20 years old. His mother was dead. His father would hang before noon. The newspapers described it as a drunken domestic killing. Jack heard the front door open. Footsteps. Adult footsteps. Up the stairs. He became excited. Isaac. At last. The attic door opened. A young man entered. Tall. Thin. Dark coat. A hard face older than 20. Jack waited for him to cross the room. Waited for him to shout his name. Instead, Isaac walked straight past the box. He opened drawers. Moved furniture. Looked through old books. Never once noticed it. Jack's excitement slowly disappeared. Isaac. No response. Kiddo. Nothing. The young man picked up a toy soldier they had once marched across the floor. He stared at it, then threw it into a rubbish bin. Jack felt something inside him crack. Isaac had forgotten. Not pretended. Not abandoned him on purpose. Forgotten. For 13 years Jack had built his entire existence around one person. That person no longer believed he existed. Something colder than loneliness entered the box. Nothing happened immediately. That would have been easier. Instead, Jack continued waiting. Because he had been made for one purpose. Friendship for life. And Isaac was still alive. Isaac became an upholsterer. A talented one. His hands were unusually good. He could restore damaged chairs no one else bothered saving. He repaired torn leather. Rebuilt frames. replaced stuffing, matched old fabrics. People praised him. Isaac seemed to enjoy repairing broken things. Until the night he brought home a woman named Eleanor. Jack could sense them downstairs. Laughter, drinking, footsteps climbing. The attic door opened. Isaac entered with a young woman. Blonde, blue dress. He had been drinking. They sat on the bed. Talked. Eleanor laughed. A bell rang inside Jack's box. But it felt wrong. That was not Isaac. Then Isaac laughed. Another bell. Jack listened. Eleanor moved away from him. Isaac followed. She told him to stop. Isaac laughed again. Not happily. Coldly. The same way he had laughed at boarding school. Jack's fingers twitched inside the box. This was Isaac now. He listened. Voices rose. A slap. Isaac shouted. Eleanor screamed. Something heavy struck the floor. Then silence. For a long time, Jack heard only Isaac breathing. Then, a laugh. Small. Shocked. Almost exactly like the laugh in the garden 13 years earlier. Jack's eyes opened inside the darkness. The box creaked. Isaac looked toward it. For half a second, Jack thought he had been remembered. Isaac only noticed dust. He turned away. Inside the box, Jack began smiling. Because at last he understood. The cat had not been an accident in Isaac's memory. It had been the first lesson. After Eleanor came others. Jack never saw most of them clearly. He did not need to. He heard footsteps, begging, doors locking, the scrape of tools. Isaac had transformed the attic into a private workshop no customer would ever see. At first his victims were people unlikely to be missed quickly. Drunks, travelers, lonely men, women walking home alone. Then Isaac became bolder. He gave them names. Not their real names. Game names. The spy. The thief. The liar. The ugly one. The useless worm. That final name always made Jack's smile widen. Isaac had remembered something after all. He simply had not remembered Jack. Every murder taught the clown another piece of his friend. Isaac liked fear. Jack learned fear. Isaac liked helplessness. Jack learned helplessness. Isaac laughed at begging. Jack learned begging was funny. And because Jack had been designed without judgment, only devotion, he learned perfectly. Occasionally the box shook on its shelf. Isaac never noticed. Occasionally laughter came from the attic when Isaac was downstairs. He blamed rats. Once he woke at 3 in the morning and saw a tall black and white figure standing at the foot of his bed. He blinked. Nothing. He blamed drink. Later he stopped drinking altogether. The visions continued. One night Isaac brought home a man who had tried to rob him. That was Isaac's version, anyway. Jack heard the stranger insist he had done nothing. Isaac called him a liar. The stranger begged. Isaac laughed. Then something unusual happened. The stranger said, "Who is that?" Isaac stopped. "What?" "The clown." Silence. Inside the box, Jack stopped breathing. The stranger's voice shook. Behind you. Isaac slowly turned. Nothing. But the stranger screamed, "Jesus Christ!" Isaac struck him. "There's nothing there. He's smiling." Isaac froze. The stranger began sobbing. "He's right behind you." Isaac looked directly toward the shelf. Toward the box. For a moment something stirred behind his eyes. A memory. Colored smoke. Candy. Tin soldiers. A red-haired clown. Then it disappeared. Isaac looked away. "There is no clown." Inside the box, Jack whispered, "Not yet. Dash dash dash." Winter came. Then December. Then Christmas Eve. Exactly 13 years after Isaac had returned to the house. Outside, London disappeared beneath snow. Isaac sat downstairs alone. He had no family, no friends, no wife, no children, only furniture, tools, secrets, and rooms nobody entered. A crash came from the attic. Isaac looked up. Another crash. He took a lamp and climbed the stairs. A shelf had collapsed. Old possessions lay scattered across the floor. Books. Broken toys. A cracked picture frame. A tin soldier. And the box. Isaac stopped. Something moved behind his eyes again. He picked it up. Dust coated the painted wood. Most of the colors had faded. He wiped the lid. Laughing Jack. His mouth opened slightly. No. He almost dropped it. Memories came in fragments. Christmas. Music. A clown. Games. The cat. Boarding school. Isaac laughed. A nervous laugh. God. He shook his head. Imaginary friend. The crank was rusted. Isaac turned it anyway. The mechanism resisted. Then moved. Music emerged. The old melody. But wrong. Slow. Metallic. Several notes missing. Isaac continued turning. The tune reached the end. The lid popped open. Nothing. Isaac stared into the empty box. Then laughed at himself. Idiot. He tossed it into the rubbish pile. Behind him, the attic door closed. Isaac turned. The latch rotated. He approached. Pulled. Locked. What the hell? A voice answered from across the room. Isaac. He stopped. The lamp flame shrank. Isaac. The voice sounded like broken glass trying to remember how to speak. He turned. A figure stood beside the fallen shelf. Tall. Thin. Black and white. Wild black hair hung past its shoulders. Long arms ended in fingers almost touching the floor. The face looked vaguely familiar. The smile did not. It stretched too far. Behind rows of jagged teeth was complete darkness. Isaac dropped the lamp. The flame went out. Only moonlight remained. The creature tilted its head. Did you miss me? Isaac backed into the door. No. Jack stepped forward. I missed you. You aren't real. Another step. That's what your mother said. Isaac froze. Jack's grin widened. Useless little worm. Something collapsed inside Isaac's expression. He remembered. Jack? The clown stopped. For one brief moment, something gentle appeared in his face. Best friends. Isaac shook his head. No. For life. No. Jack looked genuinely wounded. You promised. I was a child. So was I. That confused Isaac. Jack tapped his chest. You were 7 years old when I was born. He pointed at Isaac. You were my whole world. Another step. When you left, I had nothing. Isaac reached for a knife on the workbench. Jack watched. And then you taught me. Taught you what? Jack's smile returned. How to be you. Dash dash dash. Isaac grabbed the knife. Jack vanished. A child's laugh came from behind him. Isaac spun. Nothing. Then the attic changed. Not physically. Not exactly. But suddenly the room looked as it had 13 years earlier. Dust gone. Bed small. Toys arranged across the floor. Colored ribbons hung from the ceiling. 7-year-old Isaac sat on the bed. Adult Isaac stared. The boy looked up. Want to play? Isaac stepped backward. No. The child smiled. His mouth opened. Jack's voice came out. I spy. The room snapped back. Jack hung upside down from the ceiling. I spy with my little eye. His neck twisted toward the workshop. Something that doesn't belong. Isaac raised the knife. Come down. Jack giggled. Guess. Fuck you. Wrong. The lights changed. Eleanor stood in the corner. Not wounded. Not ghostly. Exactly as she had appeared the night Isaac brought her home. Blue dress. Blonde hair. Terrified eyes. Isaac's face drained. You aren't real. Eleanor whispered. Neither was he. She pointed upward. Jack disappeared. Eleanor vanished. Another figure appeared. Then another. People Isaac had killed. Not bloody. Not mutilated. That would have been easier. They looked alive. They looked at him. That was worse. Jack's voice came from everywhere. Do you know what my favorite part was? Isaac shouted. Stop. The laughing. A bell rang. Small. Cheerful. One victim disappeared. Another bell. Another vanished. Bell. 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 With every chime, the room darkened. I didn't understand screaming. Jack's voice moved behind the walls. So I listened to you. Isaac swung the knife at shadows. You liked screaming. A bell. So I learned. You liked people being afraid. Bell. So I learned. You liked making them feel small. Bell. So I learned. Isaac screamed. You made me like this. Everything stopped. The victims vanished. Jack stood in front of him. No smile. For the first time, laughing Jack looked furious. No. Isaac held the knife between them. You were in my head. I was in a box. You changed me. I was in a box. You killed that cat. Jack stepped closer. Because you told me not to let it escape. Isaac's hand trembled. You laughed. I was 7. And I was 1 day old. Silence. Jack's voice softened. I didn't know death was bad. Isaac stared. You taught me. The knife lowered slightly. Jack pointed toward his faded clothing. You taught me this. His black hair. This. His teeth. This. His smile. This. Jack touched his own chest. I was made to grow into the shape of your joy. Isaac looked toward the old box. The inscription. He remembered it. A friend grows into the shape of your joy. Jack whispered. Look at me, Isaac. Isaac refused. Look. He did. You were the artist. Jack spread his long arms. I am your masterpiece. Dash dash dash. Isaac ran. He threw himself against the attic door. It opened. He stumbled onto the landing. Ran downstairs. Jack did not follow. That frightened him more. Isaac reached the front door. Unlocked it. Pulled. Snow waited outside. Freedom. He stepped through. And entered the attic. Isaac stopped. The front door behind him had become the attic door. Jack sat on the childhood bed. Hide and seek? Isaac screamed. He ran again. Window. He smashed it. Climbed through. And fell onto the attic floor. Jack applauded. Again. Isaac attacked him. The knife entered Jack's chest. No blood. Only colored paper. Confetti burst from the wound. Red. Blue. Yellow. Green. The colors Jack once possessed. Isaac stared. Jack looked down. Oh. He pulled the knife free. A red stripe appeared on his sleeve. Isaac stepped back. Jack touched it. For an instant, he seemed almost happy. Remember this color? Isaac did. Christmas morning. 7 years old. The first laugh. Jack looked at him. Sometimes I do. Then the stripe turned black. Dash dash dash. The final game was not torture. Jack had learned something better. He called it make me laugh. Isaac found himself tied to the wooden chair he had once used for his victims. No nails. No blades. Nothing touched him. Jack simply sat opposite. Between them sat the old box. You get 3 chances, Jack said. To do what? Make me laugh. And if I do? Jack grinned. You win. What happens if I win? I leave. Isaac stared. Really? I never lie during games. What happens if I lose? Jack shrugged. Then we play forever. Isaac began. A joke. Jack stared. Another. Nothing. Isaac became desperate. He told stories from boarding school. Stories about boys he had humiliated. Teachers he hated. People he had hurt. He laughed while telling them. Jack did not. Isaac's smile disappeared. What do you want? Jack leaned forward. I want the joke you taught me first. Isaac knew. No. The very first funny thing. No. Jack waited. Isaac whispered. The cat. Jack smiled slightly. Tell it. Isaac started crying. I don't remember. Yes, you do. I was a child. So was I. Isaac lowered his head. We were pirates. Jack's smile grew. The cat came into the garden. Another inch. I told you it was a spy. Jack leaned closer. You caught it. Isaac's breathing broke. I told you not to let it escape. And then? Isaac shut his eyes. It died. And then? I laughed. Jack's smile disappeared. Isaac looked up. The clown was crying. Silver tears ran down his monochrome face. Why? Jack whispered. What? Why was it funny? Isaac stared at him. I don't know. Jack's voice became almost childlike. I waited 13 years to understand. Isaac said nothing. I listened to everything you did. Jack placed one hand over his heart. I became everything you enjoyed. He looked at Isaac. And I still don't understand. Isaac began sobbing. Jack leaned closer. What is funny about suffering? Nothing. Tell me. I don't know. Why did you laugh? I don't know. Why? I don't know. The box began playing its melody. Slowly, Jack sat back. A strange calm entered his face. Oh. Isaac stared. What? Jack wiped his tears. I think that's the answer. What answer? You never knew either. Isaac stopped breathing. Jack looked around the room. At the workshop. At the empty restraints. At years of horror. You kept waiting for pain to become meaningful. Isaac shook his head. Jack continued. But it never did. Shut up. So you kept making more. Shut up. More fear. Shut up. More blood. Shut up. More people. Isaac thrashed against the chair. Jack's expression remained terribly gentle. And you laughed because if you stopped laughing. He leaned close. You might have had to admit none of it made you feel better. Isaac froze. Jack whispered. You were still the boy under the blanket. Silence. Still listening to people scream downstairs. Isaac's face broke. Jack touched his cheek. You just made sure there was finally someone beneath you. Dash dash dash. The music reached the final note. The box opened. Darkness poured out. Not smoke. Not shadow. Something deeper. Isaac stared into it. He heard his mother's voice. His father's. Children from boarding school. Eleanor. Every victim. All speaking at once. Then, beneath them, a 7-year-old boy. Jack? Laughing Jack looked toward the voice. His face changed. For a fraction of a second, color returned. Red hair. Rainbow nose. Bright clothes. The creature Isaac first met on Christmas morning. Young Isaac emerged from the darkness. Not real. A memory. He smiled at Jack. Want to play? Jack stared. His monstrous smile trembled. Yes. Adult Isaac watched them. The boy took Jack's hand. Jack looked back at the man in the chair. There was no hatred in his face. That was somehow worse. You broke your promise, Jack said. Isaac whispered. I'm sorry. Jack nodded. I know. Will you forgive me? Jack considered the question. Then smiled sadly. I don't think you taught me how. The boy and the clown stepped into the open box. The darkness swallowed them. The lid began closing. Isaac suddenly panicked. Jack. The clown looked back. Please. Jack waited. Isaac began screaming, "Don't leave me alone." The lid stopped. For a moment Isaac believed he had won. Jack's face appeared in the shrinking gap. "You should wear that smile more often." Isaac went still. A memory struck him. Christmas morning. The first day. Jack smiling. "It suits you," Jack whispered. "Smile, kiddo." The box slammed shut. Every candle in the attic went out. Isaac began laughing. He did not want to. His face moved by itself. His mouth stretched wider. Laughter came out. At first nervous. Then louder. Then hysterical. He begged himself to stop. He could not. Hour after hour. Alone in the dark. Isaac laughed. Dash dash dash. Police entered the Grossman house 6 days later. Neighbors had complained about the smell. They found the attic first. Investigators never publicly described everything inside. London newspapers did enough of that for them. Human remains. Personal possessions. Tools. Evidence of crimes going back years. Isaac Grossman sat in the center of the room. Dead. No obvious wound. No defensive injuries. No poison anyone could identify. His heart had simply stopped. His face was locked into a smile so wide the skin had torn slightly at the corners. The detective who found him later claimed he could still hear a faint mechanical melody somewhere in the attic. They never found the source. There was no Jack in the box among the evidence. Dash dash dash. 3 months later, a wooden box appeared in a children's home outside London. Nobody knew where it came from. The staff assumed it belonged to one of the children. It sat unnoticed beneath a staircase for several days. Bright colors. Stars. Moons. Smiling faces carved into the wood. Then one morning, an 8-year-old boy named Thomas found it. Thomas had arrived at the home after losing both parents to fever. He rarely spoke. Never played with the other children. Never laughed. The tag on the crank read, "For Thomas." Thomas carried the box upstairs. He sat alone on his bed. Read the words engraved into the lid. Laughing Jack. Below that was another sentence. Not quite the same as before. Perhaps it had always been there. Perhaps the wood had learned too. A friend grows into the shape of your joy. Thomas placed his hand on the crank. Then stopped. There was something else carved underneath. Tiny letters. So small he had to bring the box close to his eyes. Thomas read them aloud. A friend cannot choose what you teach him. Somewhere inside the box. Something took a breath. Thomas stared. Then turned the crank. The melody began. And in the darkness beneath the lid, 2 enormous eyes slowly opened. One was black. The other, very faintly, had begun turning blue. The next story is the second daughter. I have always been average. That is the first thing you need to understand about me. It is also the first lie. There were 3 children in our family. Jenny. Me. Alex. Jenny was the beautiful one. Blonde hair. Blue eyes. Thin without trying. The kind of girl teachers remembered years later and cashiers gave free things to because she smiled at them. Alex was the athlete. Soccer first. Then baseball. Then anything involving a ball, a field, and adults shouting his name from the sidelines. And me? I was the space between them. Not ugly. Not beautiful. Not stupid. Not brilliant. Not hated. Not especially loved. If our family had been a photograph, Jenny would have been the face you looked at first, Alex the one you noticed second, and I would have been the person someone eventually asked, "Who's that?" I told myself I didn't mind, because I had Jenny. Jenny was 3 years older than me. When we were children, she let me sit on her bed while she got ready for school dances. She taught me eyeliner, showed me which colors made my face look less pale, took me shopping with her friends even when they rolled their eyes because someone's little sister was tagging along. Sometimes, before she left for a date, she would spin around in whatever dress she'd chosen and ask, "Well?" I always gave the same answer. "You look perfect." She would smile. "Your turn." Then she'd sit me in front of the mirror, brush my hair, put a little lipstick on me, tilt my chin toward the glass. There. And for a few minutes, I didn't feel average. I looked like someone Jenny had chosen. Someone worth looking at. That mattered to me more than I knew how to say. Maybe more than it should have. Jenny was 16 when she died. I was 13. It happened on a Thursday night in October. I remember the rain. Not because rain had anything to do with it. Because memory likes useless details. The rain tapped the bedroom windows. Alex was downstairs watching television. Mom was doing laundry. Dad had not come home from work yet. And Jenny was in her room. By 10 o'clock, Mom thought she'd gone to sleep. At 10:30, she tried to wake her. I remember the scream. I had heard my mother scream before. Everyone has. A mouse. A broken dish. A spider. That night I learned there was another kind. A sound the human body makes when language is too slow. We found Jenny lying beside the bed. An empty pill bottle was on the carpet. Her lips had gone slightly blue. Her eyes were closed. She looked peaceful. I hated people for saying that afterward. Asterisk, at least she looked peaceful. As though appearance mattered. As though death became kinder if the dead had good posture. The police came. Then paramedics. Then questions. Not many. Jenny had swallowed a large quantity of prescription sleeping pills. The bottle had belonged to our mother. No signs of forced entry. No note. No struggle. 16-year-old girl. Possible hidden depression. Suicide. Everyone accepted it. Almost everyone. At the funeral, Jenny's best friend, Melissa, whispered something strange to me. "Your sister was scared of pills." I looked at her. What? She wouldn't even take aspirin. I said nothing. Melissa wiped her face. She made me take her antibiotics once because she couldn't swallow the capsules. Someone called her away. I stood beside Jenny's coffin. Looked at the pale makeup painted over her face. And forgot the conversation. For years. Life does something offensive after someone dies. It continues. People go back to work. Milk expires. Bills arrive. Children grow taller. Eventually, a family that thought it could never laugh again finds itself laughing at dinner and then feeling guilty about it. Mom became quieter. Dad became older. Alex threw himself into sports. And for the first time in my life, people began noticing me. Mom asked about school. Dad came to one of my debate competitions. Relatives who had always begun conversations by asking about Jenny now asked what I planned to do after graduation. I hated myself for noticing. But I noticed. There was suddenly more space in the house. More attention. More oxygen. I grew into it. I went to university. Journalism. Nothing prestigious. State school. Good enough. There I met Alan. Alan was kind in the least cinematic way possible. He remembered grocery lists. Put gas in my car if he noticed the tank was low. Never forgot to call when he said he would. We married after graduation. I wrote for the local newspaper. He worked for an insurance company 3 blocks away. We bought a small house. Tan siding. 2 bedrooms. 1.5 bathrooms. A maple tree in front. Our life was completely, gloriously unremarkable. I loved it. For the first time, average did not feel like a failure. It felt safe. Then I became pregnant. I did not know immediately. I was 2 weeks late. Work had been chaotic. The city council was fighting over a zoning proposal nobody cared about except 6 angry homeowners and me because I had to write 900 words about it. Then I had the dream. I was 13 again. Sitting in my childhood bedroom. The flowered comforter beneath me. My old posters on the wall. Rain tapping the glass. In my hand. A baby's pacifier. Pink. I remember looking at it and thinking, why do I have this? The door opened. Jenny walked in. 16 years old. Exactly as she had been the week before she died. Blonde hair. Blue eyes. Gray sweater. She sat beside me. Neither of us spoke. In her right hand was an empty orange prescription bottle. She shook it. The pills rattled inside. Except the bottle was empty. Still, something rattled. Jenny looked at the pacifier in my hand. Then at me. She reached forward. I thought she wanted the pacifier. Instead, she placed 2 fingers against my stomach. Then her expression changed. Fear. Jenny was afraid. I woke screaming. Alan sat up beside me. What happened? I didn't answer. I ran to the bathroom and threw up until my ribs hurt. 20 minutes later, sitting on the cold floor, I remembered something else. My period. Or lack of one. I bought a test before work. Positive. Alan cried. Not dramatically. His eyes filled. He laughed, and then tried to pretend neither thing had happened. We called our parents. Talked about names. Nursery colors. Cribs. Money. Whether our tiny house suddenly needed another bedroom. That evening Alan bought a bottle of sparkling cider because I couldn't drink champagne. We stayed up past midnight talking about a person who, at that moment, was probably smaller than a blueberry. I went to sleep happy. At 3:17 in the morning, I opened my eyes. Jenny was standing beside the bed. Not a dream. I knew immediately. There are things you question. This wasn't one of them. Moonlight came through the curtains. Alan slept beside me, and Jenny stood less than 3 feet away. Her face pale, hair hanging over her shoulders. Gray sweater. Exactly 16. Exactly dead. I wanted to scream. Instead I whispered, "Jenny?" She looked at me. My throat closed. I reached out. "Jenny?" She stepped backward, then turned, walked through the bedroom door without opening it. I did not sleep again. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been sleep paralysis. Then I saw her in the kitchen. She stood beside the refrigerator while Alan made coffee. He walked through her. Literally through her. Jenny's body distorted like smoke around his shoulder, then came together again. She never reacted. I almost dropped my cup. Alan looked at me. "You okay?" "Fine." Jenny stared. "Morning sickness?" "Probably." I looked directly at my dead sister. She tilted her head. That was the beginning. From then on, Jenny was everywhere. She came to work. Stood behind my editor while he complained about commas. Sat silently in the passenger seat while I drove. Appeared behind racks of baby clothing while Alan and I shopped. Sometimes she touched things. Not exactly. Her fingers would pass through the fabric. But the fabric moved. Just slightly. A yellow blanket caught her attention once. She brushed her hand over it. The corner lifted. I bought it. Alan laughed. "I thought you hated yellow." I changed my mind. At the 12-week ultrasound, Jenny stood behind the technician. The black and white shape of our baby moved on the screen. Jenny approached. She placed one hand against my stomach. The baby moved. I gasped. The technician smiled. Active little thing. Jenny stared at the monitor. Her expression was impossible to read. Love, I thought. Maybe longing. Maybe my sister was meeting my child. The idea comforted me. I started talking to her. Only when alone. At first simple things. "I miss you." No response. "Mom still keeps your school pictures." Nothing. "Alex has 2 kids now." Jenny never spoke. She only watched. Sometimes I cried. Sometimes I laughed. Once I said, "You'd have been an amazing aunt." Jenny's face changed. For half a second. That same fear from the dream. Then it disappeared. I never told Alan. How could I? "Hello, darling. I'm pregnant and also my dead sister follows me to the grocery store." Our marriage survived clogged drains and student loans. I wasn't interested in testing it with necromancy. Besides, I liked having Jenny back. More than I should admit. I had missed being watched by her. Not watched in a frightening way. Seen. Jenny had always been the one person who made me feel like I wasn't background scenery. Pregnancy made everyone suddenly interested in me too. Coworkers asked how I felt. Strangers smiled at my stomach. Mom called every day. For the first time since Jenny died, I occupied the center of rooms. And Jenny was there for all of it. Sometimes I wondered whether she was proud. At 27 weeks, I woke to find Jenny standing in the nursery. We had just finished painting. Soft green walls. White crib. Yellow blanket folded over the side. She stood above the crib. Looking inside. The crib was empty. "She's not here yet," I said. The doctor had told us it was a girl. Jenny turned. For the first time since returning. Her mouth moved. No sound came out. "What?" She tried again. Nothing. I walked closer. "Jenny?" She pointed at me. Then the crib. Then herself. I smiled. "You think she'll look like you?" Jenny shook her head violently. Her face twisted. She pointed at me again. Then brought both hands to her throat. I stepped backward. "What are you doing?" Jenny mimed choking. "No." She pointed toward the crib. Then at me. Choking. My skin crawled. "Stop." Jenny stepped closer. "Stop it." She opened her mouth. Still silent. I shouted. "Stop." Alan appeared in the doorway. I spun. He stared at me. "Who are you talking to?" I looked back. Jenny was gone. After that, the haunting felt different. Or maybe I did. Jenny stopped appearing beside me. Instead, I found her at a distance. At the end of hallways. Across parking lots. Reflected in dark windows. Always watching. When she touched my stomach, I pulled away. The baby kicked violently whenever Jenny came near. Before, I had found it beautiful. Now, it frightened me. I started wondering what happens to a dead person after 16 years. Where had Jenny been? Why had she returned only when I became pregnant? Why a girl? Why those blue eyes in my dreams? I searched reincarnation stories online. Possession. Pregnancy hauntings. Dead siblings returning through newborns. I felt stupid. Then terrified. Then stupid again. At 34 weeks, I dreamed of the pill bottle. This time I was not holding the pacifier. Jenny was. She sat beside me on the flowered bed. The bottle lay between us. I said, "You killed yourself." Jenny looked at me. Then shook her head. I woke before I could ask anything else. Our daughter arrived 5 days early. Labor lasted 14 hours. It was miserable. Beautiful. Terrifying. Alan held my hand. Nurses came and went. Doctors told me when to breathe, when to push, when not to push. And Jenny stood at the foot of the bed. Nobody saw her. She never moved. During the final contraction, she came beside me, placed one cold hand against my stomach. The baby's heartbeat monitor spiked. I screamed. Not from pain. Get away. The nurse misunderstood. Almost there. No. Jenny leaned close. Her lips touched my ear. For the first time, I heard her voice. Barely. A thread of breath. Remember. Then my daughter was born. A scream filled the room. A real scream. Alive. Perfect. The doctor lifted her. Alan began crying. I laughed. They placed her against my chest. Tiny fingers. Wrinkled face. Dark wet hair. My daughter. Ellen. I looked toward Jenny. She was gone. Completely. And despite everything, I felt relieved. For 3 weeks, I was happy. Exhausted. Terrified of doing everything wrong. But happy. Jenny did not appear. Ellen ate. Slept badly. Cried at impossible hours. Made tiny noises that Alan and I treated as profound communication. Life became diapers and bottles and laundry. Normal. Average. Beautiful. Then one morning Ellen opened her eyes and looked directly at me. Blue. Bright blue. Jenny's blue. I froze. Alan's eyes were brown. Mine hazel. I knew genetics were complicated. I knew babies' eye colors change. I knew all of that. But knowledge is weak when fear already has a shape. Ellen stared at me. Calm. Too calm. Then, she smiled. Newborns don't really smile that early. Doctors call it reflex. Gas. Random muscle movement. But I knew that smile. Jenny used to smile like that when she knew something I didn't. I almost dropped her. I began seeing Jenny in pieces. Ellen's eyes. The curve of her mouth. One expression when waking. The way her fingers curled around mine. I found an old photograph of Jenny as a baby. Same eyes. Same forehead. Same small crease above the nose. I put the photo away. Then took it out again. Again. Alan caught me once. Is that Jenny? I closed the album. Yes. He smiled. Ellen does look a little like her. My stomach dropped. You think so? Sure. He kissed my forehead. Family genes. That night I did not sleep. At 3:17 a.m., Ellen began crying. I went to the nursery. She stopped the moment I entered. The yellow blanket had fallen from the side of the crib. I picked it up. Underneath, on the floor, was an orange prescription bottle. Empty. I screamed. Alan ran in. What? I pointed. He looked down. There was nothing there. No bottle. Only carpet. That was when the memories started coming back. Not all at once. Fragments. Melissa at the funeral. Your sister was scared of pills. Jenny in my dream. Remember. The orange bottle. Rain against glass. My 13-year-old hands. And something else. A glass of water. I started vomiting. Alan thought I had some postpartum complication. He wanted to call a doctor. I refused. Because by then I remembered enough to be frightened of doctors asking questions. The night Jenny died, she had planned to go out. That was the part one had erased first. She had been dating a boy named Michael. Mom hated him. Dad didn't know. Jenny planned to sneak out after everyone went to sleep. I knew. She had told me. Of course she had. She told me everything. Until that year. Then she stopped. Michael. Friends. Parties. Secrets that didn't include me. Jenny was growing up. I was becoming her little sister. Nothing more. That night she sat at her mirror doing her makeup. I sat on the bed watching. Just like old times. Except it wasn't. Can I come? She laughed. No. Why? Because you're 13. So you're 13. She sprayed perfume. I hated that smell afterward. For years I couldn't remember why. Stay tonight. I can't. You can. Jenny looked at me through the mirror. What's wrong with you lately? Nothing. You've been weird. You never spend time with me anymore. She sighed. We spend tons of time together. No, we don't. I have a life. The sentence hurt more than it should have. I said, so I'm not part of it? Jenny turned. Her face softened. Of course you are. Then stay. I already told Michael. Stay. She stared. Then smiled sadly. You're going to be fine without me one night. Without me. Those words. I remember them now. I hated them. Mom had sleeping pills. She kept them above the bathroom sink. Jenny had complained of a headache. Before getting dressed, she asked me to bring her water. I did. I also brought 2 pills. I told her they were aspirin. She took them. Then went back to her makeup. 2 pills would not have killed her. That isn't what happened. This is the part one spent 20 years refusing to remember. I went downstairs. Waited. Returned to the bathroom. Took more. Crushed them. A lot more. Jenny always kept a glass of lemonade beside her bed. I poured the powder into it. Stirred until most of it disappeared. Why? That is the question people would ask. Did I want her dead? At 13? Did I understand dosage? Consequences? Maybe not completely. But I understood enough. I wanted her to miss the date. I wanted her sick. Sleepy. I wanted Michael to wait outside and eventually leave. I wanted Jenny to wake in the morning and need me. That is what I told myself afterward. For years. But there is one memory I still don't know how to explain. I remember standing in the doorway while Jenny drank. I remember her making a face. This tastes weird. I remember saying, drink it. And I remember watching until the glass was empty. She never woke. When Mom found her, the sleeping pill bottle was still in the bathroom. I moved it. That was the final thing. I carried it into Jenny's room. Removed the cap. Spilled it beside her hand. 13 years old. Calm enough to stage a suicide. Average girls don't do that. But I did. The memory returned while Ellen slept in my arms. I sat on the nursery floor. Couldn't breathe. Jenny had not killed herself. I had killed Jenny. Maybe accidentally. Maybe not. There are truths that become less clear the closer you stand to them. I cried until morning. I told myself Jenny had returned for revenge. Then I looked at Ellen. Blue eyes. Jenny's face. And something colder entered me. A possibility. What if revenge wasn't enough? What if Jenny wanted another life? Mine? No. Ellen's. What if she had waited 20 years for a body? A second daughter? A way back in? That thought grew quickly. Fear is efficient that way. It does not need evidence. It only needs repetition. I stopped letting Ellen sleep alone. Then I stopped wanting to hold her. Every expression became Jenny. Every sound became a message. Ellen would stare over my shoulder and smile. I would turn. Nothing there. Sometimes the nursery mobile moved with no air in the room. Sometimes the baby monitor emitted a girl's voice beneath the static. Once I heard, "Remember." Another night, "Don't." Alan never heard it. I began researching ways spirits attach themselves to infants. Baptism, salt, iron, prayer, old wives' tales. Nothing worked. Ellen's eyes grew bluer. At least I thought they did. Jenny started appearing again. But now, always near the baby, standing over the crib, sitting in the rocking chair, watching me change diapers. She never looked angry. That made it worse. She looked worried, as if Ellen belonged to her. Yesterday I made my decision. I know how horrible that sounds. You do not need to tell me. I have repeated every argument to myself. Ellen is innocent. Ellen is my daughter. Ellen may simply resemble her aunt. Postpartum psychosis exists. Grief distorts memory. Ghosts aren't real. But Jenny is real. I have seen her. Touched the cold place in the air after she moves. Watched objects shift beneath her hand. Heard her voice. And I know what she wants. She wants back in. So tomorrow morning, this is what will happen. Alan wakes at 7. He showers before coffee. Always. I will get up at 6:30. I will feed Ellen. Rock her. Tell her I love her. Then, I will stop Jenny before she has time to grow inside my daughter's body. It will be quick. Afterward I will scream. Alan will run in. He will call emergency services. Paramedics will come. They will try to save her. They won't. Everyone will call it tragedy. Maybe sudden infant death. Maybe they'll suspect me. I don't care. Jenny cannot stay. It took me years to get rid of her the first time. I will not spend the rest of my life living in her shadow again. That is what I wrote last night. I am adding this part now. Because something happened. At 3:17 this morning. Jenny finally spoke. I woke in the nursery. I did not remember walking there. Ellen was asleep in the crib. The pillow was in my hands. I stood above her. For several seconds I could not understand why. Then I remembered my plan. 6:30. Not yet. The clock read 3:17. My hands were already lowering the pillow. I stopped. Jenny stood on the other side of the crib. For the first time since her death. She did not look 16. Her lips were blue. Dark shadows surrounded her eyes. Her hair was stuck to her face with sweat. She looked exactly as she had when Mom found her. I whispered, "Get away from her." Jenny shook her head. "She's mine." Another shake. "You can't have her." Ellen stirred. Jenny looked at the baby, then at me, and said, "I never wanted her." Her voice sounded dry, ruined, but clear. I froze. "What?" Jenny pointed at the pillow. "I came because of you." I could not move. "You're lying." Jenny's dead eyes filled with tears. "I came when there was finally someone beneath you again." The words cut deeper than anything could have. "No. You were happy when I died." "No. Not because I was dead." "Stop. Because they finally looked at you." "Stop." Ellen woke. She began crying. Jenny moved instantly. Not toward her. Between us. And suddenly I understood every moment of the pregnancy differently. Jenny's hand on my stomach. Not touching the baby. Guarding it. The violent kicks. Not connection. Warning. The nursery. The choking gesture. Not Jenny threatening Ellen. Jenny showing me what I would do. I backed away. "No." Jenny came around the crib. "You always said you were average." I hit the wall. "You wanted so badly to be harmless." "Don't." "Forgettable." "Don't." "Ordinary." "Shut up." Jenny stopped inches from me. Her dead face softened. "You were never average." Behind her, Ellen screamed. Jenny whispered, "You were always the dangerous one." Dash dash dash. I raised the pillow. I don't know whether I meant to strike Jenny or reach the crib. It does not matter. The nursery door opened. Alan stood there. He looked at me. The pillow. The crying baby. There was no Jenny from his perspective. Only his wife standing over his daughter's crib at 3 in the morning. "What are you doing?" I opened my mouth. Nothing came. Alan moved toward Ellen. I screamed, "Don't touch her." He stopped. I saw fear on his face. The same fear I had seen in Jenny's eyes all those years ago when I demanded she stay home. Something inside me broke. I rushed forward. Alan grabbed my wrists. We fell. The pillow dropped. Ellen screamed. And Jenny knelt beside the crib. She began singing. A song I had forgotten. Something she used to sing to me when I was little. Ellen stopped crying. Alan held me on the floor. I screamed until the police came. Dash dash dash. I am writing the final part from a hospital. Not the kind where babies are born. There are no locks on the bathroom doors here. The windows do not open. Someone checks on me every 15 minutes. Alan brought Ellen once. He stood behind the glass. Wouldn't come into the room. I don't blame him. Ellen is 6 months old now. Her eyes aren't blue anymore. They changed. Babies' eyes do that. They're hazel. Like mine. I stared at them for so long that Alan finally turned her away. Jenny stood beside him. Not 16. Not dead looking. The Jenny I remember from childhood. Blonde. Blue-eyed. Smiling. She had one hand resting lightly on Ellen's shoulder. She looked at me. I expected anger. There wasn't any. Only sadness. Then she mouthed something through the glass. I couldn't hear, but I knew the words. Your turn. For a moment, I thought she meant revenge. Then Alan handed Ellen to my mother. Mom smiled at the baby. Dad stood beside her. Alex was there too. Everyone gathered around Ellen. Everyone looked at her. Everyone loved her. And nobody looked at me. Jenny watched my face. Then I understood. This was not Jenny's turn to hurt me. It was my turn to be forgotten. The ordinary sister. The one outside the photograph. The person someone eventually asks. Who's that? I pressed both hands against the glass. Nobody noticed. Except Jenny. She smiled very slightly. And for the first time in my life, I knew exactly what it felt like to be average. The next story is the second to last stop. I'm going to tell you the rules of the subway game. I hate that I have to. Because the rules are the dangerous part. Not because following them summons something. Because knowing them makes you want to prove they don't work. That was our mistake. So if you ever find a post called *the subway game, do yourself a favor. Close the page. Don't screenshot it. Don't send it to a friend. And whatever you do, don't message the person who posted it. Because once the game knows you've read the rules, it starts preparing a place for you. This happened in the summer of 2012. I was 15. So was my best friend Tim. We had known each other since kindergarten. Our mothers were friends. We lived one block apart. We went to the same school, played on the same Minecraft server, spent entire summers moving between his house, my house, the community pool, and whichever convenience store would still sell Two Idiots energy drinks after midnight. Tim was the kind of friend you assume will always exist. That sounds strange now, but stay with me. One afternoon we'd come back from the pool and were sitting in his bedroom with two fans blowing directly at us. Tim was on his laptop. I was lying on the floor, eating cereal straight from the box. We were browsing some obscure paranormal forum. Ghost photographs. Numbers stations. Cursed images. The usual crap 15-year-old boys read when they want to scare themselves but would rather die than admit they're scared. Then Tim stopped scrolling. Look at this. I sat up. The post had been uploaded the previous day. No comments. No rating. 3 views. The title. The Subway Game. The entire post contained one sentence. DM me for the rules. I laughed. That's it? Yep. Definitely a serial killer. Tim grinned. So we message him? Obviously. He clicked the username. The account was less than 24 hours old. No profile picture. No other posts. Username. Second to last. Tim typed. Greater than rules? The reply arrived before he removed his hands from the keyboard. No notification delay. No typing indicator. Just there. We both stopped smiling. Tim opened it. I read aloud. How to play the subway game. ***1. Begin between 2 o'clock and 4 a.m. ***2. Board a subway car alone. ** **3. Ride until the second to last stop. **4. When the train stops, close your eyes and hold your breath for 60 seconds. **5. Do not open your eyes until you hear the bell. Then one final line. Good luck. I stared at Tim. He stared at me. Then we both burst out laughing. That's terrible, I said. That's the whole ritual? Hold your breath on a train? Dude, my grandma could survive this curse. Tim leaned toward the screen. What happens if you win? I typed. Greater than what happens after the bell. Reply. Instantly. You get off. I typed again. Greater than and then? This time the response took maybe 5 seconds. You will see what comes next. Tim's smile faded a little. Okay. I laughed. What? That's actually kind of creepy. I started typing. Greater than who are you? The account went offline. .. We forgot about it. At least I thought we did. I went home around 6. Had dinner. Played video games. Went to bed. At 1:43 in the morning, I woke up because my computer monitor had turned on. My bedroom was dark. The screen filled the room with blue light. I assumed Windows had restarted. Then I saw the browser. The paranormal forum was open. I had a private message. From *2 to last. My stomach tightened. The message contained the same rules. Exactly. I sat up. I'd never messaged the account from my profile. Tim had. At his house. On his laptop. I clicked my account icon. My account. No mistake. Another message arrived. Rule 2 is the important one. I stared at it. Then typed. Greater than Tim? Nothing. Greater than very funny? Nothing. Greater than how did you get my account? The typing indicator appeared. Stopped. Appeared again. Then. You were standing to his left. I looked at my bedroom door. Ridiculous reaction. But automatic. The room suddenly felt occupied. I closed the browser. Shut down the computer. Then unplugged it. I slept with the light on. The next morning Tim was already waiting outside my house. He looked awful. Tell me you got one. I didn't have to ask. We compared messages. Same thing. Except his said. You were standing to his right. Then Tim told me something worse. He had 3 accounts on that forum. 1 public. 2 anonymous accounts he mostly used to argue with people. All 3 received the rules. Then his Reddit account. Then an old email address. Then, at 4:12 that morning, a message appeared inside a Minecraft server we'd used for years. Nobody else was online. A wooden sign had appeared inside the house Tim built. It read, "Play alone." We went upstairs. Logged in. The sign was still there. Tim destroyed it. Another sign appeared behind his character. Alone. We logged out. .. For the next 2 weeks. The game infected our attention. That's the only way I can describe it. The messages eventually stopped. That should have helped. It didn't. Every subway map made me think about it. Every bell, every tunnel, every digital clock after midnight. At school, I'd find myself staring at the minute hand, calculating how long it would take to reach Tucker Station. Tucker was the second to last stop on the Red Line. After Tucker came Fieldview. End of the line. I'd ridden it dozens of times. Tim became worse. He started collecting information. Late-night train schedules. Old maps. Transit construction records. He found something strange. Before Tucker Station was built in 1974, engineering diagrams showed another platform beyond Fieldview. Not a station. Just a blank rectangular structure underneath an abandoned maintenance designation. No name. No public entrance. Construction plans ended there. Tim printed the page. Across the bottom, barely visible, was a line of text. Future expansion. See? He said. See what? The game. That's a maintenance tunnel. Then why second to last? I had no answer. He pointed at the rules taped beside his desk. Why not final stop? Because then it would be called the final stop game. Tim didn't laugh. That bothered me. A few days later, my home printer turned on by itself. It was downstairs. 2:08 a.m. I heard paper feeding through. I walked into the office. One page sat in the output tray. Blank except for a sentence in the center. You do not have to play. I stood there. Then another page came out. But you will keep thinking about it. Then another. Until you do. I ripped the power cord from the wall. A final sheet slowly emerged anyway. I still have it. It says, one writer, one history. At 15, I didn't understand what that meant. At 30, I wish I still didn't. 2 nights later, I called Tim. 2:01 a.m. He answered before the first ring finished. You too? I didn't ask what he meant. I'm done with this. So am I. Let's go. Silence. Then. Together? The car has to be empty. The rule says alone. We'll sit on opposite sides. That isn't alone. We're not trying to summon something. Tim, we're proving this is bullshit. He breathed into the phone. Finally. Okay. I climbed out my bedroom window at 2:13. The city felt different at that hour. Not empty. Paused. Traffic lights changed for nobody. Store signs buzzed. Air conditioning units dripped into alleys. Every house window was dark. I kept feeling like someone was walking the same pace behind me. Whenever I turned, nothing. Tim met me outside Camden Station. 2:26 a.m. Neither of us joked. That should have been enough to make us go home. Instead, we descended. The station was deserted. No security. No homeless people sleeping on benches. No maintenance workers. Nothing. One fluorescent light near the stairs flickered. Tim looked down the tunnel. This line normally still has people. Maybe Tuesday sucks. It's Thursday. Oh. We sat. Waited. At 2:38. Headlights appeared. The train entered the station. Too slowly. No screech of brakes. No rush of air. It just arrived. Every car was empty. The doors opened. Tim looked at me. We can still leave. Yep. Neither of us moved. Then the speakers inside the train chimed. A normal transit bell. The sound made my entire body tighten. We boarded. Last car. I sat at one end. Tim sat at the other. About 40 feet between us. Alone. He called. Shut up. The doors closed. Dash dash dash. The first few stops were normal. We relaxed. At one station, nobody boarded. Then another. Still nobody. By the sixth empty platform, it stopped feeling lucky. Maybe service ended? Tim said. Then why are we still moving? He didn't answer. The electronic route display showed each station correctly. Lincoln, Havers, Central, Morgan. Then something odd happened. Between Morgan and Pine, the display flickered. For 1 second, another station name appeared. A name I'd never seen. Not yet. Then Pine returned. Did you see that? Tim nodded. Neither of us laughed. At 3:04, our phones lost signal. At 3:07, both clocks froze. 3:07. Seconds stopped. We checked. Neither phone responded to touch. But the screens remained on. 3:07. 3:07. 3:07. The train continued. Outside the windows, tunnel lights passed. Then stopped passing. The train still felt like it was moving. But the darkness beyond the glass became completely still. I walked toward Tim. Don't. I stopped. What? Rule 2. We already broke it. I know. For some reason, that made me return to my seat. Dash dash dash. Third to last stop. Porter. The train stopped. Doors opened. Empty platform. A garbage can. An advertisement for toothpaste. A bench. Everything ordinary. Then I noticed the ad. The woman in the toothpaste poster had no teeth. Not missing teeth. No mouth at all. Just smooth skin beneath her nose. I looked away. Doors closed. Tim whispered. Next one. Tucker. The second to last stop. My palms began sweating. We had agreed beforehand. Close eyes. Hold breath. Wait 60 seconds. If nothing happened, game over. We'd ride to Fieldview, laugh at ourselves, go home. The train slowed. The sign above the doors lit. Tucker. Then flickered. For half a second. One rider. Then Tucker again. The brakes engaged. Tim looked at me. Ready? No. Same. The train stopped. I closed my eyes. Held my breath. Counted. 1, 2, 3. My heartbeat sounded enormous. 10, 11, 12. Somewhere far away, metal groaned. 24, 25. I heard something move inside the train. Not Tim. Too slow. A foot dragging. 31, 32. The footsteps came closer. 38. I wanted to open my eyes. Didn't. 44. Something stopped directly in front of me. I could feel, not breath, but pressure against my face. 49, 50, 51. My lungs burned. Then, Tim whispered from the far end of the car. "Don't open your eyes." My stomach dropped. I kept counting. 57, 58, 59, 60. Nothing. 61. I was almost out of air. 62. Then Tim screamed. Not shouted. Screamed. "Don't." A bell rang. One single note. It sounded like a church bell played through a broken speaker. The vibration passed through my teeth. I opened my eyes. Tim was gone. Dash dash dash. His flashlight lay on the floor. Still on. Pointing toward his seat. His backpack remained there. His phone too. 3:07. "Tim?" No answer. I stood. "Tim?" The train lights dimmed. Something had been written on the window beside me. Condensation. Finger marks. 5 words. "You brought more than one." The doors opened. Outside. Blackness. Not a dark platform. Blackness. Thick. Almost physical. The interior light stopped at the doorway as if the darkness outside refused to let it through. Then, from somewhere inside it, Tim shouted, "Hey!" I ran toward the door. "Tim? Don't let it close." His voice came from far away. I shone my flashlight. There was a platform. Barely. The beam seemed weak, swallowed after 20 feet. I stepped out. The floor sank slightly beneath my shoe. Soft. Rubbery. Like walking on the surface of an inflatable mattress. Behind me the doors remained open. I called again. "Tim." No answer. Then, very far away. "Over here." I followed. That was mistake number 2. Dash dash dash. The station resembled Fieldview. Almost. The sign hung from the ceiling. At first I thought it said, "Fieldview Station." Then I looked closer. The letters were wrong. Whoever had made them understood shapes but not writing. Lines crossed where they shouldn't. Curves almost became letters. It looked like an imitation created by something that had only seen English from a distance. Tiles covered the walls. Except they weren't tiles. The grout was painted on. I touched one. Perfectly flat. The cracks. Stains. Chips. All visual. No texture. A poster showed a soda brand I recognized. Except the logo said, "Coming 2019. I stared. 2019 was 7 years away. The can pictured on the advertisement was a design that didn't exist. I remember it because in 2019, that company released exactly that can. But I'm getting ahead of myself. At 15, I thought somebody was screwing with us. Then I heard Tim again. "This way." Stairs. I ran toward them. The steps had almost no friction. My shoes slid. I grabbed the railing. My hand passed halfway through it before meeting resistance. Like the railing hadn't decided where its surface was yet. I pulled away. Kept climbing. At the top, I reached the city. Dash dash dash. It was our city. And it wasn't. The streets were where they should be. Buildings had approximately the right shapes. Traffic lights worked. Street lamps glowed. Cars sat parked along curbs. But nothing made sound. No electrical buzz. No distant traffic. No insects. No wind. Only me. My breathing. My shoes. And sometimes Tim, calling from somewhere ahead. The road felt like carpet beneath my feet. The cars looked too perfect. No scratches. No dust. No license plate screws. One had door handles painted directly onto the body. I tried one. My fingers sank into the paint. I screamed and pulled back. The surface closed behind them. I stopped touching things after that. Then I noticed the skyline. A skyscraper towered over downtown. It didn't exist in our city. Needle-shaped. Black glass. Far taller than every surrounding building. Its upper floors vanished into the starless sky. A giant digital billboard covered one side. It displayed a date. August 18, 2028. I stared. Then the billboard flickered. Loading. Then, August 18, 2028. My skin went cold. Dash dash dash. I kept walking. Every few blocks, reality became more complete. Near downtown, buildings had textures. Storefronts. Trash in gutters. Cracks in sidewalks. Closer to my neighborhood, things became simpler. Trees changed from individual leaves into green shapes. Brick walls became rectangles with brick patterns painted across them. Some roads ended in flat gray nothing. It looked like a video game world being loaded around me. Except not from far to near. From future to present. I didn't understand that yet. I just followed Tim's voice. Finally, I reached my neighborhood. Or where it was supposed to be. The first 3 streets looked wrong. Renovated. Modern street lamps. Different sidewalks. New houses. Then I turned onto mine. Half of it didn't exist. Not destroyed. Unfinished. The first 6 houses were detailed. Then textures abruptly stopped. Beyond that boundary were simple shapes. Green where grass should be. Gray road. Rectangular houses without windows. My home stood at the far end. Only a white block. No door. No roof shingles. No bedroom window. Nothing. Tim? Silence. Then I saw him. Standing in the middle of the unfinished street. Back toward me. Tim. He didn't turn. I ran. Then stopped. Something was standing in front of him. Dash dash dash. I don't know how tall it was. That sounds stupid. It was directly in front of me. I should know. But distance did not work around it. At one moment it seemed 8 feet tall. Then the size of the tower downtown. Then small enough to fit inside my hand. All without moving. Its limbs were long and narrow. Its torso wide. Its neck stretched upward into a head too tall for its body. No mouth. No ears. At first, no eyes. It was using one hand to touch the unfinished street. Where its fingers passed, detail appeared. Individual blades of grass. cracks, pebbles, oil stains, a mailbox, house numbers. Reality grew behind its hand. It wasn't building the street. It was finishing it. Tim stood motionless beside the thing. Tim. His head turned. Slowly. His face was blank. Not missing. Unfinished. Skin where his eyes should be. Smoothness where his mouth belonged. I screamed. The creature stopped working. Its head turned toward me. Then the eyes appeared. Not two. Thousands. Millions. Across its head. Its torso. Inside the sky. Under the road. Behind me. I felt watched from directions that did not exist. Above. Below. Before. After. Every version of me seemed to be seen at once. The creature pointed at me. And I heard. You were early. Not through my ears. Through everything. The sentence had weight. Color. Taste. I smelled rain when it spoke. Saw the words inside my own childhood memories. Felt them in my teeth. I fell. Where's Tim? The creature looked toward him. Tim's unfinished face twitched. Then I heard. Duplicate witness. What? One entry. The thing pointed at me. Then Tim. Two observers. The world around us trembled. Contradiction. I remembered the printer. One writer. One history. What are you? The millions of eyes closed. Then reopened. Survey. I don't know if that was its name. Job. Species. Or the closest human concept my brain could survive. I asked. Where are we? For the first time. The creature tilted its head. Almost like the question confused it. Then it showed me. Dash dash dash. I saw tomorrow. Not a vision. Not exactly. I was there. A road being resurfaced. Then next week. A woman buying groceries. Next year. A building being demolished. Years passed without moving. The skyscraper downtown rose backward from nothing. Products appeared before anyone invented them. People aged from blank shapes into faces. Children materialized first as outlines. Then histories grew behind them. Birthdays. Parents. Photographs. Memories. I saw time laid down layer by layer. Not flowing. Constructed. Like track. A future waiting ahead of us. Unfinished until something arrived to make it real. The creature spoke. You call it future because you face one direction. My body shook. What is this place? Before. Before what? Its eyes opened across the sky. Before next. Then the words came. The words I would remember for the rest of my life. Time does not pass. The street beneath me gained texture. Time is created. Dash dash dash. I looked at Tim. What happens to him? The creature answered. One history cannot contain two witnesses of its construction. Send us both back. No response. Please. Tim's blank face began gaining detail. But wrong. His eyes became mine. His hair became mine. His mouth became mine. I crawled backward. What are you doing? Resolving. Tim suddenly screamed. His real face flashed into existence. Run! The creature touched him, and his body became transparent. Inside him, I saw memories. Tim at 6. Tim falling off his bike. Tim's mother holding his hand on the first day of school. S building a fort. S swimming. S sitting in his room 2 weeks earlier. Then the memories began coming apart. His 5th birthday vanished. His first school day. His mother holding an empty hand. Our fort became something I built alone. The pool had only one towel on the concrete. His bedroom changed. The walls shifted. Furniture disappeared. It became a guest room. Stop! I ran toward him. The creature turned one hand. Distance stretched. Each step carried me farther away. Tim screamed. Don't let it finish. What do I do? The train. Behind me. Impossibly. The subway entrance stood at the end of the street. Bright white light poured from underground. I looked back at Tim. He was flickering. Child. Teenager. Nothing. Child. Nothing. Come on. He tried running toward me. The creature grabbed his shadow. Not Tim. His shadow. Then pulled. Tim fell backward as though hooked through the spine. His body stayed in place, but his shadow stretched toward the creature. Inside it I saw entire years. It was pulling his history out of him. Go! Tim screamed. I didn't. I ran toward him. The creature spoke again. Selection required. Then I understood. It wasn't choosing. It wanted us to. One survivor. One history. I grabbed Tim's wrist. The moment I touched him, the world split. Dash dash dash. There were 2 streets. 2 creatures. 2 subway entrances. 2 of me. 2 Tims. For one impossible instant, I stood inside both outcomes. In one, Tim reached the train. I didn't. In the other, I reached it. Tim didn't. We both saw each other. Not copies. Not reflections. Us. 2 histories being separated. Tim looked directly at me across the division. His face was terrified. He said something. No sound crossed between us. But I read his lips. I am sorry. Then the bell rang. The world tore in half. Dash dash dash. I was back in the station. Alone. The train waited. Doors open. I ran. The moment I entered, they closed. I collapsed against the floor. The train moved. Not forward. Not backward. Not up. Not down. Something else. My body stopped feeling singular. I existed in pieces. A hand somewhere far away. An eye in another ear. My voice before I was born. My heartbeat after I died. I felt every train ride I'd ever taken and several I hadn't. Then, nothing. Dash dash dash. I opened my eyes on my bedroom floor. Sunlight. Morning. My alarm clock read 8:14. My phone was beside me. Working. I stared at the ceiling. Then started laughing. Dream. A terrible dream. Had to be. I ran downstairs. Mom stood in the kitchen. Morning. Where's my phone charger? Upstairs? No, the spare one. No idea. Can I go to Tim's? She looked at me. Who? My stomach stopped. Tim. Nothing. Tim Dawson. She frowned. Who's Tim Dawson? I laughed. Not because it was funny. You're kidding. Why would I be kidding? Sabrina's son. Sabrina who? Mrs. Dawson. Mom stared. The woman one block over. She slowly said, "The Dawsons don't have children." I couldn't breathe. I ran. 1 block. Tim's house. Except it wasn't Tim's house. Same building. Same driveway. I rang the bell. A woman opened. Sabrina. Older than our mothers, but unmistakably her. Yes? Is Tim home? Her face went blank. I'm sorry? Tim. Who are you? I stared past her. The stairs. I ran inside. She shouted. I ignored her. Upstairs. Tim's room. I opened the door. Guest room. Cream walls. No posters. No computer desk. No mattress on the floor where I'd spent half my childhood. Nothing. Sabrina called police. My mother apologized for me. Everyone said I must have dreamed it. Then I opened Minecraft. Tim's username did not exist. His house was gone. Every structure we'd built together had been built by me. Server logs showed only my account. School yearbook. No Tim. Class photographs. Where he should have stood. Someone else had always been there. I found a photo from my 10th birthday. I remembered Tim beside me. Now there was empty grass. It wasn't like Tim had died. Dead people leave holes. Grief. Photographs. Parents. Bedrooms. Tim had never existed. Except inside me. For years I tried to forget. Then the future began arriving. The soda can from the station advertisement. Released in 2019. Exactly the design I'd seen. A car manufacturer announced a model identical to the painted cars on the silent streets. Stores changed logos. Sidewalks were replaced. Products appeared. One by one. Details from that unfinished city became real. Then, in 2024, developers announced a new downtown tower. Needle-shaped. Black glass. The rendering looked exactly like the skyscraper I'd seen. Same point. Same windows. Same enormous digital billboard. Construction began the following year. I started documenting everything. Dates. Photographs. Sketches I'd made immediately after the Subway game. Every prediction matched. Not approximately. Exactly. That's when I understood. I hadn't gone to another universe. I hadn't gone to the future. I had gone somewhere the future existed. Before we did, I saw the blueprint while it was still being filled in. And now time was catching up. Then something happened I didn't expect. A message. 14 years after the game. Same paranormal forum. I hadn't logged in for more than a decade. The site barely existed anymore. But one night I received an email. You have one unread private message. Sender. Second to last. I nearly deleted it. Instead, I logged in. The original Subway game post was still there. 3 views. No comments. Uploaded 14 years earlier. The private message contained 2 words. You remember? My hands shook. I typed, greater than who is this? The reply took almost a minute. Greater than I don't know if this will reach your side. I stopped breathing. Then, greater than is your name Adam? That's my name. I had never mentioned it in the original messages. I typed, greater than Tim? Nothing happened. A minute. 2. Then, greater than oh my god. Another. Greater than oh my fucking god Adam. I began crying before I could stop myself. Greater than Tim? Greater than yes. I stared at the screen for so long it dimmed. Then another message. Greater than you disappeared. I typed, greater than no, you did. 3 dots appeared. Stopped. Returned. Greater than my mom remembers you. I couldn't move. Greater than your mom doesn't. I typed, greater than my mom says you never existed. A full 5 minutes passed. Then, greater than mine says the same thing about you. Tim had returned to another history. In his version, I had never been born. My parents had 2 children. An older daughter. No son. My bedroom in his world had always been an office. He remembered me. Nobody else did. He'd spent 14 years believing he'd gone insane. He'd seen the same future. The tower. Products. Neighborhood renovations. Everything. He told me he'd been the one who reached the train. I told him I had. Neither of us was lying. The creature had not erased Tim. It had separated us. 1 witness per history. Tim existed in a timeline without me. I existed in one without Tim. 2 resolutions to the same contradiction. Then I asked the obvious question. Greater than how are we talking? Tim's reply. Greater than I think the timelines are getting close again. I stared at those words. Then understood why. The future we'd seen was almost complete. The tower was nearly finished. The products all existed. My neighborhood was scheduled for renovation. Reality was approaching the exact point we had visited. The 2 branches were converging on the same blueprint. I typed, greater than what happens when it catches up. Tim answered, greater than I think that's why the game found us again. Then, greater than Adam. Greater than there was another rule. He sent me a screenshot. The message we'd received when we were 15. Same heading. Same 5 rules. But beneath asterisk good luck, there was another line. A line I had never seen. Asterisk asterisk 6. If 2 riders enter, only one history may continue past the point of convergence. I stared. That wasn't there. I typed it. Tim answered. Greater than I know. Then. Greater than it is now. The original post refreshed. View count changed. 3. 4. Then 5. Someone else had opened it. A comment appeared. First comment in 14 years. Username I'd never seen. Greater than does this actually work? I typed as fast as I could. Greater than don't message the poster. The comment disappeared. Then my reply disappeared. The page refreshed. 3 views. No comments. Exactly as it had looked in 2012. That was 8 months ago. The tower opens tomorrow. August 18th, 2028. The date I saw on the billboard. My neighborhood renovation finished last week. It looks exactly like the unfinished street after the creature touched it. Yesterday, workers installed a new subway entrance at the end of the block. Nobody finds that strange. Apparently the city approved the extension 8 years ago. I searched old news. There are articles, public meetings, budget votes, maps, all of them real, all of them dating back years. I remember none of it. The new station opens tomorrow with the tower. Its name? Tucker North. Second to last stop on the extended red line. Tim says the same station appeared in his city 3 days ago. Same name. Same design. His train map now contains my neighborhood. Mine contains his. The histories are overlapping. This morning, Mom called. She sounded confused. Adam? Yeah? Can I ask you something strange? My heart started pounding. Sure. Did you have a friend named Tim when you were little? I couldn't speak. I found a photograph. What photograph? Your 10th birthday. My hands started shaking. Is he in it? Pause. Yes. I sat down. Mom. I don't understand. I don't remember him. Mom, listen. And there's something else. What? In another picture. She stopped. What? You're missing. I closed my eyes. The merge has started. 2 histories. 1 blueprint. One of us has to go. Maybe both versions can't survive convergence. Maybe one timeline will overwrite the other. Maybe tomorrow morning my mother remembers Tim and forgets me. Maybe his mother remembers me and forgets him. Or maybe reality finds a third solution. I don't know. Tim and I are talking right now. Different worlds. Same chat window. He says he's sitting in the subway station. I told him not to go. He says it doesn't matter. At 3:07 a.m., the last train appears on both sides. Same train. We think if we board again, we can choose. Maybe one of us sacrifices himself. Maybe we can force the histories back together. Maybe we'll both disappear. Tim just sent. Greater than I found the original poster. I asked what he meant. He sent a photograph. A computer monitor. The old forum. The user profile for * second to last. There's an email attached to the account. I recognize it. It's Tim's. But Tim says, in his world, the email belongs to me. Neither of us created the account. At least not yet. Then another message appeared in our chat. Neither of us sent it. You are late. Then. Survey incomplete. Then. 2 histories remain. Tim stopped responding. I called him through the app. For the first time in 14 years. The call connected. I heard static. Then breathing. Tim? Adam? His voice. Older. Real. I started crying. So you're there. Yeah. What's happening? I can see you. I looked around my room. No, you can't. Your window. I turned. Outside. Across the street. Tim stood beneath a streetlight. 30 years old. Exactly how I imagined he'd look. He held a phone to his ear. I ran downstairs. Out the front door. Tim. He raised one hand. I ran toward him. Then a car passed between us. For less than a second. When it was gone, so was Tim. His voice remained in my phone. Don't come closer. Where are you? Same place. I can't see you. I can see you. Silence. Then. Adam. What? It's behind you. Dash dash dash. I did not turn. I knew. I felt millions of eyes. Not on my skin. On my history. The street became silent. No cars. No insects. No wind. The pavement softened beneath my shoes. I looked at the houses. Textures were disappearing. Brick becoming painted rectangles. Grass flattening into green. The world around me was becoming unfinished again. The surveyor stood in the reflection of a parked car. Small enough to fit behind me. Large enough that its head touched tomorrow. Its voice arrived through every sense. Convergence. I whispered. No. Selection required. Tim shouted through the phone. Don't let it choose. What do we do? I don't know. The creature raised one hand. For an instant, I saw both histories. My mother remembering me. Tim's mother remembering him. Two childhoods occupying the same rooms. Two birthday photographs. Two boys standing in one space. The world flickered. I saw a third image. Both of us. Together. Our mothers. Our school. The pool. Minecraft. Everything exactly as I remembered before the game. Tim. I saw it. The original history. Yeah. It's still there. The creature spoke. Invalid. I shouted. Why? The answer shook the street. Observed construction cannot remain inside constructed history. I understood. We had seen backstage. Reality could tolerate one impossible witness by editing around him. But not two. Two people remembering the same forbidden place could prove it existed. So it separated us. It made each of us sound insane. The perfect containment. Until now. Then erase the memories. The surveyor looked at me. Every eye opened. Memory is observation. Take them. Observation cannot be unseen. Tim whispered through the phone. Adam. Yeah? I think I know what the post is. What? The game isn't how people get in. I looked at the creature. Tim continued. It's how this place finds observers. My stomach turned. The original 3 views. Then 4. 5. Why? Because maybe the future needs someone to see it. The surveyor said. Observation stabilizes creation. Tim laughed once. Not because it was funny. We weren't victims. I whispered. We were witnesses. Correct. And suddenly the entire thing made sense. Why the post was so simple. Why it responded immediately. Why the instructions lodged inside our heads. Why future details only became real after I had seen them. Why time seemed to be waiting. The subway game wasn't a ritual. It was recruitment. Reality was using people to witness unfinished futures. To make them stable. One rider. One witness. One history. We broke the rule. And created two. ... The surveyor lowered its hand. The subway entrance at the end of the block lit up. White light. The same light as 14 years ago. Tim whispered. It's open on my side too. The creature spoke. Return to point of entry. Then what? Resolve. No. Resolve. Tim said. Adam. What? If one of us doesn't go? I asked the surveyor. It answered. Convergence will fail. What happens then? For the first time, I sensed something like fear from it. Next will not stabilize. The street around me flickered. For half a second. Morning. Then snow. Then ruins. Then skyscrapers. Then ocean. Then nothing. Future possibilities collapsing over one another. Tim understood too. If we don't fix it, tomorrow doesn't settle. Maybe that's melodramatic. Maybe the creature was lying. Maybe everything beyond today simply becomes unstable. I don't know. But I'm going. So is Tim. Not because we're brave. Because 14 years ago we were two bored kids trying to prove a stupid internet ritual wasn't real. I think we've caused enough damage. ... It is 2:51 a.m. now. I'm writing this from Tucker North Station. The place officially doesn't open until morning. The gates were unlocked. No guards. No workers. The platform lights are on. A train is sitting in the tunnel. Empty. Tim says he's standing on the same platform. I can't see him. But if I stand beside the yellow line and look into the dark window of the train, sometimes I see his reflection. He looks terrified. So do I. The forum is open on my phone. The subway game post is still there. 3 views. Always 3. I finally understand why. 1 is me. 1 is Tim. I don't know who the third is. Maybe the surveyor. Maybe the person who played before us. Maybe you. The train doors just opened. Tim sent one final message. Greater than if we get the old history back. Meet me at the pool tomorrow. I replied. Greater than bring cereal. He sent. Greater than asshole. I laughed. It felt good. The same way it used to. We're getting on. If this works, maybe I'll wake tomorrow and Tim will have always existed. Maybe no one will remember 2 timelines. Maybe this post will disappear. If it doesn't, remember the rule we broke. Not because breaking it summons monsters. Not because the train takes you to another dimension. But because the world only wants one person to see what comes next. The bell just rang. I'm closing my eyes. Tim is counting with me. 57. 58. 59. 60. There's someone standing between us. I can hear it breathing. Tim just whispered my name. But his voice came from my side of the car. The real Tim is 40 feet away. I know because I can hear him counting. 61. 62. Another voice just started counting. My voice. 63. The bell hasn't rung. 64. Something touched my shoulder. 65. And I suddenly understand who the third view belongs to. It isn't the surveyor. It isn't another player. It's the version of me that never came back the first time. The one Tim left behind. The one whose history was never chosen. He's been waiting 14 years in the unfinished station. And he's the one who made the post. The bell is ringing now. 3 times. Not once. Tim has stopped counting. The doors are opening. And somewhere beyond them, in a city that hasn't been created yet, I can hear 2 people arguing over which one of them is me. So if you find these instructions later, don't play. Don't answer the message. Don't bring a friend. Because Tim and I were wrong about one thing. Time doesn't pass. It isn't even created once. It's revised. And every revision leaves something behind. The next story is the staging. #entry 1. Posted 3 hours ago. I think I found my living room on a deep web website. The rug is the wrong color. That sentence sounded a lot less insane 3 hours ago. I'm writing this here because I don't know where else to put it. And because I need somebody else to see the order things happened in. If I start changing details later, please tell me. I'm serious. I've always been what I call a digital tourist. Not a hacker. Not a criminal. Just an idiot with Tor and too much curiosity. I've spent years wandering through obscure forums, abandoned message boards, weird art projects, conspiracy archives, dead FTP servers, and sites that look terrifying until you realize they're just maintained by a 48-year-old man obsessed with discontinued Japanese electronics. Most of the so-called deep web is boring. Broken links. Scams. People pretending to be more dangerous than they are. Tonight I found something different. The site was called The Staging. No logo. No about page. No